Muy buenos días a todas y a todos. Eh, Bienvenidos a esta sesión, primera sesión de la mañana, pero ya cuarta sesión del seminario fiscal. Esta sesión vamos a tratar el fortalecimiento de la recaudación y de la progresividad de la estructura tributaria en la región. Abordaremos los grandes desafíos de la política fiscal en América Latina y el Caribe respecto al fortalecimiento de la recaudación y de la progresividad de la estructura tributaria, así como la manera en que estos desafíos se vuelven centrales para resguardar la sostenibilidad fiscal en la región y para enfrentar las crecientes demandas por mayores gastos públicos. Como lo plantea la nueva edición del panorama fiscal, el desafiante contexto económico y social implica un cambio de paradigma en el diseño de la política fiscal en la región, cuyo pilar debería ser la generación de ingresos públicos permanentes y con progresividad para atender las necesidades de bienestar, inversión y sostenibilidad ambiental que reclama la ciudadanía. Para dar viabilidad a estos esfuerzos tributarios, será necesario un renovado pacto fiscal que permitiría alcanzar los necesarios acuerdos transversales de los que ya se habló y se comentó el día de ayer. La necesidad de sentar las bases de un marco de sostenibilidad fiscal centrado en la generación de ingresos públicos en la región.
Public revenue in the region. To cover those demands, the connection with the public sector is key. The tax structure is still biased towards regressive taxes on goods and services taxes, limiting the capacity of tax policy to influence reducing inequalities. But there's still some room in the region to make progress towards a larger mobilization of resources with more equality. In the short term, measures such as limiting fiscal evasion, adapt tax frameworks to the new practices of international tax revenue can be feasible in the short term. It is key to foster fiscal agreements that will strengthen tax revenues on income tax, for example, and property tax in order to fund sustainable development and to make the tax system more progressive. In order to discuss these aspects, so we have the participation of a very distinguished panel that will introduce a regional and international background regarding fiscal policy design based on the strengthening of progressivity and the tax revenue base focused on sustainable development. This panel is made up by Michel Jorat, who acts as a tax advisor after taking positions in public institutions, for example, in director of Revenue Service here in Chile. María Eugenia Romero, she is the Deputy General Director of Política Impositiva at Secretaría de Hacienda y Crédito. Santiago Costa Ormaecha, who is Chief Economist of the Western Hemisphere Department of the IMF. Alain Cuenca, who leads the Fiscal Studies Institute of the Ministry of Finance in Spain. And finally, Maria Dolores Almeida, who is a consultant in economics and public finance. The speakers will have 15 minutes. I have my cards here, so I will tell you about how much time you're left with to do your presentations, and then we're open to questions for the participants. So may you all be welcome, and I'd like to offer the floor now to Michel Jorat. Please go ahead. Thank you. First of all, I'd like to thank you for the invitation to take part in this seminar where I'd like to show the results of a study that I did for ICLAC regarding fiscal frameworks for the exploitation of non-renewable natural resources in Latin America and the Caribbean. I can flip the slides, yes.
Ah, ya. Perfecto. Entonces, bueno, este estudio,
So this study addressed the hydrocarbons sector and the mining sector. Hydrocarbons, we studied the case of Brazil, Colombia, Ecuador, Mexico, and Trinidad and Tobago. And in the mining sector, we looked at Bolivia, Chile, Colombia, Dominican Republic, Ecuador, Peru. By way of an introduction, I'd like to tell you that the mining sector has a series of peculiarities which made it advisable to give it a special tax treatment, unlike the general regime. I'm going to mention a few because there are several. First of all, the existence of high sunk costs and long production periods, which creates what is called the time consistency problem, because companies make huge investments and they fear that governments may raise taxes after all. So that's why governments provide certain incentives, such as accelerated depreciation benefits, etc. Second, the prospects of high economic profit or income, which means that governments intend to extract a reasonable amount of those economic profits. The ownership of the mining resources was justified that states or governments want to own part of that income, or when it's represented by the resource that will be exploited by the private sector, which will generate sometimes significant gains, and so on and so forth, with other factors that, for the benefit of time, I am not going to dwell on. As to the instruments for taxation, there are two types of regulatory frameworks: concession systems and contract systems. In terms of concession systems, this is granted to a private entity, but the minerals or the hydrocarbons are owned by the state, and they become ownership of the private when they are extracted, and also shared production contracts in which the ownership always lies with the state and production is shared. In the case of specific instruments, there's tax on profits that is applied to all industries, but sometimes some benefits are granted, especially and exceptionally some different rates compared to the general regime. Then there are royalties, in which there are three types of the specific royalties. This is by physical unit, the ad valorem royalties, which is according to revenues, and on profits. Then there's taxation of economic income, and then allowances, and the share of production. Now, what could be considered best practice? Truly, those who study these topics agree that a best practice for developing countries consists of applying several instruments at the same time. First of all, a tax on profits to tax normal profitability, like in any industry, that added to a ad valorem royalty with a low rate, hopefully to collect from the beginning of the projects, and even during low price periods, and some instruments such as an economic income tax or a royalty on profits to extract a greater portion of the economic income. Here you see some differences between the hydrocarbons and the mining sectors in terms of economic profits. In the hydrocarbons, the income seems to be relatively higher compared to the ones that are produced in mining. Second, in terms of regulatory frameworks in hydrocarbons, we see the presence of two types of frameworks, concessions and contracts, whereas in mining, mainly concessions are used. As to the instruments in hydrocarbons, allowances, which are these initial payments generally associated to in advance payments, and shared production contracts, as well as the state involvement in the production, whereas in mining is basically focused on royalties. As to those who operate the resources in hydrocarbons, a few companies of large size, whereas in mining it's much more heterogeneous, with large companies as well, together with medium-sized and small-scale companies. Now, in terms of state-owned businesses, they're more frequent in hydrocarbons compared to mining. Now, the study analyzed the fiscal frameworks in the region. In terms of the hydrocarbon sector, this is a table with a detail of profit tax. These rates that are quite variable between 27% in Dominican Republic and 50% in Trinidad and Tobago. Out of these countries, Trinidad and Tobago is the only one applying a special rate to the mining sector. A significant role is played by depreciation. There are countries that do apply very accelerated depreciation schemes and others that apply the normal depreciation. For example, Dominican Republic, they use the decreasing balance in which many assets can be depreciated with rates up to 15%. Structural buildings with accelerated rate of 5% of depreciation, and so on and so forth. This treatment is quite diverse, but it plays a significant role in terms of the accelerating depreciation, which allows to improve profitability of the projects. In terms of exploration rates, common treatment is that are immediate deduction, but other countries consider that to be a capitalizable expenditure that can be amortized in short periods, and with some exceptions along the life of a project.
Lastly, the losses, which is another important aspect. Not all countries allow an indefinite pass on 5, 12 years, and so on. And in terms of the special instruments, there, without getting into the details because we don't have sufficient time, but all countries analyze, apply ad valorem royalties, none specific on profits. And then Brazil, Colombia, Ecuador, Mexico, and Trinidad and Tobago apply taxes on extraordinary profits, the sense that they seek to increase the percentage of the income extracted. 3 countries, Brazil, Colombia, and Mexico, apply bonuses, and all those studied have some sort of share in production, and 4 apply charges for the use of soil. In mining, we're going to see that in terms of income tax, here too, we have depreciation. Chile has a very fast depreciation mechanism. So buildings, 6 years, machinery 3, and other facilities. And then in Colombia, have useful life more extended. We also see a immediate deduction of mining expenses and the possibility of dragging along losses with a limit of years, 4 in Peru and unlimited in the case of Chile. Peru is a special case because it also allows an unlimited pass on, but depending on the amounts each year. And then here, as to special instruments, as you see, there are no longer bonuses or shares in production, but these are ad valorem royalties in all countries, with the exception of Chile, that only has royalties on profits. Peru also applies royalties on profits, and the Dominican Republic, some taxes that could be seen as royalties on profits. Specific royalties are infrequent. They applied in Dominican Republic with regard to some minerals of these that is basically used in construction, and all with the exception, or rather several of these have a tax that could be classified as a tax on extraordinary gains. In the case of Chile, it has a tick because we have in Chile is basically the tax on profits. And charges for the use of soil, all countries have them. And then after the summary, I'm going to move on to the estimate of the government take and the effective tax rates. The study, based on a model of a typical project, one for hydrocarbons, another for mining. These are the concepts we defined the government take as the present value of taxes charged, divided by the net present value of the tax-free project. And the effective tax rate, defined as the present value of taxes divided or over the net present value of financial profits. In the case of hydrocarbons, we used a real project contained the case of Mexico, extraction of hydrocarbons from not very deep waters. And here we have the features of the project. I'm not going to explain them, but as I said, this is a real project that was subject to the tax system of the various countries. And for the discount rate, we used the discount rate when they considered the country risk, and the discount rates of 9.7 in the case of Mexico to 17.5 in the case of Ecuador. And the results in terms of the government take varies from 41.9% of the economic income in the case of the Dominican Republic to Trinidad and Tobago of more than 100%. The amount extracted is greater than the economic income. And in a project with the characteristics of the type that we have taken here. And as to the effective tax rate, the net present value of the taxes over the financial values of 36.2 in the Dominican Republic and 92.5 in the case of Trinidad and Tobago. It's interesting to see how these rates can vary with the prices. And here you can see in the case of government take, in general, and based on certain price levels, they're quite stable. And the existence of ad valorem taxes implies that at low prices, the loads or the percentages are usually greater. And what we would like is for the tax system to allow extraction at least similar all years of the percentage of the economic income, or that it be progressive. That is, the higher the price, the percentage were to rise. And so for that, the ad valorem taxes are not good because they end up in regressive structures in the sense that, as it's understood in mining, that the proportion of economic income begins to fall off as the prices rise. And on the contrary, taxes on profits, progressive, or on the economic income are useful for those purposes. So this is what we see in the effective rate for oil. For example, here you can see the case of the Dominican Republic that tends to increase as prices increase, which is more marked in the case of Mexico and also in Colombia. And this has to do with how taxation is distributed by tax type, which is what we see in that graph. I see I have 2 minutes left, so I'm going to speed up a bit. And so we move on to the case study of mining. And here too, we used a project, a real project with real data. The thing here is that mining is very diverse. And so we used a copper deposit. And so, of course, there are countries that do not have copper. But the study is still robust because it's a matter of submitting one same investment project, in this case, a copper mine, to the taxation of each country. And that is the aim, to determine comparison. And so the same exercise, the discount rates estimated from by 8.9 in the case of Chile to 17.6 in the case of Ecuador, and the results of the government take. As you can see, subject to this project, the differences are quite diverse. In the case of Chile, 50% government take, and in the case of Bolivia, it exceeds 100%. In terms of the effective rate, they vary from 29.7% in the case of Dominican Republic all the way to 45.7% in the case of Bolivia. A similar analysis here clearly shows that the government take is regressive. I would like to clarify this concept. It is not the traditional one in taxation. When you say in mining, it is a progressive tax, this means that the economic income captured is increasing together with the prices of ores or hydrocarbons. And in this case, it's regressive in the sense that the government take falls off in almost all countries as you suppose that the prices could be higher. And the same thing happens. Well, here we have the effective tax rate. And here you can see that there is a certain progressiveness in terms of the effective rate in some countries. For example, in Bolivia, where there are some instruments that are well designed in terms of capturing income as more gains are made for the company. And there are other structures that are flatter, such as the case of Ecuador, where you do not see a rise. And this has to do with that, once again, there are countries where their collection comes basically from ad valorem instruments and proportional instead of progressive, such as the case of Colombia, Dominican Republic, in comparison to others where the instruments are those that priority is given to those on profits and in some case progressive, such as the case of Chile, Peru, and Bolivia. And to close, some conclusions. From the viewpoint of economic efficiency, it is understood that the best instrument is the tax on economic income, or an instrument that goes along those lines. However, the issue is that you do not collect much when the prices are low or in the first years of life of a project when there are mostly losses. Ad valorem royalties allow a more stable collection, but they're inefficient because they imply, such as the ore cutoff grade, or that the minerals are mined at a lower level than would be desirable, and so it is regressive. And so the ideal is a regime that mainly depends on royalties, on profits, or as a form of economic income tax and a measure in royalties, ad valorem royalties, low rate. And the ad valorem royalties could be an issue, especially in mining, more than hydrocarbons on account of the heterogeneity of the participants, where there are many small and medium-sized enterprises and that have higher costs, and ad valorem increases are an issue because some projects are not actually carried out when the rates are relatively high. Another factor to take into account is of competitiveness in comparison to other countries. The theory says that you could extract 100% of the economic income, but then you come up against the fact that you're also competing with other jurisdictions that are mining the same ores, and that slows the economic incomes that could be extracted. And then of course, control and inspection and transparency are very relevant in this. Thank you. Thank you, Michelle, and thank you for also keeping to the time. I will now recognize Maria Eugenia Romero Torres. The floor is yours. Hello, good morning, and thank you very much for the invitation to the ECLAC Office of Economic Development for Mexico. Is very important to be part of this type of event. I would like to tell you that about what we've done in Mexico to strengthen collection and promote progressiveness. My presentation contains three parts: the composition of income, the measures that have been applied so far, and the areas of opportunity, or at least some of the areas of opportunity that we have been analyzing. In Mexico in 2021, federal government income were at 16.4% of GDP, and of these, 92% comes from non-oil income. Non-oil income represented 15% of GDP. And within the non-tax, non-oil income representing 50% of GDP, more than 50% is contributed by income, 32% VAT, and 11% the special taxes, non-oil. And among these non-oil special taxes, this includes beer, tobacco, drinks, and beverages. These two last taxes were introduced in 2014 and have been a successful experience, and we are very happy with the instrumentation of these taxes. Among the measures adopted, as you know, this administration has not done nor said nor has any interest in a fiscal reform that may represent a tax increase or higher rates than what we have today. Only considered are some updates of the quotas to maintain the level in terms of inflation, whether they should not lose their value in comparison to inflation. But aside from that, there have been no measures of fiscal reform as a whole has not been done.
Así, las medidas instrumentales.
The measures that have been instrumented can be classified in terms of control, progressivity, the measures around BEPS, and the update of the fiscal framework. Among the control measures, I would like to say that these are not recent measures, as I mentioned. They are the result of modifications introduced in the past that have already borne certain fruit. In this administration, it was an administrative task to eliminate the universal tax compensation, and this reduced abuse and enabled a better control of favorable balances. That was a universal compensation that was not documented, and the authorities were not able to have a proper control. And with this elimination of the universal compensation, we strengthened collection. Some fiscal stimulus were focused for low-income contributors. In other words, we targeted contributors with less ability to contribute, but also with less administrative ability. And via a presidential decree, what was prohibited was the condonment of generalized taxes, and therefore we can now pardon evasive or illegal behaviors through different programs. So this was prohibited at a constitutional level. Among the measures that enable us to advance towards a progressive taxes, and this was a result of reforms in 2014, practically all of them in 2014, we included the update of tariff rates as a result of inflation, and therefore nominal income, nominal increase of revenues that represent a higher tax a fiscal burden. In order to create greater progressivity, we introduced different rates with marginal rates with 32, 34, and 35%. And this enables us to increase the fiscal burden of those that have more. But since we didn't modify mean rates, this doesn't impact this group of the population. We incorporated a global limit to personal deductions in order to attenuate the intrinsic burden of personal deductions. And we have seen that this has been reduced, but we also believe that there is an opportunity there because we could improve this limit. We also introduced a tax on dividends and capital gains, which impacts the last percentile of the distribution of revenues. Among the measures that were introduced, we have 4 of the recommendations of the BEPS project, and we strengthened the control of preferential fiscal regimes. We limited the deduction of interest as a percentage of the operational flow of corporations, which supplements the reduction of interest. We updated the legal framework in terms of the definition of permanent establishment, and we incorporated the scheme of the revelation of schemes that could be reported. That enabled transparency and enables us to obtain information that can be potentially aggressive. Finally, with regards to the actions that have been incorporated in order to update the taxation scheme, we have those that refer to the digital economy. Our law on income tax that was created in 1980 did not recognize business models that exist today within the digital economy. And therefore, we established a scheme of the retention of the ISR and the VAT for physical persons for those that sell in the digital market and that in the past were not able to, in a simple fashion, comply with their fiscal obligations, and this simplified and reduced the cost of compliance. And there's around 338,000 physical persons that contribute, and the digital platforms retain income tax and VAT, and this is a definite payment which frees up the burden of compliance to a very significant extent. And we also facilitated payment of VAT for recipients of digital services, especially for final recipients who contract services and who reside abroad. And this has enabled us to facilitate compliance with these virtual importers. And we have also established measures for an easy registration of contributors that are non-residents. And we also cater for a complaint of leveling the playing field for the suppliers of digital services between both national and foreign actors. In terms of opportunities, some of the issues that we have analyzed is how to continue to improve the progressive nature of taxation, what explicit measures in terms of gender equality could be included in the law, and in terms of income tax, we believe that there is a lot that can be done in this sense. In terms of property tax, in terms of the progressive nature of this, income tax has a whole series of preferential treatment. This creates asymmetries and distortions, and this gives rise to planning. And now this runs counter to workers of corporations, smaller companies that have no possibility of contracting benefit packages. And therefore, with one same gross income, the fiscal burden can be different in accordance with their composition of what is taxed and what is exempt. And there is a differentiated rate that, of course, this is something that we could deal with in order to improve the progressive nature of taxation. And there is a high number of workers that receive a reduction via employment subsidy. And this has been a long-standing issue, and the fiscal burden, because the fiscal burden is not distributed adequately. We can also say that the revenues of the ISR of fiscal persons represented this percentage of the GDP, and on the left-hand side, you can see the evolution of the tax collection, and on the right-hand side, which is the international comparison, you can see that this doesn't compare favorably because we have 5.1% of the GDP versus an average of the debt, which is 5.7. I don't believe that this is a fair comparison, to the extent that this must be supplemented with the integration schemes that are applied in each country, because we have a scheme which is practically fully integrated, where corporate tax is recognized at the level of shareholders, and in other countries they don't have this classical system but are partially integrated or completely separated. Now, with regards our statutory rate, we believe that we are close to the OECD average, which is 35.9. Our average is 35%, but our rate means that at a speedier rate, we can achieve higher marginal rates, and we have a structure. We have a rate with 11 different levels that could be simplified, and that also favors transparency in order to determine taxes. But this undoubtedly has to acknowledge the income distribution of the population. With regards gender equality measures, we regrettably see that the share in the labor market, and we compare this with 33 countries, and this the share of the labor market on the part of women has stagnated over the past, and the figures for 2020 are very similar to the rates of 2005. So following the pandemic, we are at the same level as the level that we had in 2005. There's an imbalance in terms of tasks done at home, mostly conducted by women, and this prevents an increase of the labor supply or an increase of remunerated work conditions in the labor market are precarious. So most of the working women population have no health services, and the income of 90% of the women varies between 0.85 times the monthly UMA for 10% of the population, with an income that is up to 5.22 times the monthly value of UMA for 90% of women with with bigger salaries. And so there's a lot that we can do, and we're analyzing, well, this is the rate of the share in the labor market of in the labor market, and out of 33 countries, Mexico is at the lowest level. And as I said, our level is the same as in 2005, the level that we have today. And another aspect that prevents the participation of women in the labor market is caring for children. In Mexico, on average, 75% of the population between 0 and 6 years of age are cared for by their mothers, and this prevents them from participating actively in the labor market. 22% of children between 0 and 6 years of age participate in kindergartens, private or public, but in 75% of the cases, it is mothers that look after those small children. 60% of women that are working have no access to health services. Practically all women, independent women workers, have no health services, regardless of the fact of whether they work in the formal or informal sector. They have no social security. And on the contrary, subordinated workers have access to health institutions on the part of their employees, on the part of their employers. Finally, opportunities in terms of property tax. Well, given the present situation, we believe that that we can review this aspect today. On average, the average represents around 50% of the market value. Half of the states have percentages that are below the average. And the institutional capability of municipalities is heterogeneous, and therefore the functions of registration and collection is very small. We in Mexico, we find certain areas that have fallen behind, and others that could be at the level of any advanced economy. For that purpose, some municipalities, aware of their own limitations, enter into conventions in terms of charging property tax, but that has only been done by 55 states, and 1,020 municipalities do that on their own. So that is a major issue. The administrative burden for tax collection of the smallest administrative institution, which is municipalities. And we also need to register property tax and to have a proper registry. Few federative agencies in Mexico have a registration system that is independent, that operates for many cross-cutting operations, but do not link this with property tax. And therefore, it has other objectives. And the taxation discussion is only limited to the rate, because the basic rate is updated by this institute. This shows that property tax revenues compared to the OECD and compared to Latin America is very small. It only represents 0.24% of the GDP. We believe that there are areas of opportunity. For example, in 1999, when we introduced a constitutional reform forcing municipalities to update the values of of other properties. We moved from we increased the percentage of the GDP. However, following that period, we have not been able to go beyond 0.23, 0.24% of the GDP, and therefore we believe that this is a tax that could provide a progressive nature to our taxation system to a very significant extent. Thank you very much, and those are my comments. Thank you very much, Maria Eugenia, for your presentation, where you have highlighted issues that are extremely important, and I am absolutely sure that they make sense to many of the countries in our region, as, for example, the use of digital platforms in order to generate savings in terms of tax collection, in order to enhance that and the areas of opportunity in terms of gender equality and the implementation of a society of care and a better quality of employment for women. And therefore, we believe that that is tremendously relevant. Thank you very much for your presentation. Now, I would like to offer the floor to Santiago Acosta Ormaechea. You have the floor, sir.
Mientras aparecen las transparencias, antes que nada quisiera agradecer al agente CEPAL.
While the slides appear, I'd like to thank the people from MECLAC, Noel, Mariana, for the invitation. It's a pleasure for us to be here presentially. Basically, what we wanted to do here is a summary of a work that we did last year in October for the Regional Economic Outlook from the Western Hemisphere Department of the IMF, where we discussed somewhat certain general perspectives on the tax structure of Latin America and how it can be strengthened from the standpoint of inclusive and friendly growth. The main messages that we have, some of them were already mentioned by Maria Eugenia indirectly, is that taxes in the region, many countries, many types of taxes can be simplified. In many cases, they can be redesigned in order to affect tax collection in a way that's friendly with growth and also give way to certain inclusiveness and progressiveness in tax issues. This work, essentially, we were focused on the direct taxes. In the case of tax on the income of physical persons, we consider that it is important, or a topic that was mentioned yesterday, to start thinking about seeing things about the design in the personal income tax, issue of rates, of thresholds where they have to start paying. Also, seeing the issue of deductions that may be excessive and regressive in the case of this tax. We also suggest starting to think about the introduction of an earned income tax credit in this system, the EITC, where it's very much used in the advanced countries, and there's a lot of room in Latin America to this type of scheme. I will discuss this further on. We believe that these elements may give way to tax collection, improve equity, make the system more progressive, and eventually collaborate with economic growth. In the case of corporate taxes, we believe that in many cases there is room to try to align the rates in case they're considered to be very misaligned with the relevant regions, and also think of expanding the tax base for the corporate tax. This can also help to attract investment, benefit growth, and also limit the restriction of the corporate tax base. About the indirect taxes, in the case of VAT, of course, there's been much progress in the region. Some countries do have a space to improve the design of the VAT. There are exemptions and lower rates, and the challenge is how to compensate the more vulnerable sectors with this type of reform. We also discussed in this work other underutilized sources in the region. Maria Eugenia mentioned the property tax that was also mentioned yesterday, properties, and also tax on wealth, for example, tax on inheritances. We've been talking about the merit of that type of tax, and environmental taxes. We discussed a bit in the chapter we did in the Regional Outlook report. Now, In general terms about the situation and the difference in the levels of tax collection within the region and the difference with the tax structures of OECD, part of these discussions, we had them yesterday. In spite of a growth in tax collection of the region during the last 15 years, around 3 percentage points of GDP up to 2019, we didn't have data for 2020 when we did this work. An average country of the region collects still much less than an average country of OECD. OECD leaves out all the Latin American countries. Now, when we started looking at where these gaps are, the larger gaps in tax collection, in the graph at the right, we can see what part of the story is related to the personal income tax. And there are some exemptions in the case of these regional comparisons, integration, and things to be considered, but it gives us in general terms a broad idea that income tax of physical persons must be faced very seriously in the region. An average country of Latin America collects 1/4 of this tax as compared to OECD countries. In the case of corporate tax, the region collects much more, and they need this tax to finance expenses more than OECD. In the case of VAT, there's still a significant gap with OECD, yet this gap has tended to be closed during the year. There's many countries have a very good VAT system, such as Chile, that collects more than an average country from OECD. Now, surely we do it well, and we know it well. Part of the difference in the levels and the tax composition deals with differences in the administrative capacities between Latin America and the more advanced countries, tax management capabilities, and informality, of course. So what we did in this work is to say, yes, clearly this is a very important part of the story, but we believe it's not the full story. Mr. Tansi, some 20 years ago, said that Latin American countries have a certain allergy to the direct taxes. And to illustrate this point, what we did was to create a database of 50 years where we see Latin America and OECD. What we want to see is basically how much the OECD countries collect 40, 50 years ago when they had per capita levels of income similar to those of Latin America. So we organized a database per capita income. In the graph at the left, each dot in blue represents what's the collection of a country, OECD country, when they had in their history this GDP per capita between $0 and $20,000. The purple dots show us the collection of the countries of Latin America in 2019. The graph at the left, we have the corporate taxes, and we see that LAC collects more than OECD, but they collect much more than what countries such as Spain, Portugal did in the 70s or 80s with this tax when they had similar levels of GDP per capita. At the middle, we have the opposite image, which is the personal income tax. Here we see that precisely the OECD countries collected much, much more of this tax when they had similar GDP per capita levels in Latin America. This is to put into context this issue in terms that there is room for the region to deal with this tax in a stronger way. Now, one of the main issues that appears when we start discussing this thing of rebalancing the tax structures and tax to physical persons is the impact upon growth. So what we did is an econometric exercise for Latin America, for the countries of OECD, the advanced countries, say, what's the trade-off that appears for these countries of collecting an additional peso or VAT than an additional peso of personal income tax? At the right, we show you these effects of this comparison or trade-off amongst the different taxes. The blue bars represent the effects for Latin America, the red dots the effects for OECD. And the message is simple. If you think of collecting VAT versus personal income tax in Latin America, shows that VAT tends to be more beneficial for growth, and personal income tax is more adverse to growth. So that trade-off does exist in Latin America, the issue of informality and all the points we already know of. But the point we mark here, when we compare with OECD, we see the red dots, we see that trade-off tends to disappear. And here we emphasize the issue of the design in this chapter. In as much as there's good enforcement of the tax, if it's well designed, these trade-offs tend to fade out. And Vice Minister of Ecuador was mentioning this year in the case of Ecuador that they've been implementing the reform of personal income tax that didn't see an necessarily adverse effect on economic growth. So the design issue becomes important, and that's the message that appears strongly in the message. In the case of the corporate tax, what we see, both in the case of the advanced countries OECD with Latin America that tend to have an adverse impact in the long term on investment and on growth, and that effect is very solid. This leads once again to the point of the importance of reviewing the corporate tax more broadly, because Latin America needs to increase investment to increase growth. That, as we saw yesterday, is a major challenge for the region. I will discuss now some issues of tax design to focus on the personal income tax after this slide. To the left here, we have issues about VAT, in broad terms, well known by all of us. And the blue dots at the left, we have the mandatory rates of VAT for the larger countries of the region and the average of Latin America. And we compared with OECD, we see that in the principle for the large countries of Latin America, the rates are aligned with OECD and VAT. When we see the real taxes, to measure the real taxes of VAT, obviously due to the exemptions and the lower rates and informality, which de facto is a sort of a tax exemption, we see there's a gap starts appearing in the VAT. We see that there are countries for which the gap between the base and the real effect remains. Here we have Chile and other countries such as Colombia and Mexico that show room to improve the efficiency of VAT. There are certain countries where we do see room for an improvement. In the case of corporate tax in the graph to the right, we see that for the large Latin American countries, the rates tend to be higher than the OECD rates, nominal rates. The blue line, when we look at the productivity of the corporate tax, the red dots of the graph, we see that particularly those who have higher rates, the collection per percentage point tends to be lower. There is room for efficiency in this tax. It deals with special regimes for corporate taxes, exemptions, issues of the administration of those taxes. So we see room to review, to revise in countries that have very high rates, how we can solve this, and special regimes, exemptions to improve investment and the efficiency of this tax to avoid distortions among sectors. Concentrating in the income tax of physical persons, which is the core of this work. The graph to the left, we have some design parameters that are standard for this tax. What we see here, looking at the minimal rates and the maximum rates, we see that the message is very clear. LAC has minimal rates that are much lower than the advanced countries of OECD and maximum rates that are much lower than the OECD countries. And this is an important design issue that can be revised. At the graph at the right, we see the threshold through which you start paying the tax. And what we see is that the minimal threshold is more or less aligned between Latin America, Caribbean, and the OECD, but there's maximum thresholds. There are countries in LAC that you have to make many, many times the average per capita in order to start paying the personal income tax at a rate that is much lower than the OECD countries. This puts these design issues in perspective that would need to be somewhat revised in certain countries of Latin America. But at the end of the day, what matters is the real rate. So what we did, not the design rate, so we did looking at microdata, looking at the difference between the mandatory and the real rates in the region. Here we see for 5 of the most important countries of Latin America, at the left, we see how does the main rate work for different levels of income according to GDP per capita when the deductions are not considered. And the purple dotted line is when the deductions are in place. They're very related to the base of the income tax of the physical persons, and they're very regressive. They increase the impact at the higher income levels. Maria Eugenia mentioned this as well. In this context, what we decided to do is a very simple exercise to start trying to motivate and putting in the agenda this discussion more strongly that says, what would happen if we try to simplify the system? We don't touch any other parameter of the income tax of the physical persons, the simplification, because the problem is that it's very complex. So let's simplify it. What happens if we eliminate the exemptions or deductions? In the base scenario, what we have is that the way that it coexists right now, income tax of physical persons has a marginal effective rate of around 9%, which is applied over the 10 most rich percentile in terms of wealth. If we see the exemptions that often go to the richer parts, that goes from 9.2 to 14.3%, it increases. But to put it in perspective, 14% is the minimum rate existing in the advanced countries in OECD. We're just starting to come a little closer to the levels of OECD. This has a tremendous impact on tax collection. It's more than doubled in that simulation we did. The impact is progressive. There is an improvement at the Gini coefficient, and this is where we introduce the earned income tax credit. Here, we have to give incentives to formalization. The issue of the biases against women that appears in this tax structure. There's lots of evidence showing that this tax in advanced countries, there's lots of issues that we can discuss in greater detail, but this has led to better integration of women in the labor market, improved formalization. So what we have is to introduce a sort of compensation for the lower income sectors. Obviously, the tax collection goes down by trying to replicate the collection impact, eliminating deductions.
The richest 10% makes it much more progressive because by de facto, there's a transfer to the lower income sectors. Something important is that in this simulation, the middle class is not impacted. Basically, it's only the richer 10% of income distribution that is affected in these simulations we did. Just in closing, and to meet the agenda, the core of this is that there's a significant scope to redesign and also to simplify this idea of direct taxes on the region, to raise revenue collection, to foster progressivity and the gender dimension, something that is part of the chapter that is also based on growth. Of course, there are additional elements that we consider which are key, which is the political economy, which is a major problem. We believe communication is really important of those reforms, especially then comes the discussion of who is middle class or not, or upper class or not. But communication of these types of reforms should have an impact on the richest sectors. That is the message that we communicate in the chapter. Sequencing reforms is key. Promoting earning income tax credits, something important. The tax administration capacity. What we discuss in the chapter also is that this type of schemes, such as the earning income tax credit, doesn't seem to be that difficult to apply for many countries in the region because we have certain capacities, for example, deductions management, benefits management. So we have certain patterns that we manage well. So certain capabilities may already exist in some of the countries to address this. This chapter is available on the fund web page. There's a blog and also a working paper. So those of you who are interested, you can visit it. And this is the end for me. And I am open to listen to the other speakers and other questions. Thank you. Thank you, Santiago. Thank you very much for abiding by the agenda. I'd like to highlight the strengthening of the institutional arrangement for sustainability of tax systems and tax revenue collection that I believe is so important. Now, I'd like to offer the floor to Alain Cuenca. Are we ready? Alain, the floor is yours. Thank you. You're on mute, Alain. Please open your microphone.
Todavía. Ahí, ahora sí.
Now I've been authorized to open my microphone. Can you hear me now? Yes, we can. Okay, thank you. I'd like to thank ICLAC for this invitation, for having the Institute of Fiscal Studies involved in this panel. I hope this is the last time we take part virtually. Hopefully next year we'll be able to be there with Dr. Garcia Herrera face to face, practically in all the different discussions. So I propose this topic, and I see that this fits quite well with what has been said during this morning session about assessing tax expenses. I wanted to share with you the recent Spanish experience and trying to contribute. First of all, to describe it so that you can become familiar with it, and then contribute my personal view about this experience that is still running. I wanted to cover some context or background regarding the tax spending, which are called fiscal benefits in Spain, as to the public policy assessment. In 2006, we created a state agency for assessing public policies and quality of services that had an initial momentum, but then due to the financial crisis in 2008, that momentum was halted. 41 assessments were conducted of public policy, and besides the IVAL, there are, for example, Public Administration Reform Commission, several public policies. This is not new. This is such a tradition in Spain, but it has acquired a significant momentum since 2017, when the government commissioned the Independent Authority for Fiscal Responsibility, which is an independent entity that should assess specific public policies, especially called spending reviews, with different stages. And I'm showing them here for you to know. The first spending review, phase 1 in 2018 and 19, all these policies were assessed that didn't have to do with tax spending. In the second phase, in 2019-20, it included the assessment of a number of tax benefits that I will describe. And therefore, first of all, an assessment of fiscal benefits was done, or tax benefits was done from outside the administration by this independent entity, but with the collaboration of administration, also with all the information that the tax administrations provided and Social Security provided. Since it is a commissioning from the government to an independent entity, they've have been provided all the necessary information in order to do the assessment. This spending review continues until now, although it does not include any more tax benefits. And I said I was going to describe, once I concluded the introduction, about the tax benefits that have been assessed in Spain so far. There's a new context element that I wanted to underscore, because there's a certain fad, so to speak, in terms of public policy review, which is that once COVID hit to the whole world, and the European economy went into a crisis, you may know that for the case of Spain, a recovery plan was approved, favoring resilience, and therefore the European Union will contribute with significant resources for Spanish economy recovery and improvement. And that plan includes a new spending review for the 2022-2026 period. We do not know yet what the content will be. In the Ministry of Finance, a technical unit was created to follow up on proposals by applying the principle of complying or explaining. Either you comply with it or you explain why you're not doing it. We've revamped unit that is driving the in-house evaluation of the public administration, which is the IEPP, Public Policy Evaluation Institute, which supplements what the first institution does. There's a bill for the institutionalization of public policy evaluation. So that is to say, a new assessment or evaluation agency will be started, and it will be focused on ex-ante evaluation. And as part of the recovery plan, the Fiscal Studies Institute that I lead today has been commissioned with the assessment of 15 new tax benefits following the methodology started by the independent authority on fiscal responsibility, but for other tax benefits. Let's just say, in order to continue with this first push that took place in 2019 and 2020, but for the 2021-2022 period. This is what I'm going to describe during the presentation. Now, going into tax spending, we're talking about 3.2% of the GDP. In the case of Spain, this is a significant figure, quite similar to the average of Latin American countries in the Caribbean, although we should say that in the case of Spain, fiscal pressure accounts for 38 or 39% of the GDP. Therefore, some income is lost, amounting to 10% of the income that could be obtained if all tax spending were to be suppressed. But as we will see later on, that is not feasible, and it's not the intention at all. The exercise that we've just heard, it seems to be pretty interesting in terms of what would be collected if all tax deductions or tax benefits were to be suppressed. But what we need to do, or what we are doing in Spain, is to assess on a case-by-case basis to get to know the effects of each one of the fiscal benefits and to reform those that need reforming, not those that may be achieving their objective. So what you have here on the screen is available to all participants, of course. The organizers already have this information. What I'm just doing here is to summarize these two documents. The assessment done by IRF in 2020 about 13 fiscal benefits, and the assessment that we have conducted here at the Fiscal Studies Institute, that, as I've said, we have committed to assess 15 tax benefits. We've already communicated the report that collects or summarizes the 5 first tax benefits, and by the end of the year or beginning of next, we will publish the other 10. So I will describe the 5 benefits that we have assessed in our institution. Well, this is the summary of these 13 fiscal or tax benefits and their revenue cost. I'm not going to delve into the detail. It is a summary of all of them. If anyone is interested, I might refer to where you can find this information. I'm not going to dwell on each one of them because we will not have the time. I'm only left with only 7 minutes, but I will cover some of them to basically highlight some examples of what we are doing. And the first 6, I would say, have to do with physical persons income tax. The next 4 are added value tax, and the other ones are indirect taxes. And the last 3 relate to taxes on enterprises. So the assessment has covered the reduction of joint taxation in terms of marriage, and we've seen that it meets the requirements because what we've heard is that IRF has expressed that although this reduction in terms of joint taxation meets the objective of correcting the progressiveness when a couple or decides to be taxed jointly, they may choose that reduction that creates a disincentive to the labor participation of the second income earner, especially women. So gradually, and by correcting or by getting rid of this reduction, this has not been done, this has not been eliminated, it stays. But although it's true, but being frozen nominally each day, each year that goes by, its negative effects on the labor for women is lower and lower. Here we see another fiscal benefit that was assessed, and I'd like to describe this briefly because the result was that this reduction due to contributions to social security systems, individual social security systems, does not achieve its objective. It is quite beneficial for high income or middle income, and therefore, if the intention is to foster social security savings for pension, it must be modified. So the first thing that the government has done, and this is already current, in considering this assessment, this reduction has not been suppressed, but has been reduced significantly from a maximum cap of 8,000 euros to 2,000 euros. But as IDEF recommended, it's being we are in the process of completing the legislative discussion, a fiscal support to collective labor programs through contributions from the companies and the workers through this mechanism. So the assessment of this tax benefit could be, we could say, has given us a practical result or outcome and has been corrected. It has not been eliminated entirely, but has been substantially reduced. Now, in the IRPS, there are other fiscal tax benefits that have been studied, and we concluded that they meet the objective. I'm not going to dwell on this. In this case, is non-conclusive, but this remains the same. I wanted to show you an example, since I'm left with a couple of minutes or 1 minute for VAT.
Here, there was an assessment of the reduced VATs in Spain to either 4 and 10%. In general, VAT in Spain is 21%. This is the fiscal benefit of the greatest relevance in Spain, and the cost is high. And so the IDF concluded that the reduced types do meet their objective in that they reduce the regressiveness of the general tax on consumption, so that particular goods are treated, dealt with better, and so are more accessible to the lower income homes. But IDF explains, as a detailed study, with having all the details of the tax administration, and shows how this sort of measure does have undesirable consequences, because yes, it does reduce prices for low-income homes, but also for the high-income homes. And so, in particular, goods that have a reduced rate in Spain, such as restoration, tourist packages, hoteling, books, and so on, they all benefit clearly the middle to high-income households. And so what is recommended is that these reduced types should be aligned or be more selective, and have other measures that would offset this and replace the general VAT for all products. Well, there are other exceptions. I do not have time to get into them in detail. But in the case of what we are doing here at the Institute of Fiscal Studies, here we have the 5 already published, and as you can see, the amounts are notably lower. And well, we have some interesting outcomes. For example, there's a partial exemption of the taxation on the prizes of particular lotteries, and that we have found lacks sense, and it would be best for it to be removed. It has not been removed. It was published on March the 31st. And well, at least it is clear that there's not much point in this. Incentives such as increasing the prices of lotteries. And also we have assessed this exemption of the yields of work obtained abroad, And we have found that in the last 2 or 3 decades, when the Spanish economy, I have 10 seconds. Well, in 1 minute, I'll be over. 2 minutes, please. I'm saying that if we do find that in line with large Spanish corporations have become international and have benefited, I apologize, I had an alarm on, have benefited from this aid, but we see that corporations behave strategically with this exemption for their workers who are assigned abroad, and the effect is positive, but the information indicates that it's time to do away with this exemption. And so finally, I wanted to say that, well, this is also negative and should be removed on the coal for professional use. I would say that to conclude this assessment of the process, it is important to assess fiscal expenditure and assess them one by one with all the data that the tax administration has and in the best way possible. The fact that they are being assessed shows the political will to reflect and reconsider them. However, it is not sufficient. So what we also need is an additional political will, because as it is clear, whenever we're going to do away with the fiscal benefit, we're going to have losers. A recent report that we did here for the fiscal reforms, a committee of experts recommended that hereon, when under the tax legislation, there were fiscal benefits, that they should be done with a specific timeline and subject to assessment. And so at the fifth year, it would disappear automatically. This could be a good way forward. And also, as I'm saying, that those who do not meet the aims must justify. We're not going to resolve all the issues affecting public revenues, but we will strengthen them and probably avoid continued erosion through these benefits. So thank you very much. And I'm sorry for have taken a little additional time. Thank you very much for your presentation. And now I'd like to hand over to Maria Dolores Almeida to discuss the excellent presentations that we've had in this panel. Thank you very much. And first of all, once again, I would like to thank Daniel Noel for inviting me to what I consider my home by now, and to share with you some thoughts based on what each panelist has said. And I would like to now return to my presentation. Yes. My presentation will be focused on reflections on what you have said, gender, taxation, green taxes, and some final thoughts. To begin with something that Danielle mentioned yesterday, and I wanted to take these figures because I believe these are key messages as to what is occurring in the region. First of all, we have a fall in income as a result of the socioeconomic impact of the pandemic that hit so hard the supply as well as the demand side. And this led to a drop in income, and that in the countries that depend on non-renewable natural resources, this was partially offset with the rise in prices. However, this is very temporary. And also on account of the war, too, that we have an issue with tax avoidance and evasion, estimated at 6.1% of regional GDP on average, a tax expenditure of around 3.7% of GDP on average, and also that it tends to be highly regressive. And so we can have progressive taxes on income. But when we get into tax expenditure, we see that it is overall regressive. And as I am saying, we have moved towards this progressiveness. We're moving towards that with direct taxation on income. But as we see, we continue to depend on indirect taxation, and tax expenditure is regressive. And so in this context, and what you have presented, which are the challenges? Well, one, what was already mentioned, biases in the taxation linked to gender. And these biases often stem from our blindness as decision makers with regard to public policy, fiscal policy, and understanding that in the region, with the exception of the Dominican Republic, that does have an explicit bias in terms of the income tax of who must show it, and that the women need to show that they have their own income. In the rest of the region, what we have as a rule is an implicit bias linked to differential consumption on account of the roles assigned to women in terms of care, health, education, and also linked to where we are overrepresented in certain economic sectors and where we are working. And lastly, on account of the effective tax burden, when can we, especially when we're talking of taxes, we should also think about the opportunity cost for men and women in terms of tax compliance, especially in rural areas. So often those tax costs of having to leave the rural area, go to the capital of the province and so on to comply, means that it's preferable to remain in the informal sector. And to this, you add ethical issues with difficulties in terms of a language, especially in Central America, for example, Guatemala. We see that that could become a barrier to women becoming formally employed. And then, because last year we were unable to see the outlook in person, but let's see examples. Where could these implicit biases come from linked to income tax? One, on account of the income differentiated by type of income. So all those stemming from goods and gains made by the couple continue to have these implicit biases where it is the man as a rule that needs to declare them, and this comes in a study by Darío Nesenolo. And also there's important progress with regard to tax expenditure linked to gender, and here we have person, and this is linked to reduction in personal expenditure, health, education. And I didn't include it here because it would be very weighty in terms of the personal taxes. There is important expenditure linked to, for example, the care economy and deductions that may be made to enterprises if they provide facilities to their employees in terms of having a care centers for the elderly as well as children. And this allows women to join the labor force and have this economic autonomy. In addition, there's a challenge of green taxes. And this we were talking about it this morning before starting. When you speak of taxes, we know that it is through taxes we could try and change patterns of consumption, of production, and that the externalities be taken in. And the vision of the OECD with regard to green taxes says clearly that it's those taxes that the taxable basis is a physical unit or the proxy with a proven negative impact on the environment. And not necessarily does this mean that there should be a specific assignment of the resources for environmental purposes. And as we were saying this morning, if you were really meeting, fulfilling these aims, we would hope that the collection But this type of taxes will be falling because the enterprises have taken different decisions regarding their emissions, for example. And this should also be an opportunity to get the double benefit. That is also the possibility of having fiscal space for that sort of income to increase. And then in the region of Latin America, this is the latest OECD data, 1.1% of GDP, well below the average OECD value. But we have already have progress in countries such as the Dominican Republic, Argentina, and Uruguay that are beginning to collect these. In terms of taxes, we have pollution, emissions, and this includes sulfur, methane, and solid waste. And in energy, we have the consumer base is energy products and includes carbon taxes, transport, and resource extraction, very much linked to what we were saying regarding natural resources and royalties and issues linked to that both in hydrocarbons and mining. In energy taxes, I'm not going to mention them all, but it is possible to see that the region has made headway in terms of taxes in carbon taxes in Chile, Colombia, and Mexico. And in other countries, what we have is precisely like approaches linked to fossil fuels, linked to gasoline, and the idea is to penalize those that are more polluting. We're already seeing from, say, in Mexico, seeing subnational carbon taxes. And there too, we must begin to see how this evolves, the issue of taxation under the fiscal decentralization regimes.
En temas de contaminación.
With regards to pollution and contamination, the region is advancing in terms of prohibiting, as occurs in Chile, with that, but also imposing taxes on plastic bags, as occurs in Colombia and Ecuador. Argentina is also linked to taxes on the generation of urban residues, and that is of an intermediate level. I am not going to dwell on what we mentioned with regards to the extraction of natural resources, but I would just like to mention that we have these taxes, and we discussed this at length in the previous session. And with regards to environmental taxation expenditure, that is one of the issues that we're working on in terms of the impact of that positive taxation with regards to issues of water, as we have in Mexico and the Dominican Republic. What has become generalized is the taxation expenditure in terms of not levying taxes against on electrical cars, and also with regards to forests. Costa Rica is very advanced in this term. Honduras, Nicaragua, and Panama in terms of promoting clean technologies. In Mexico, and Ecuador, and El Salvador with regard to clean technologies. In Costa Rica, the Dominican Republic, Mexico, and Nicaragua with regards to renewable energy. And I would simply like to mention that this is an assessment that we conducted of taxation expenditure in Costa Rica, where we introduced something very similar to what exists in France, linked to the 6 environmental policies, because often taxation expenditure was thought as from sectorial levels, and we're not looking at the potential impact that they may have in the mid and long term with environmental aspects with regards to mitigation, adaptation, the issue of protecting water resources, the issue of circular economies, biodiversity, and contamination. And the assessment of the taxation expenditure, well, in Costa Rica, 71.5% may be regarded as negative, linked to environmental policies, and only close to 26% is neutral, and only 1.7% can be regarded as having a positive impact. Obviously, this is simply an analysis. We would have to delve deeper in terms of the assessment of the impact of this type of expenditure. And with this, I would like to conclude. Final thoughts aligned with what has been presented both yesterday and today. We have many issues to work on linked to taxation, linked to tax evasion and avoidance in terms of modernizing taxation frameworks, digital taxation, with regards to the issue of cooperation and international taxation framework in terms of direct taxes, consolidate income tax advance in terms of property tax, in terms of taxation and gender to avoid these biases in terms of the impact that it has on men and women, and taxation expenditure linked to the economy of care, and what Daniel mentioned, taxation statistics per gender, something as simple as that, micro data that taxation administrations have can be tremendously useful for other decision makers. And with regards environmental taxation, to work on issues of carbon taxes to the extraction of natural resources. We need to work on the issue of rates and tariffs in the non-taxation areas, but which is important, linked to the faculties of subnational governments, and also in terms of assessing and refocusing that taxation expenditure that has a negative incidents. And we can say that as from taxation, we can recover so that there may be a more sustainable, inclusive, low carbon and resilient type of recovery. Thank you very much. Thank you very much, Maria Dolores, for your comments. I would like to open up the floor for a Q&A session. Reactions, comments? Mr. Santangelo, please, you have the floor. Thank you very much. First of all, I'd like to congratulate the organizers, because it has been a beautiful panel that takes us back to what the seminar has always been, a discussion of fiscal policies. Very good presentations, and I would like to make two comments with regards to the general presentations. Of course, it's a great pleasure to listen to you all. The presentation promotes the paper. And I would like to ask a very simple question, and you will probably say to me that the answer is very difficult, but you presented very interesting reform ideas in terms of taxation and royalties. But I would like to make a brief reflection of how do you view the possibility for countries to introduce that type of reform? Because what comes across as possible in the document may not necessarily be possible in practice. So a reflection on your part would be very valuable. And then a couple of comments with regards to what Santiago said, which is also extremely interesting, beautiful work, and we would have to analyze this in greater depth. And I would like to make a comment with regards to first comments where you compare taxation with equivalent products in the OECD, same economic development. Obviously, the difference is that the institutional development has nothing to do with economic development. And when countries don't have that level of GDP per inhabitant, the development is very different. And that leads me to the question that I would like to ask, because you clearly spoke about design problems in terms of taxes on levied against physical persons. And here I have a question that I would like to clarify. You presented very interesting graphs with and without deductions. Now, the OECD also has deductions. So I would like to know that it would be advisable to separate the traditional deductions from the special regimes. And there one could obviously talk about institutional development in countries where the design of taxes in our countries is far more bombarded, as it were, by sectors that seek special treatments that at the end of the day undermine the possibility of taxations. Thank you very much. Any other questions, comments? Yeah, yes, please go ahead. I'm sorry, I can't read your name from here. I wanted to make a comment. In fact, I wanted to congratulate the presenters for their presentations. So they have been tremendously interesting, and I would like to make comments about all of them. But in view of time, I would like to concentrate on the one that I felt was most provocative, which is the presentation delivered by Santiago. I value the proposal that included in the document about a negative income tax, but I would like to make some comments about and refers to things that were mentioned yesterday and that refer to the debate that I think we should have during this forum. The proposal, despite the fact that it is valuable, well, I believe that we identify the same problems. We know that collection is low compared to the OECD. We know the advantages of taxation when it comes to redistributive matters, but for me, it's very difficult to implement that in countries in the region. And I would simply like to focus on a criticism with regards to the taxation application in terms of implementation and with regards to taxation administration. It would be very difficult, I believe, to implement that. Considering that the original idea of this proposal, which has existed for several decades now, comes into conflict with social policy. Normally, when this proposal is made, it was always linked to some kind of substitution of another policy that is in place, which is the policy to support the most vulnerable. And therefore, in terms of its application, I believe it would be very complex, basically, to implement that. But what I would like to also mention is other arguments that could be useful to design an improvement in terms of the design of the taxes. And I believe that the collection of taxes is not only low, but in countries, when one observes microdata, one realizes that taxes are levied primarily on income as a result of work. And the problem with the design of taxes is something historical, and it hits hardest taxes on the results of on income as a result of work, and not so much on capital. And therefore, the design has not been perfect. If one thinks of a global taxation levied against all the income, the whole income of an individual. In other seminars, we have discussed the intermediate proposals, such as the introduction of the dual scheme in Uruguay, in Peru, and in Central American countries. But that trend, that strength that type of reform had at a given moment in time has lost force, has lost strength, has weakened. And I believe that the agenda should indeed try to seek a consensus so that the tax begins to comprehensively tax all types of income. There is progress has been made in terms of the management of taxation at an international level, and also in terms of the exchange of information that would lead us to think of a global tax as had originally been thought of when at the beginning of this tax. And I was also thinking that it'll be 10 years now since the BEPS action plan was introduced, and we did not imagine that we could reach a consensus among countries to stop the downward competition in terms of taxes, corporate tax. And from ECLAC, it would be very important to promote, at least for the future, some kind of agreement or consensus whereby we could begin to promote a minimum tax on capital revenues, because normally that is the problem. Countries have a kind of allergy, so to speak, to tax capital because of the negative incentive that it may imply for the reallocation of capital in a country. So I just leave that as a proposal for the future. In terms of striking a consensus with countries, I think it could be, if it was achieved for corporate tax, maybe it could also be achieved for taxation on physical persons. And I would like to add one additional piece of data, which adds a further complexity to this type of reform. Taxes are on the income as a result of work, but we know that in most countries, self-employment is growing, and to a great extent, countries in Latin America with their level of informality, the treatment of self-employed workers has become a key taxation issue, because in one way or another, the trend runs counter to the tax that is levied primarily on the income of salaried workers. Thank you very much. One final comment or question at the back. There's two. Okay. Okay. Thank you. Just a very brief comment. With regards to the analysis of the rent of on extraction, I don't know whether you have analyzed the relationship between extractive state-owned companies, or where the state has a share, and governments. I understand that there are different schemes where corporations are involved in fiscal accounts, others are outside fiscal accounts. And I believe that the understanding that dimension would imply an in-depth analysis in terms of rates and how to obtain revenues from those companies. Thank you. Please, go ahead. Thank you. Good morning. Rodolfo de Jarano from the Latin American Network for Economic and Social Justice. The presentations were all very interesting. It's a great pleasure to be again here. And as from civil society, we have always been concerned with a discussion around these fiscal issues, especially when it comes to searching for more progressive taxation systems that enable the recovery of the resources that are lost. And this is linked to what has been mentioned in some of the presentations with regards to tax evasion and avoidance. And this, to a large extent, occurs at a transnational level. We're talking of illegal financial flows, for example, and ECLAC has worked on this. And we, by the way, have also recently made a study in the case of Peru related to the trade and illegal trade and financial flows. And this has a lot to do with mining, with the extraction of natural resources. I understand that the model that has been presented is very interesting with regards to extraction and what the government obtains as a revenue when it comes to the extraction of resources. Perhaps does not incorporate this, but it would be interesting to see to what extent this impacts this
resources from the transnational corporations to collection, particularly the mining corporations. That's an issue that not only deals with the national policies, but it is also related to the way in which at an international level, measures are adopted, consensus. And it would be interesting that the countries at the political level, that these technical meetings may also adopt political meetings and more consensus. We talked about cooperation at the regional level. We consider it very important for ECLAC to be present in these spaces, as well as at the political level, CELAC, for example, to see the progress towards consensus. And we believe this would be very important in order for us to advance. We are willing to continue with studies. I'd like to present you one of the studies that we have done at the webpage and Latin data. We're willing to contribute with that. Thank you so much. Because of time constraints, I would ask you to please respond very rapidly, and you can continue talking during coffee break then. So, Michelle, please go ahead. very briefly, I want to thank you for the question, especially to Oscar. I wanted to comment that maybe we could take advantage of what's happening at the moment in Chile for that answer. It is said that whenever we go into a price super cycle, there's an intention of making reforms in terms of mining tax. In the case of Australia, they have an impact on a tax on economic income that was eliminated afterwards. Same thing is happening here in Chile. There is a draft bill in Congress that has been modified. Same thing is happening partly in Peru. So I believe that what needs to be done is to take advantage of these situations to introduce improvements in the tax system for natural resources and avoid ideas that are not necessarily good. For example, in the project that was initially presented here, it had issues because it left out 80% of the future mining projects were no longer profitable because of a tremendous ad valorem tax. So the best moment to introduce reforms is when we are in these situations, and there we have to do it well. And on the topic of the state companies and the resources, actually, we did not go into that topic unless whatever was described in the report as what was the taxation, but we didn't go further into details. Thank you so much for your comment. Ideal moment to go to coffee and avoid responding these very good questions. About Oscar, they show the comparison with the history of the countries of the OECD, the comparison, and certain that there are certain institutional aspects that are not taken into account because they were different. That is true. The challenge we had at the moment of making these comparisons, these regional comparisons with available data, we thought it was easier to do it that way. Data on informality, for example, we should try to look at countries with per capita income levels that are similar in history and with a sort of comparable informality level, but there we have a very small amount of relevant countries who have that level. So this was in order to provoke some analysis, but we're convinced that there is room to improve this tax, and thus goes in line with the second point mentioned about the tax deductions. There are deductions. We saw it in the issue of inheritance and fiscal expenditure. They comply with their intent. They make sense in OECD, and maybe they make sense in LAC. There's other type of deductions, such as the use of the personal income tax in advancement for payment in VAT. This is not very sound. Some things that we thought, were rather gross, but the idea is to put this on the debate, and the devil is in the details. We agree on that. There are more complex questions about the implementation, and here 2 fast points. I share that there's much heterogeneity in the region. The countries are not all in the same situation. The levels of informality vary in the region, administrative capacity as well. The point that we make is to put on the table this type of schemes. Something important mentioned is the Social Security contributions. It is well known the issue of Social Security and formalization, the high cost of Social Security are an impediment for formalization. So we were thinking of articulating it to see whether this could somehow leverage formalization for the lower income sectors. We were thinking of that perspective. Talking to some authorities of the countries, they told us that certain tax administrations have the management of databases through social security systems, so maybe the administration might not be as complex as it would initially seem. So I also wanted to mention this. There is heterogeneity. Some tax administrations could be in a better position to attempt it and improve the social security contributions to improve formalization. the situation of informalization, which is the big challenge. We have to think it as a global income. I believe it's not incompatible. We can discuss it more on coffee, on the tougher part of the discussion, and the chapter was to discuss the other aspect of income tax of persons, the capital income, and the dual schemes. We put it in the chapter. I don't believe there's incompatibility here, but we can discuss it in coffee.
Muchísimas gracias. Bueno, yo creo que nos vamos ahora.
Thank you so much. We go to coffee, and I would beg you to please be back in 10 minutes to resume with the next session. Thank you so much. Thank you to the panelists.
afternoon to Sonia, I understand. She's online. It is a pleasure to chair this session of this seminar at CLAC. And going back to face-to-face events, this habit of so many years here in our home, that as always we say, once a year we get together to discuss about public finance and to follow the different events that are evolving in the region. In this session number 5, we'll cover the significant challenges of fiscal policy in Latin America and the Caribbean regarding the strengthening of public spending as a development tool and, for example, of protecting all those commitments, both in the area of public policy making, in terms of economics, and also in terms of social protection and the evolutionary dynamism, thinking of the SDGs. As the fiscal outlook document of 2022, public spending was or shrank by 1.2 percentage points of GDP in Latin America, although this level of spending in 2021 remained above the pre-COVID levels, and the hike of the public spending was clear, which shows significant signals about the concern and of the governments and administrations in order to sustain economic activity in the short, medium term. And of course, we're discussing public spending in a pandemic context. The pandemic is still here for the 3rd year in the region, and almost all countries in the region are in a very weakened fiscal position with significant debt levels and fiscal deficits that were not seen for the last 2 decades. And making economic growth more dynamic and to lay the foundation for sustainable development and inclusive development that caters to the increasing social demands in the region. That requires a fiscal policy. It requires public spending that is based on fiscal sustainability. And already in the previous session, we addressed the need to make progress in a fiscal sustainability framework by increasing public spending and also making an increasing spending more feasible. But it's not only about increasing spending, but basically it should be a spending policy that maximizes the impact on available resources to prioritize investment, which is strategic public investment that may attract private investment and closing social gaps. And in that sense, the fiscal outlook for 2022 is a clear guideline of the fiscal context that the region is going through. And in order to discuss about these aspects, we have distinguished experts with us who are going to present regional background and international background. We have Rolando Saprissa, who is the Director of Macro Fiscal Policy of the Ministry of Finance in Paraguay. Alfredo Flores, who is the Executive Secretary of COSEFIN. Hector Villarreal is a professor, a researcher of the School of Government of Tecnológico de Monterrey. He leads the demographic transition strategy, who will be with us virtually. Sonia Gonzalez, she is a coordinator of the Democratic Governance Policy area of Eurosocial program. Good morning or good afternoon, Sonia. It's a pleasure to have you with us. She's online. And Andrea Podesta, she's here with us, and she's a consultant in fiscal policy with vast experience at ICLAC. So without further ado, I'd like to start this session number 5. We are going to offer the floor 15 minutes to each speaker. And Rolando, you have the floor, please. Go ahead. Thank you, Alberto. I'd like to thank the organizers at ICLAC for this invitation. It is fiscal policy is a topic these days after this post-pandemic scenario. It is a challenge for all economies in the region to redirect fiscal policy without weakening or without halting development or growth that is necessary for our economies in the region, in Latin America. We hear that this may be another lost decade for Latin America in terms of growth. But now, focusing on the presentation itself, after the kind introduction, can we flip through those slides, please? Public spending as a development tool. Some key aspects, kind of following up on yesterday's session and with the presentation by the Paraguayan finance minister, in line with this presentation as well. Some evidence here, higher public spending associated to more developed economies. This is a scenario with fiscal accounts that we need to keep healthy fiscal accounts, but it is fundamental to keep that macroeconomic stability that will allow us to drive or to keep driving reforms towards improved growth or potential growth. And among those challenges to growth, we have our competitiveness gaps. Lately, our economy in Paraguay, at least, we had a productivity growth close to zero, or relatively low. And in that regard, after the post-pandemic context, what we are left with, since there's no space in order to increase spending with a tax burden that seems to be a common indicator in the region, a lower tax pressure, one of the lowest in the region in the case of Paraguay. So what we need to do is to drive structural reforms that focus on that level of development. Now, having said this, the data or the evidence of the spending levels of advanced economies, we see that they are above 30 or 40%. The European Union, advanced economies, this is IDB data, and I'm showing here a bar, which is the orange, which shows spending during 2020, where we highlight that a significant increase in growth, around 4, 5, or 6 points of GDP above the average for the last few years. In the case of Paraguay, is way below the average of Latin America. We're talking, in the case of Paraguay, an average of close to 19 or 20% of GDP of fiscal spending.
And along those lines, in the last 15 to 20 years, Paraguay was able to maintain reducing the development gap with 2 factors. Social expenditure was improved, and here on the left, you see spending in social services, and although until 2003, 7.6 points of GDP, by 2020, 15.9, and there you have the bias of the pandemic, and social spending increased quite a lot. But without 2020, the level of social spending is at about 14% of GDP. And so the increase in social services can also be related to the reduction in the levels of poverty, which is at 50%, was reduced to 26. But nevertheless, the levels of poverty are high for Paraguay, which leads us to think that there are more structural factors to continue with this process of reducing poverty. And there was also fairly positive growth in this period from 2014 to 2015, with an average growth that would also be explaining that downward trend of poverty in Paraguay. We're talking about levels of growth of about 4.6% of GDP, but if we take the last 5 years, from 2016 through 2019, 2020, the growth reduced 2.3% of GDP. And getting into the issue of spending for development levels, this exercise classified budget spending for 2022 and based on the SDGs for 2023. And the components in health and well-being, reduction of poverty, water, sanitation are the most important that can be identified in the 2022 budget spending. We also need to classify spending for development, the difference between current spending and capital spending. And here, capital spending has a greater multiplying effect and development on the economy in comparison to current spending. And so, seen here that with its challenge as a strategy by the country in recent years, after 2014, 2015, it was possible to increase, on the one hand, the rate of growth of public spending, capital spending, in comparison to current spending that came down from 2010, 2014 of over 20%. In 2012, there was an effect of a rise, a widespread rise in the public sector wages and so on, and this translated into a structural deficit that we're suffering even today. And then here, the idea is to highlight this period of the last 10 years with the growth of levels of investment reaching levels above 2% of GDP that it had in that time from 2010 through 2013, 2014. Getting back to structural spending, Paraguay has a significant rigidity in its current public spending. And here, see highlighting the 2012-2013 spend, the wages as a percentage of tax revenues in 2012 represented 83%. And today, we were able to reduce this to 62%. These are cumulative data to May, and so an effort was made to contain current spending. And although among current spending, we have spending related to health, education, and security. And of that 62% of wage expenditure, 62% of the spending, 43% is for those three sectors, sensitive sectors: education, health, and public security. And the other 15% is administration. And now getting into the challenges in terms of economic growth in Paraguay, this is the data that we were highlighting earlier. There is a period of low growth from 97 through 2000, 2001, with a growth of 0.6% on average. And thereon, from 2014 until 2014, 2015, until 16, 17, average growth of 4.6% points to GDP. And then until 20, the average growth is lower, 2.3%. And on the right, it highlights these periods of growth when Latin America also, there you can see the data for LA, 2004 through 2014 with a higher growth, 8.4. And now, yes, we're facing a situation of lower growth for the economy in the region. And in this context, Paraguay does need to continue bolstering growth and reducing the gap in order to improve productivity. See the way of increasing social spending in education and health. Paraguay, as a percentage of GDP, has levels below the average in Latin America, and it's striking in health, 1.8% in the period of 2010 through 2019. In the social spending in health, we're well below the average for Latin America. And so we need more resources for those levels of spending And also in terms of infrastructure, Paraguay is well below and requires additional resources, about $22 billion until 2030 in order to close the infrastructure gap that our country still has. But the challenge is there. We need to continue to boost sanitation, transport, infrastructure. And this is for Latin America. Paraguay does not have 8% of GDP, public investment below the average, Latin America 3.4%. And although in recent years, Paraguay was able to speed up these levels of public investment, it reached 3.6% of GDP in 2020, but this was through financing with external loans, debt. So the level of debt has increased. That tool or that growth in public investment through debt is over. We need to look for other drivers or tools for this growth in public investment. And here, well, the fiscal situation in Paraguay is an indicator, a common indicator with other countries of the region. We have a ceiling of 1.5% of GDP as a deficit. And 2019 and 2020, these levels of fiscal deficit exceeded this, and this is and so by authorization by Congress, we had to authorize it, and we were committed to return by 2024 to return to the ceiling of 1.5, which implies current spending of zero in the public sector, and even levels of public investment in nominal terms maintain it. But in terms of the GDP, they should go coming down. So this is an option. And in that sense, we need to further other tools, non-traditional public investment tools. And there we should speak of the PPP and the projects that are currently being carried out in the country. And then behind that need for higher spending, more focused, we have the other side of the coin, which is the low tax pressure. Paraguay in 2019 had a reform, a tax reform, applied personal income tax, and today has income tax separate between capital and labor, or working capital. The current government does not intend to change the current tax system, because in 2019 there was that reform. So we just need to see what space we still have to improve and make more public spending more effective. And this is the data that I think that was shown by several speakers, that there is space to improve public spending, although not increasing it, but yes, improve its efficiency. Bringing it 1.5% of GDP can improve the government procurement processes, given the general reform of the state. And then tax spending, in the case of Paraguay, we have tax spending of close to 1.4% of GDP in 2020, 1.3, around 1.3 in 2021. And so we also have that challenge. We need to check how the tax spending, see what other options there are to improve the tax pressure, which is quite low. And the list of the reform agenda, we do have a bill on fiscal responsibility 2.0, which was also discussed yesterday. What will the scenario will be here on after the pandemic shock, and several countries had to change or depart from the rules? And in the case of Paraguay, that was the result in 2020. But yes, we presented to Congress a bill to modify and strengthen fiscal institutionality, including some other indicators and targets, such as putting a ceiling on the growth of public debt and current spending is more restrictive. Today, the fiscal rule is at 4% real of the primary one. And so that on the one hand, and also this improved the rules for exception or the escape files in the case of negative shocks. And to close, I believe that this is my last slide. And so what we see in Paraguay, ways of improving public spending is to continue with the development and greater growth process. Do we need to have structural changes to improve the efficiency of public spending and maintaining the macro fiscal and macroeconomic stability? Paraguay is one of the few countries in the region that maintained its rating, sovereign rate of by the main rating agencies. And well, along these lines, to strengthen the institutional framework, the quality of tax management, and also improving public spending. We have 2 or 3 bills there, also the civil service, which is very important. And this is put to Congress for consideration. And with that, I would be concluding. Thank you. Well, thank you very much, Rolando Saprissa, for sharing with us the experience of Paraguay. And also, I understand that there is a plane waiting for you. So we thank you for your taking part and also sharing the commitment to sustainability and the challenges you mentioned and how to close those gaps in infrastructure, social protection, health education within a framework of fiscal policy and spending for development. Thank you very much, Rolando. And so now we move on to the second presentation by Alfredo Flores, and also face-to-face, the Executive Secretary of the Council of Ministers of Finance of Central America, Panama, and the Dominican Republic. Josefine, the floor is yours.
Muchísimas gracias.
Thank you very much. Good morning. And thank you very much for the invitation. I will present, or my presentation will deal with public expenditure as a development instrument, and I will deal with the case of the countries that belong to COSEFIN. COSEFIN is the Council of Ministers of Finance of Central America, Panama, and the Dominican Republic. It is a regional forum where we discuss fiscal policy issues and taxation policies as well, and how this has led to an improvement of the social indicators of countries. And I am the executive secretary of this council. So first of all, I would like to mention that one of the most recurrent issues in the economics of development and in terms of finances is the order of magnitude and the causality that exists between economic growth and public expenditure. I would like to mention that attached to this presentation, we have a printed document that supplements the presentation. There are 2 hypotheses here. One is that the direction of causality refers to economic growth vis-a-vis expenditure, and the other one is the opposite, causality, which goes from expenditure to economic development or to economic growth. And therefore, we have conducted an exercise in order to establish the correct direction of causality. And what is relevant here? Well, what is relevant is that the countries that comprise COSEFIN have tremendous asymmetries with regards to the levels of income per capita. In the case of Costa Rica, Panama, and the Dominican Republic, they are middle to high income countries. And in the case of the other countries, well, they are low, medium income countries, and therefore there is an asymmetry in terms of income per capita and also in terms of economic development. In terms of economic development, Costa Rica, Panama, and the Dominican Republic are countries with high human development, and the other countries have a medium level development. And now with regards levels of investment and with regards long-term growth. So what is the objective of public expenditure? Well, to reduce that lack of symmetry between those countries with regards to those aspects, income per capita, human development, levels of investment, and long-term growth. Having said that, I would like to mention four aspects, or touch upon four aspects in my presentation. First of all, the factors that will condition economic performance between 2022 and 2026, and the pressures on public finances. After that, and aligned with that, we will speak a little bit about the trends of public indebtedness. And that is a very important element, because if we want to spend, we have to determine how that will be financed. We have to determine the scope that countries have for that purpose. We will also reveal the results of the empirical analysis in determining these causality relations, and we will also mention conclusions at the end. First of all, what are the conditioning factors for economic performance? In principle, or at the beginning, well, or first of all, the appearance of new COVID-19 variants, geopolitical conflicts, inflationary policy pressures, an increase in interest rates, and in the specific case of countries that form part of COSEFIN, the materialization of events related to climate change. With regards the new variants, they exert pressure on health systems and in consequence upon public finance. The expenditure as a result of the pandemic, public expenditure has increased in order to face up to the challenge of the pandemic and the measures implemented during the closure of economies, geopolitical conflicts, such as the war between Russia and the Ukraine, and the entry of Sweden and Finland to NATO. Well, those elements exert pressure on external prices. And let us remember that our countries are net importers of fertilizers, and therefore that will create a dynamic of an increase in the cost of living, especially when it comes to fuel and food, and therefore the governments of different countries buffer that via subsidies. They buffer the effects of that external shock, and that exerts pressure on public finances. We also face inflationary pressures as a result of the excessive liquidity that developed countries injected in order to support their own companies and households that were facing difficulties. And we have inflationary pressures as a result of supply factors, and obviously this will increase interest rates in the main central banks of the world in order to withdraw that excess liquidity. That will imply a more expensive external indebtedness in emerging and developing countries, and that probably will imply the postponement of public investment that is necessary in order to project the countries to sustainable development, and also the existence of events related to climate change and the pressures upon public finances in order to face up to these types of emergencies. But Within that, the COVID crisis represents an opportunity for the public sector to deploy all its capabilities in order to not only correct market failures, but also to become, together with the private sector, an entity that creates markets. The intervention of the state has to do with the margin for maneuver that it may have in order to intervene, and that is a result of the trends that will be observed in the midterm for public indebtedness. Here, I would like to mention that the only thing that we are certain of is uncertainty, and in that sense, we use the tools that Santiago Acosta teaches in his classes, such as the construction of these graphs. In the case of Costa Rica, the debt goes beyond, is higher than 50%, which is the level suggested by the IMF. And in general, that, or in future, that will vary between 68.8% and 70%. The level of the debt with a downward trend, but also showing signs of certain fiscal fatigue. And in the case of El Salvador, which is an economy that attracts a large amount of family repatriation of finance, we see a public debt that will vary between 70 and 80%. That is the level of indebtedness. Well over the traditional metric, and also beyond the indicative objectives of the fiscal responsibility law that they have, and which was suspended in 2020. But if we measure the fiscal sustainability of El Salvador in terms of gross national revenues available, we also see a downward trend. But we must say that the debt would vary between 60 and 75% of the gross national revenue that is available. And there we could find an opportunity for this country to introduce an adjustment in terms of indicators referenced in terms of the gross national revenue that is available and which would be less costly. In the case of Guatemala, and we have to mention here that that is Guatemala is the economy that has the lowest level of debt of the COSEFIN countries, and perhaps one of the lowest levels in Latin America. We find that even with the effects of the crisis, of the COVID crisis, it does not go beyond the 50% level suggested by the IMF. And it is possible that between 2022 and 2026, that level will be less than 35% with regards to the GDP. In the case of Honduras, we see that expectations are anchored, and that is the result of the fiscal responsibility law. In the past, they had pre-pandemic public debt levels of below 50%, and with the pandemic, that metric was surpassed. But they are going back to sustainability. They're moving back to sustainability, and therefore the debt will vary between 50 and 53% of the GDP, approximately. In the case of Nicaragua, we see that that will vary between 47 and 50% of the GDP. In the case of Panama, there is also an idea on the part of the authorities to lower the debt to between 57 and 60%. And in the case of the Dominican Republic, what we perceive is this downward trend in terms of the public debt, and it will vary between 50 and 64 or 65%. After that, we estimated the 5 versions of the Wagner Act. And we concluded that in the case of Costa Rica, there is a feedback between expenditure and growth. In the case of El Salvador, the direction of causality goes from growth to expenditure. Likewise, in the case of Guatemala, and in the case of Honduras, the causality relationship goes from expenditure to growth. In the case of Nicaragua, there is a mixed result. In the case of Panama, the Wagner Act is confirmed, and likewise in the Dominican Republic, and therefore the direction advances from growth to expenditure. The outlook then that we foresee for all the economies in the midterm is brittle, anxious, non-linear, and incomprehensible. And the World Bank has expressed that there are high probabilities of a stagflation scenario, which consists in the combination of a low growth and inflation situation. What is it that can be done? Well, in an ideal scenario, what would be required is a coordinated action between fiscal and monetary policies. Thus, we would have an expansive fiscal policy in order to stimulate aggregate demand, together with a restrictive monetary policy in order to halt inflationary policy pressures. That is the case in theory, but because theory and practice are the same, but not in practice, we see that out of the 7 countries that comprise COSEFIN, 2 of them have no monetary sovereignty, and that is the case of El Salvador and Panama. There, we don't have the tool of monetary policy in place, and they only have a fiscal policy in order to act upon economic activity and, in consequence, upon social welfare. In the case of those 2 economies, we find that Panama has a greater fiscal scope than El Salvador. In COSEFIN countries, what prevails is the Wagner Act. In other words, public expenditure as a proportion of the GDP tends to increase when economic growth increases, and this result is aligned with the size of the fiscal multipliers calculated by Sanchez, Vargas, Rivas, Valdivia, and Gary. In this work, these authors show that none of the fiscal multipliers is greater than the unit. In other words, an increase in a monetary unit of public expenditure, be it current or capital, is not translated into a more proportional increase of economic activity.
In fact, in some cases, the result of the multiplier is negative or null. So here, with this, of course, I'm not underestimating the role of public spending over the economic activity. Conversely, the crisis caused by coronavirus shows us the relevance and the pertinence of fiscal policy in its role in optimizing social well-being. We have to go to public finances as a maximized instrument for social well-being. But to that end, we need synergy between the public and the private sector, creating consensus in order to generate more employment, make strategic investments in physical and human capital, harness, of course, the benefits of the demographic transition for fiscal sustainability, for economic growth, and sustainability of the pensions and health systems, and of course, to consider environmental sustainability. To develop this synergy, we need to maintain macroeconomic stability, but protecting the most vulnerable, which is a necessary condition for economic growth, which is attained through prudent fiscal management that permits improving the social indicators in a way that's sustainable in time, so that it is possible to reduce the asymmetries that separate us from complying with the 2030 agenda, particularly the Sustainable Development Goals. I'd like to end by inviting you to download the publication of interest in the Secretariat, and to thank you for your attention and for the participation in such an important forum of exchange of experiences and knowledge. Thank you very much. Thank you so much, Alfredo Flores, for all this analysis of the countries of COSEFIN. And amongst other things, I would highlight, touching on the subject matters that have been presented, but basically the impact of the pandemic also had an impact on the fiscal policy in the region. And one of the significant debates will be, well, how do we provide financial sustainability to the fiscal drives that are somehow lagging behind either by social demands or the productive and economic demands of the region? Thank you so much, Alfredo. And now we're continuing this session with the participation of Victor Villarreal. I see he is already connected. He is a professor and researcher of the School of Government from the Tecnológico de Monterrey. He is with us virtually once again. Hector, welcome. And thank you for participating once again in the regional seminar on fiscal policy. You have the floor. Quite the opposite, Alberto. I want to thank you, Daniel and Noel, for the invitation. I apologize for not being able to be presentially with you in Santiago this time. I will try to make a very brief presentation with the hope that we get time at the end for conversation, and I put public finances in view of an aggressive democratic transition. I would like to bring some reflections of the Mexican case, but I believe we share many elements with the rest of the region. Whenever I get the chance, I like to start with this graph. Here we can see what happened in Mexico in the past 8 to 9 years. How spending in pensions, expenditure that is growing significantly, has displaced what the country spends in the public sector, in health, in education, and in infrastructure. Now, taking into account these values with what Mario Romero said this morning, Mexico is a country that has a relatively low collection rate. So we think of a strict tax revenues around 14%, we would have to add the quotas for Social Security and some other things. But regarding a tax collection around 14%, well, these figures start becoming quite significant. Allow me to share this slide. We can see how spending in pensions, including the non-contributive, plus the service of the debt, 2024, that is very soon, they would be close to 10%. And this forecast might still need a revision if in the next 2 years, the country grows less than expected, and the service to the debt with the increases in the interest rate that we are seeing, it is quite likely that only what includes pensions, considering as well the non-contributive contributions, plus the service of the debt might surpass the 10% of GDP. And I insist, in a country with a tax collection of 14 points. So this seems to appear that could get Mexico into a very serious problem. When we see these figures, almost always the automatic, the immediate response is, well, you have to raise the collection. Let us see how we can expand the fiscal space to solve things. The problem is that we do need to open up fiscal space. I believe it is a necessary condition. But when we think about this demographic transition, which is so aggressive, so fast that we are experiencing, the competition will be very strong because it isn't just pensions. We have to think about education. We have to think about health. We have to think about the economy of care. We have to think about infrastructure. So we have a very fierce competition for the resources. I would like to touch on topics individually. I will go very fast. Pensions. When we think of the case of Mexico, we have a system of defined benefits, which is known as Pillar 1, which is very unfair with the young. And a non-contributive pension that we know it as Pillar 0 in redistributive terms might be positive, might be interesting. But with the reforms we had in March 2020, they never identified sources of income. So basically what was said is, we will adjust the budget, and with the savings, we will be able to finance this. We had a reform to define contributions, a topic that Alberto masters completely. But one of the things that is worrying us that might generate intergenerational tension of importance is that replacement rate of a system of defined benefits versus the replacement rate of defined contributions, even with the reform, can be very uneven. So it may be a source of tension, and at least in the case of Mexico, voluntary saving, Pillar 3, is not very much used. We have lots of work to do yet. We don't believe that Pillar 3 should be considered as a substitute to the others, but it is something that it would be positive to have it more strongly. Education. When we think here in terms of aging, of all this population change, one of the things that attract our attention is that apart from literacy programs that go to a very specific segment of the population, we are not working in education for the adults. So inasmuch as we have a growing life expectancy that probably persons will have to retire at older ages, we need to design an educational system that may support these labor histories. And for this, we will need public funding. In the case of Mexico, public funding for education has been strangled for a long time, where the bulk goes to the payroll of the ministry. And ironically, this happens at a level in areas where the population is smaller in absolute numbers. So there's been a big struggle to solve that. And we would have to completely rethink the educational system. Of course, there's a book relatively new last year from Minusha Fit, the Dean of the London School of Economics, dealing with how to rethink a new social contract for the coming years. And the chapter on education is outstanding. She speaks about how we have to rethink the educational system with regards to labor, how we have to do it for an aging population. And I believe that this is one of the big pending topics. Health. During the seminar, comments were made about health, so I will not dwell on this now. But I would like to say that a demographic transition always brings about an epidemiologic transition. We need to expect less contagious diseases that are very common in children and adolescents that can be tragic, of course, but the really dangerous ones for the fiscal system are the non-communicable diseases or the degenerative diseases. Those are a time bomb. And no financial provisions are being made, and we would have to design a health care system that's substantially more resilient. How are we going to finance? How are we going to be thinking about this? And I believe that we're not getting ready for this. The economy of care, probably it's the big revolution of social policy for the coming 20 years. I'm thinking of care for the early childhood, of persons with disability, and of course, for the elderly. Even there are several studies that point that when we get this population aging, there may be a true pandemic of mental diseases that will need a system of care, a very strong system of care.
There's a second element to consider that has been coming up several times during the seminar. The burden of that care is disproportionately leaning on women. Most probably, besides elemental justice issues, if we have a good care system, our labor market can become much more efficient and productive. I've seen estimates and models stating a very significant growth of economy because of the efficient introduction of women into the labor market. So we would see that economy of care has several virtues, but the question is how to fund it or how to finance it, because it's going to be competing with healthcare, education, pensions, and in a framework like the one we heard of this morning of countries that are quite indebted. So this is a significant challenge, and I believe that ECLAC's assistance and international organizations that are here present in this debate could be key. Finally, of the considerations and before leading to my conclusions, infrastructure financing, especially infrastructure designed around environmental goals that helps us preserve green capital. The issue is that there's a lot of reluctance from senior citizens to finance this type of thing that is much more short-term, and this could be very similar to what is going on with natural resources. So It would seem to me that one of the discussions in terms of public spending that we will have to think about is how to make investments on infrastructure, but defeating the short-term mentality. And Latin America, far from being the only case. If we look at what's going on in Western Europe and countries that we would be surprised about, well, the investment levels are way below that what one think is optimal. And this is going on in Germany, this is happening in Spain, very much present. And it has to do with an intergenerational problem. So in closing now, I think we would have to be thinking about a new social pact, very much anchored in public finances. And the first thing we would require is that we need an intergenerational perspective in terms of public policy. Second, we need to acknowledge that political economy fosters short term. This connects us with item number 3. I believe we need to question whether the current institutions are adequate to sustain long-term visions. Another topic that has been recurring during this seminar, I believe we have significant fiscal biases that should be away from the political cycle so that we can adopt a more longer, sustainable and intergenerational point of view. And 2 very specific requests. In our ministries of finance, there needs to be a set of generational accounts, and these generational accounts must become a recurrent item in terms of how economic packages and budgets are to be presented every year, a review of generational accounts. And finally, we should ask statistics bureaus of each country that they should consider transfer national accounts into national accounts. This may allow fiscal pacts to be healthier, to be more neutral from the intergenerational point of view. I will stop there. Thank you, Hector, for your presentation. It is so interesting to study this demographic transition. At the end of the day, it's a good piece of news because it is good news, but this does have an impact on public finances and on aging. We've discussed this in-house, and when we talked about demographic transition, Daniel always talks about epidemiological transition as well, because there are impacts to public finance. And I get this message from your presentation, which is this new fiscal contract, a social fiscal contract that does require significant political agreements in order to add sustainability, fiscal sustainability to public policies. So we will continue with presentations. Now we have Sonia Gonzalez. She is Democratic Governance Policy Area Coordinator of Eurosocial Plus program. She is with us virtually. We see you now, Sonia. Thank you very much, and good afternoon. I'm assuming you are in Europe right now, and you have the floor. Can you hear me? I believe you can hear me. Yes, we can hear you. Yes. Greetings to everyone. A special greeting to Alberto Arenas. Thank you so much, ICLAC, for this invitation to be part of this forum that has been going on for more than 30 years as a platform for policy dialogue, specifically for fiscal policy. And I believe right now, fora like this gain significant interest because of the times we're going through. Oscar Cetrangolo mentioned that in the previous session. Maybe this seminar can lead to working groups with the support and alliance with programs such as Eurosocial, like my program, can promote exchange and peer learning processes to open up dialogue about public policy. Fiscal policy has been at the center of the response to current crisis, and the innovative responses due to the economic and social consequences of COVID are confirming that. And we assume that it is going to be the key to build back better. Fiscal policy is key for Eurosocial, which is a technical program of cooperation in Europe in order to promote a social development in Latin America. Schumpeter said that public finance are one of the best starting points in order to conduct societal research. And Eurosocial program we consider fiscal policy as the key tool in order to close inequalities, to redistribute wealth and income, and to improve the well-being of the citizens. And this pandemic, as we heard, has put fiscal policy at the center of public debate. A while ago, in a forum in Madrid, Daniel Titelman said that fiscal policy is the most political of policies. And in fact, neutrality in fiscal policy doesn't exist because reflecting on potential alternatives in terms of fiscal reform also entails reflecting about what social well-being or welfare model we need. And with those elements, I believe are key if we want to reformulate fiscal policy, thinking of the post-COVID world in order to actually build public value in a balanced economy that can benefit everyone, not leaving anyone behind. So I'd like to focus on two phenomena that are intrinsically connected, very much connected with social situation. And from our program, we try to have an impact and to an influence. One is the increased inequalities. We understand inequalities from a multidimensional point of view. We provide assistance to inequality in terms of results, wealth or income, as well as the inequality in terms of opportunities. We would say that income inequality operates such as like cholesterol is conditioned by the inequality created by effort differentials, which would be the good cholesterol, so to speak, and by that is coming from factors and circumstances outside the control of individuals, which would be the bad cholesterol, which is considered unfair, that we should keep at the lowest level possible. And these are the ones that we should cater to deliberately through public policies. The second phenomenon is the increase of unrest, or which is the unrest, the fatigue with democracy, which is not exclusive to Latin America. I believe it's an overall trend. It's not that it came up about recently. We talked about dissatisfaction, but it is more explosive social dissatisfaction. This is being shown by social unrest. A paradigmatic example is Chile. The changes in the electoral behavior, lower trust on administrations and on other public institutions, or the increasing detachment democracy. This feeds a vicious circle in which the problems that we need to face are more and more complex, and societies are weakened. So considering this, the question is, how can we break that vicious circle? How we can close those inequality gaps, and how can we meet those expectations of citizens, a group that is growing and growing, which is still waiting for their turn, or those emerging middle-class sectors whose expectations have been fed, especially during the decade of economic growth, but they're still fighting to make ends meet and running the risk of falling back into poverty, and whose situation was worsened by the pandemic. So in this framework, we see public spending as a development tool. And recently, we have driven documents regarding public finances for the coming years. And we are doing this jointly with the Fiscal Studies Institute, with the collaboration of ICLAC and SIAT. This document starts by stating the importance of driving a fiscal policy paradigm shift in order to foster sustainable and inclusive economic growth in Latin America and the Caribbean, also introducing a strategic vision of public spending. This is very ICLAC, establishing a fiscal sustainability framework based on strengthening public revenues. With the pandemic, there's been significant spending growth, and it should stay like that for a while. It's, of course, decisions about public spending volumes should consider the certainties of the international context and therefore not to jeopardize the stability of public finances. We heard that from Alberto now. And at the same time, they should still be performing their counter-cyclic function in a context of crisis because this will depend on the specificities of each economy. Of course, there are no silver bullets that all countries may apply equally. So one needs to consider the peculiarities of each country and their different realities. Now, considering these alerts, one should make efforts in order to do selective increases in terms of public spending, as well as doing this strategic guidance, as ECLAC states, as well as in terms of quality and efficiency of spending, improvements in implementation and assessment. So these are selective tools. I'm going to start with that component, with the selective increases. They should translate into public spending and investment. Of course, throughout these sessions, we'll hear that infrastructure development, healthcare, education investment, or strengthening of social protection systems, social spending in order to protect the most vulnerable sectors of population, productive development in those areas related to the international green and digital agenda, industrial development linked to R&D plus I, leveraging the comparative advantages of each one of the countries, and also to focus on these sectors that show the largest fiscal multipliers, because this will assume reductions of inequality and at the same time strengthening economic growth. The Eurosocial program also focuses on gender matters, and we've been working on policies geared towards reducing inequalities between men and women. We believe the gender approach has stopped being a political option or a partisan option to become a requirement that any public institution or any social organization that considers itself democratic should apply. And the phenomenon in the last few decades of a massive onboarding of women onto the labor market, the lack of co-responsibility of men, the new family models, and the reduction of the birth rates, increased life expectancy, aging of population, all these phenomena that are very much focused in larger and more and wealthier countries are also being seen in Latin America, leading to the crisis. There's an imbalance between the need for care and provision of care, and recently with the support of Eurosocial and within the framework of OAS, the Inter-American Care Network has been approved. Having a public network of care is, of course, a strategic investment that has effects on more intensive involvement of women on the labor market, as well as, or Hector said, as well as in the improvement of conditions in which care are provided, with multiple indirect effects, also direct effects that I'm not going to dwell on.
Regarding the other major components, improving the efficiency and quality of spend, Eurosocial has been working a lot on that, and we would like to highlight the relevance of the assessment of public policy and the institutionalization. Each time demands are greater and the issues are more problematic, and the resources are always limited. And so we need, as we were saying before, we need to consider the economic uncertainties in coming years. And so, well, countries do need methodologies in order to take in this assessment throughout the budget cycle. We have been accompanying this process in several countries with ex post exercises reviewing the spending and all the spending review, and also ex ante analysis of the impact based on simulations or forecasts regarding the impact on several variables of interest. Spending reviews have been an important component of spending at Eurosocial, and especially in certain countries. We have applied learning by doing at each country that we've been working. We've selected a public program to be assessed in Costa Rica, the Bono program for the protection of socially vulnerable sectors during the pandemic. In Brazil, it was the Publicação program. In Paraguay, the national vegetable program in order to improve productivity and the level of income of small farmers in the country. And in Guanajuato, it has been the program on educational facilities. And so I would like to highlight some of the results that we obtained. The rise, of course, of the public administration capacities and skills, especially, I would say that there are three aspects to this. Far more aware of the relevance yeah, of evidence-based decision-making, and also the strengthening of the culture of transparency. And there has been an increase in the knowledge using the methodologies for assessment. And also, there have been mixed approaches to the analysis, considering a broad array of methods for assessment, quantitative as well as qualitative. And I believe that there is a positive perception of these assessments. The approach has not been to focus on things done poorly, but rather things that could be done better. And so it is a positive way of seeing things, and also a very participatory process, including other stakeholders in the assessment. And of course, we've included the gender approach. This is one of the conditions implemented by Eurosocial in all the work done, and that is the inclusion of the gender approach. And in these processes, we also have lessons learned that we would like to share with all of you. One of these is that it is important to unhitch the political cycle from the public spending review. And this implies not only the implementation of the methodologies, but also the construction of institutionality and creating an accountability culture, and adopting responsibilities and doing things transparently. So with these reviews, there's a series of recommendations that are issued. They're not mandatory, but the challenge is to include them in the decision-making process. These recommendations, normally, there is no plan of action in terms of including the recommendations and follow up on them. But we've also detected the need to improve collaboration among administrations and the use of data. This is essential in order to do these exercises. Well, exercises of this type, it's desirable to recognize errors and correct them, in fact, and not be taken over by the fear of criticism. And this has allowed Finland, for example, to experience or experiment with a universal basic wage, and have a far more low cost and effective job campaigns, and using also new technology. And in Spain, yes, there was a revision of the fiscal benefits to see if they're actually meeting the objectives for which they were created, or if they're situations that mean that they should be reformulated. And so, thinking of the future, it would be good to continue encouraging the use of these spending reviews and improve the quality of these action plans, especially in the phase when you are designing the spend, and then include issues as relevant as follow-up on recommendations, as we were saying earlier, to continue to enhance the gender approach in the realization of these assessments, and also take in the results of the spending reviews and the budget process. And of course, as I've already repeated, the follow-up, a more exhaustive follow-up of the recommendations would be highly advisable. And then the last thing that we wanted to highlight in this presentation is the public budgets, which we believe are an essential tool in order to meet the 2030 SDGs. And the budgetary alignment with the SDGs presupposes a change in paradigm and reflects a political and economic commitment to the budget practice and sustainable policy development. And so here I would like specifically to mention SDG 5 and the gender-based budgeting, although we have there Maria Dolores Almeida, who was our expert in Eurosocial. So if you have any questions, I'm sure that she could answer them. And so we consider the budget is a privileged instrument for implementation of the gender approach. Maria Dolores at all workshops held always puts up this slide that you see on the screen in order to explain what isn't a gender-sensitive budget. It is not a budget separate for men and women, and it does not necessarily imply an increase in public spending. The gender approach budgets do consider the differentiated impact of spending on men and women, and also considers the social and economic roles that are assigned to men and women. Well, we have been accompanying these processes in different countries, in Argentina, Brazil, at state level, in Uruguay, at subnational level, in Mexico, in the state of Guanajuato, and in Josefin. We have also been devising methodologies and doing a pilot in the Dominican Republic. And well, the coaching has also been done, as you can see here, and throughout the budget cycle, at the various stages of the budget cycle, although truly we have focused above all on the formulation stage. I could also highlight so many results, but I will focus merely on the achievements made in Argentina because we consider that this is the country with greatest progress, speaking comprehensively in terms of institutionality, procedures, methodology, and statistics, and so on. In 2021 in Argentina, this was the first national budget that was organized, so much so it could guide public policy in order to close the gender gaps as one of the core aims. And one of the political institutional gains, the most important, has been the formation of an interministerial panel for the integral design of budgets with outcome-based and gender-based. And there are rules for the inclusion of the gender approach in the design of programs. And I believe that we have held more than 20 budgetary programs implemented with the outcome-based budgeting with the gender approach. But if not, Maria Dolores is there, she, I'm sure, will correct me. We have gender classifiers identified in the budget, and also the transparency portal already includes a regular breakdown of the gender budget items, and there is a report for annual follow-up on the gender spending. And there is an implication as well of the civil society organizations in the process. And we've also detected some critical factors, such as you can see here, in training with a gender perspective, understanding the basic context, and also the IT system in the connection of financial management and the management of programs and linking to the budget. And one of the things that we have worked a lot on has been the action plan, as Maria Dolores, with Maria Dolores, because we did see that there were certain weaknesses in terms of the definition of the implementation stage, having a sufficient human team and necessary in order to carry out this task, this implementation phase. And also the not assessing correctly, the risk analysis, not having a good communication strategy, and so on. And so I will end quickly to highlight three aspects of cooperation as a facilitator and accompanying the process. We've not spoken of the social impact, the social compact. Cooperation, of course, could be a facilitator for the formation of those social compacts to achieve as broad consensuses and defining clear rules of the game as to the way and the magnitude of the new public intervention, how to finance it, who should carry the financing. And well, we at social level have worked on three things that will, I believe, become very relevant in coming years. The relevance of dialogue on policy and also multidimensionally. We must have public policies that are synchronized. Public policies, what I call having desired public policy within the framework of the 2030 agenda. And also we'll have to consider the territorial approach, promoting multi-level governance that is deeper, strengthening coordination among intergovernment, fiscal jurisdictions, and include other players of the public space, also the civil society and the private sector. I would leave it at that. Thank you very much. Well, thank you very much, Sonia, for that very good presentation highlighting the gender dimension. And I'm left with one topic that you put up at the start in terms of this debate on public spending as an instrument for development. And any development strategy, any sustainable development strategy in the region will have to face the obstacle of inequality. And in that sense, the fiscal policy does have a role to play, and a very significant one, in order to face through financial sustainability of these public policies, and all in these different dimensions. And so we end the panel with the discussant from ECLAC, Andrea Podestá. Andrea, the floor is yours.
Hola, a todos. Muchas gracias.
Good afternoon, everyone. I thank ECLAC and the Economic Development Division. I will base my comments on what has been discussed during this panel and what has been discussed over the past 2 days. Basically, in order to have public expenditure as an instrument for development, we must strengthen, on the one hand, public investment, investing in strategic sectors such as sustainable infrastructure, especially renewable energies, investment in climate change, digital inclusion, R&D. A lot has been said about strengthening those sectors that are labor intensive to generate formal employment, and also taking into consideration the gender perspective that was just mentioned. Another important pillar from the viewpoint of social expenditure is to strengthen social expenditure, investment in human capital, education, health, social protection. And of course, what we have said in the sense that this does not imply increasing the level of public expenditure, but rather to focus on the efficiency and quality of the investment and public expenditure. We believe that in order to achieve these objectives, it is crucial to possess statistical information. In this sense, as from ECLAC, major efforts have been made to develop databases, one on public expenditure per objective and function, covering all countries in the region, with a coverage at the level of central government. But in some countries we have a wider ranging coverage. The other important database that supplements the previous one what is that we developed the SOX methodology, the OECD methodology for a whole set of countries in the region. And this SOX methodology is based on public expenditure per program, and it classifies 9 areas of social policy. And we believe that this is an important part to improve fiscal transparency and to achieve a public expenditure, which is an instrument for development. Now I would like to show you some statistics of the databases that were developed, and at the end I'll share some considerations with you that we believe are important in order to strengthen statistics. This is the database on public expenditure. And as you can see, this has increased as a result of an increase in social expenditure in health, education, and social protection. So at the level of central government statistics, and we know that they have certain limitations, but we find here that the social expenditure, or more than half of it, practically 56% of public resources go to the social protection area, to education and health. But what is also important is the general expenditure on public services. That represents a quarter of the general expenditure, and economic matters that represent 10% on average. But as we always say, this hides different situations in countries. There is tremendous heterogeneity in terms of the evolution of the public expenditure, and also in terms of its level and composition. In countries such as Argentina, Barbados, Brazil, Chile, Colombia, and Costa Rica, close to 60% of resources finance social expenditure. And there we see many countries in the Caribbean, and there's a tremendous difference in terms of the levels and also in terms of the composition. We also conducted an analysis of social expenditure in economic matters broken down per sector. We see on the one hand that there is a high correlation between capital expenditure and expenditure on economic matters, because much of the social investment focuses on economic sectors. And when we look at a sector-by-sector basis, we can highlight the evolution of the transport sector. On the other hand, as was also mentioned by Daniel, there is a negative correlation between the payment of interests and expenditure in capital and capital expenditure. As from 2012, when the payment of interest began to rise, which is reflected as a function of the general public services, when that expenditure increases, capital expenditure drops, and that what also drops is expenditure on economic matters. Something else that we have done in our division is to match information from the functional classification of expenditure with the economic classification of expenditure. The other database that I wanted to show you is that of social public expenditure and private, measured with the SOX, with the OECD SOX methodology. Here we see the social public expenditure on this graph, and we compare the green bars, which are the countries of Latin America, with the blue ones, which are OECD countries. And we only find that only 3 countries in the region, which is Argentina, Brazil, and Uruguay, achieved levels of social public expenditure above the average of the OECD, which is 20% of the GDP. The other countries in the sample are in the lowest part, if we look at the top 10 countries with lowest social public expenditure, well, 8 of those are countries from this region. Of course, this methodology is different to the one that is published by ECLAC in its social outlook, but it complements it because we have levels at the data of general governments here. And therefore, we include social security entities and subnational governments because the social expenditure of provinces in Argentina or the states in Brazil are very representative. A major difference in methodologies is that the OECD does not take into consideration public expenditure on education, but only takes into consideration expenditure on children aged less than 6 and expenditure on labor training. And therefore, it's important to analyze these statistics. An additional result is the composition of social public expenditure using this methodology is also different in each country that we studied. However, we see that expenditure in pensions and health services are the areas that have the biggest share of social public expenditure. And this is related to what was mentioned by Victor Villarreal, because his team also participated in the production of these statistics. And it is expected that as a result of demographic transition, these differences will become even more acute, and that the expenditure on pensions and health services will be greater. On average, out of these, in these 12 countries, 4.7% of the GDP is devoted to expenditure on the elderly, and most of that is in terms of pensions. So there are differences, however, between countries, because in some countries such as Chile and El Salvador, there are also private pension systems in place, unlike and there are also countries that have less pension coverage. Peru, for example, is mentioned as a country which has a high level of informality. And this is also related to the different levels of aging of the population. Expenditure on health, on average, for the 12 countries represented 4.1% of the GDP. And therefore, we can distinguish 3 groups of countries. In the first group, we find Argentina, Brazil, and Uruguay with a high social public expenditure measured with regards to its GDP and also in comparison to other countries, and that have also evidenced an important growth over the past decade. The second group, which is comprised of Chile, Colombia, Costa Rica, and Trinidad and Tobago, evidence a level of public social expenditure which is close to the average in Latin America, but as we saw in the previous slides, well below the level of developed countries. And finally, the third group, with Guatemala, El Salvador, Mexico, Peru, and Dominican Republic, still evidence of very low levels of social public expenditure, and that have also had a small growth of this expenditure over the past few years. After that, we also estimated the social private expenditure in these countries. And we saw that 80% of social expenditure is financed with public resources. And in some countries, such as Brazil, Chile, and El Salvador, private social expenditure represents figures close to 3% of the GDP, which is primarily the result of expenditure on private pensions in El Salvador and Chile, and the private expenditure on health in all 3 countries. So based on the experience or participating in the development of these statistics. So we have established a whole series of considerations aimed at strengthening these statistics so that they may be useful as public policy instruments for sustainable development. And we believe that something which is very important is to institutionalize the process to produce these statistics. As I just mentioned, statistical institutes are important entities in order to centralize these statistics, all the ministries of finance, but always in coordination with other entities, both those that are involved with social security and also at a subnational level in countries that are federal in nature or more decentralized. What is important is to consolidate this with subnational government levels. It's also important to continue to adopt international methodologies. The statistical manual of the IMF dating 2014, and also the SOX methodology of the OECD, and to strengthen or create transparency portals for public finances with timely, complete, and detailed information, including information of public expenditure per program, which is a fundamental input in order to continue to update social expenditure statistics. And if we want to expand this and know expenditure as from a gender perspective, or the expenditure on the elderly, for labor policies, or on disability. And these transparency portals must not only include quantitative information, but also qualitative information, so that we can adequately classify which area of social policy is going to hold that expenditure. We must know the objectives of the program, know who it is aimed at, because this methodology of social expenditure also analyzes whether the benefits of social policy are granted universally, or whether they are targeted, and what the requirements are in order to gain access to those programs. These transparency portals also have a feedback mechanism and of interaction with users, so that consultations can be made if necessary via various social networks. What is also important is the downloading of these files. Often we find that the information has been published, but in PDF files, or there's no consistency between which was published 1 year compared to the other year, or programs that change names, and it was very difficult to consolidate information in order to analyze this compared to previous years. So ideally, these files have to be downloaded, consolidated at the level of general governments and for different periods. An important difficulty was to gain access to social private expenditure, and therefore it's important to create mechanisms to compile and disseminate that data. We believe that having expenditure data is fundamental in order to continue to make progress and to have expenditure as an instrument for development.
Thank you so much, Andrea, for this very comprehensive presentation. I will highlight the last topic that deals with investing in the institutionality of fiscal policy, that is, having statistics of public finances is so important to guide. Basically, fiscal policy is transformed into an instrument that supports sustainable development, needs to invest in institutionality, needs to invest in statistics and public finances to guide that design. I only highlight that because basically we're going to an area of questions. Everyone has been fantastic. We have only 15 minutes before going to lunch. If you don't want questions, we can go immediately.
Daniel, por favor.
So Daniel, so that there are questions, please. Thank you, Alberto. Between a comment and a question, to listen to the reaction of the presenters, Hector was showing us a scenario that's very similar to what Andrea was showing us about the growing and significant social demands as the case of Mexico, between the payment of interests, and I don't remember the other line, but what it was almost 10 points of GDP. And it also put us a topic that seemed so interesting, the intergenerational tension of the definition of expenses between pensions, health, infrastructure, and how that could affect a very complex intergenerational policy. If to that we add the tension not only between the different item lines of social spending and investment, which is a tension that will also be growing given the demands of investment to face the challenges of climate change, we are having a challenge of what one could consider to be the political economy or the criteria that one will use to prioritize or to define spending. Also with gender bias issues and other aspects that need to be integrated in the rationale of spending. So it's fine, and as Alberto said, to invest in institutionality, to be clear on the figures and the efficacy and the efficiency of the spending. But I believe that we will also have to be thinking about mechanisms. I don't know what type of mechanism, but participative, consultative, development models, strategic perspective, I don't know how they're being defined, that will have a major impact in the definition of the priorities of spending because of these tensions and the political economy of spending, which are intergenerational amongst the different social spending and investment, and what type of investment, infrastructure, change of the energy matrix. There's a series of challenges that will be pressing in a context that we're not clear on what are the mechanisms that will be needed in the future to adopt these decisions. So I'm leaving this rather open-ended question to our speakers who are more experienced than I am in these matters. Thank you, Daniel. We will give time to the panelists for them to answer. A great friend, Ricardo Martner, raised his hand. And Ricardo, it's a pleasure to see you. Thank you, Alberto. Very brief. We've followed social spending for 30 years here in Ecuador. A concern that arises off and on deals with the issue of priorities. Because yes, we talk about social spending of the government to increase social spending in a given amount, but it's important to see the whole spending, not just the first 5 items of the classification. Think about safety, of course. I also think of economic matters. Here in Chile, we had some problems with that. Transportation, for example, that turned out to be more important than other items. So that it is important to have their global vision of spending. And in that, I believe, the famous crossed matrix that we did in the 60s. We've lost information rather than gained information. And it is to cross the functional versus the economic, and there to have a source of information that is broader, richer than the one we have only with a functional description. Chile did it for a few years. I don't know how that continues, but you know it well, Alberto. But it is very important, and somehow it could generate a greater finesse for the researchers in terms of defining priorities. Thank you very much, Ricardo. What we will do is that we will give 2 to 3 minutes to each one of our speakers for them to give their approach on this question, and of course, for them to close. And we will start basically. Let us start with Josefine. Please go ahead. You have the floor, please. Alfredo. Thank you very much. I believe that we need to continue to advance, of course, in the improvements of the statistics on spending. They help us to learn about the impact and the scope of the interventions in fiscal policy. And we need to harmonize all the statistical systems for that purpose. And permit the exchange of knowledge with the different experiences. In the case of our country, see how we adopt the best practices. Thank you, Alfredo. Hector, please, from Mexico, please go ahead. Thank you very much, Alberto. Very specific. I believe that the question asked by Daniel has many sides to it. And I hope that we could deal with this almost in like a full seminar. I'd like to mention 3 elements. We need to improve the quality of the available information. I believe that we need to get the idea in the region that better administrative statistics be available to allow researchers to work with them. I believe that that would significantly contribute to the debate. 2, a very specific term. We need to think what to do with contingent liabilities. I know that it's something that we like to work with the financial part, recognized part of the debt, but contingent liabilities are there. The budgets come and they may put us in very uncomfortable situations. Let's understand ourselves and let's see what we do with them. 3rd, I believe that this goes straight to Daniel's point. Just as in this seminar, we have been discussing fiscal rules, we must expand the concept of fiscal rules to see the burden between generations and to set some rules that what's the value of having one generation passing on to the next. It will not be an easy debate. It can get very technical, but we need to advance in that direction. Otherwise, we have the risk of getting into serious trouble and very soon. Thank you very much, Hector. Sonia, please go ahead. You have the floor. You can hear me, right? Very rapidly about what Daniel was saying about the need of participative mechanisms. Well, that appeared on my last slide. We, from our program, are trying to apply a focus on territorial approach in order to take the territories in consideration in the decision-making process, because the territories are the arena that is the closest to the citizenship. It's the closest public administration they have, and applying a multi-stakeholder approach. If we want to revitalize the public space, within it, we not only have the state, but we need to incorporate other stakeholders that have a key role. I believe that strategies such as that of the open government, open state, set us along a path that three axes: one, the right to know, the issue of transparency; second, interinstitutional cooperation; and the third, the issue of citizens' participation. I believe this is a major challenge for everyone. The implementation of public policies, we incorporate civil society, but in the design of public policies, the incorporation of civil society is an open challenge. Thank you very much. Thank you so much, Sonia. Thank you for this intervention, for participating in this session. Andrea, please, your closing remarks. I totally agree with Ricardo. It's very important to have the information of functional spending with the functional classification with the economic classification and the direction of economic development. There's data for 12 countries. We presented part of the fiscal panorama 2 years ago. And precisely what you see there, the ones that have the most spending is economic spending and housing. Countries of Central America and Mexico, we see the component of capital spending and housing, and in South America, more in the function of economic issues. But the information of the functional spending, many countries publish it with greater delay. So right now we have data up to 2020 only, while in the economic classification, the data are more updated, are fresher. Thank you very much, Andrea. Santiago here asks for the floor for a minute. Thank you very much, Oscar. Thank you so much for the presentation. Two fast comments. Given the fact that we're having more availability of information for the functional classification, which is always an issue, it would be interesting to go a step ahead and see about the progressivity of that expense, how to measure. We have more information about the level, what the impact on the distribution of that spending. I believe that's an important part. And regarding that, I was also thinking, regarding to what Daniel mentioned of how to prioritize spending. Progressivity is an important metric. The other is a multiplier effect. So I was thinking, and Hector's appreciation, Sonia's appreciation on the gender dimension. So we saw that we have needs on the side of the pensions, of health, economy of care. But I was thinking, while this presentation was being given, that the economy of care initially has great gains in terms of participation of women in the labor market, but also in terms of improvement in long-term productivity of the children who start participating in the schools. So when you start putting these two additional metrics of progressivity and multiplier effect, maybe the prioritization can be done or can be facilitated of where to put the additional dollar that you have. That was just a reflection, and see whether you've been working on the multiplier effect of these different categories.
Perfecto. No podemos hacer más.
Perfect. It's 12:59. We run out of time. But no, please, Noel, go ahead. He gave it to me before, so. Given the last comment made by Santiago, many of these data presented by Andrea are available on the webpage of CEPAL-STAT, where last year we published the database of functional spending for the region. And it's at the level of the central government, but we have a large range of countries there in detail. And what we're trying to do is in the following issues to disaggregate those expenses created to reach the level of ECOFOC 3 whenever we have available information. So I believe that will be very useful for everyone. Very well, Noel. So, Maria Dolores, please. Given the fact that we're looking at the topic of the importance of the functional expenses and the double matrix, that when we did the crossovers between the matrices, I believe it's very important to highlight that it is an instrument that allows you to have flexibility in order to be accountable on several horizontal issues, that using the functional system, use these relational double-crossing matrices to have reports in terms of gender, climate change, etc., that would significantly facilitate without adding stress on the systems of financial administration. So I believe that'll be very helpful for transparency and accountability.
Well, now it is when, okay, first I'd like to thank Rolando Saprissa, who had to leave us to catch a plane, Alfredo from COSEFIN, Héctor Villarreal from Mexico, from Tecnológico de Monterrey, Sonia González from Eurosocial Plus, and Andrea Poesta. Thank you all for this very rich discussion in terms of how to understand public spending as a development tool. And I'd like to thank Daniel Titelman, especially for allowing me to chair this session, to be back again in the regional seminar on fiscal policy. This is number 34th, I think. And we meet old friends and new friends. They're growing gray hair, and also younger friends, because this is there's new blood in this. It's been a pleasure to be face to face again. I remember back in the 90s when this regional seminar on fiscal policy held discussions, actually groundbreaking debates, and this organization is also breaking ground with this forum. Have a great lunch, and we will continue with session 6 after lunch. Thank you.
Gracias. Y nada más.
We'll be back at 2:45. Thank you.
Pueden dejar acá sus cosas si gustan.
emphasizing throughout these 2 days. So we believe the session to be very relevant, and we will start with a presentation by Oscar Cetrangolo Alneido Moral from the University of Buenos Aires. Then we will have Vilma de Concepção Pinto, Director of the Independent Fiscal Institution of the Federal Senate of Brazil. Thank you for being with us. Pablo Benavides Salazar, Counselor of the Autonomous Fiscal Sector of Chile, welcome. And Andrés Velasco, Technical Director of the Autonomous Committee of the Fiscal Rule in Colombia, welcome, and thank you so much for being with us discussing these issues that for you are part of your daily lives. And finally, we will have comments from Ricardo Wagner, from ECLAC, the great organizer of this fiscal seminar for many years. So without further ado, I give the floor to Oscar and Alneido for their presentation. Thank you. Thank you, Daniel, and thank you, ECLAC, for the invitation to present and to participate on the fiscal overview of this year. This is the presentation. As Daniel just said, it's a topic that has kept us busy in many of our meetings. Ricardo is a witness of discussions of different sorts throughout the years. I believe that there is a combination of different topics. On the one hand, we have this discussion of the contracyclic policy, how you can put an institution that will help countercyclic measurements and measures and fiscal policy, and a more modern discussion, quote unquote, that appeared. You probably remember around 15 or 20 years ago, the idea of rules came into force with the idea of ensuring fiscal sustainability. It's not free from certain distrust in the new democracies. It was like an idea of putting rules over the policy in certain cases, and that gave rise to tremendous debates. In this presentation, we will introduce the specific context of the debate. Then we will have an overview of what were the rules at the moment of the pandemic, what did the pandemic find in terms of the fiscal rules, and what was the impact of the pandemic on a regular framework to see how it can be formulated and some conclusions. Of course, it's a regional vision that will touch some cases, and we will try to avoid with the best possible the cases that are represented here.
I think we'll be a little bit more careful, and we are going to do a joint presentation. It's not going to be 50 and 50%, which is boring. We're going to we'll speak off of each other, and we'll try not to fight. Okay. First, in terms of the introduction and context, this is a discussion, long-standing discussion. There was a time when some countries were going through a boom. I remember discussions about Chile several seminars ago, when Chile was one of those countries that was meeting the rules without rules. What they did was they built an institutional arrangement. That was the discussion at the time, but that was expanded in the region in cases in which rules were done or were applied, or cases in which rules were more a signal of something that was never going to be complied compared to a rule that was going to be complied with. So these two cases are extreme, and they help you understand what happened, but certainly there are several countries that introduce different kinds of rules, and we will try to go over those rules. So first, if we wanted to take a look at what happened prior to COVID-19 pandemic, there are general characteristics that we're going to cover. We're going to present or introduce a typology under certain factors and the escape clauses that clearly are at the core of our presentation because it precisely what what creates efficiency or not in the rules in a situation like this is how each country can reformulate them, avoiding larger costs. So that is an important part. Now, in terms of the key features, what's obvious and more institutional is that rules were introduced in each country through very different standards. In some cases, it's part of the national constitution, such as Brazil. There are others in which there are general acts or laws, such as in Costa Rica and Ecuador. There are debt legislation, such as in Uruguay, fiscal responsibility laws, and most of countries in the region. So we have a significant diversity. Of course, in this topic, as well as in terms of the institutional arrangement, there's no single recommendation to give. Each country should decide what is the best way of approaching it. But it is important to distinguish rules compared to what is fiscal consolidations. In order to have this is an overview. This is the first typology that you can find in chapter 2 of the fiscal outlook. What we did was to classify existing rules pre-COVID by type and by fiscal or tax aggregate. And you'll find that, for example, the spending rules, you can find countries that impose rules over total spending, others on primary spending, current primary, with some exclusion in some cases, specific cases, also structural current spending, and also more limited or specific components such as salary or wages. Now, in terms of balance rules, the diversity, as you can see, is broad, from primary balance over all the way to global or overall balances with or without exceptions, or if they exclude some kind of tax institution, and more evolved rules in terms of the structural balance rule as it was up until the beginning of the COVID-19, such as the rule in Chile and Colombia, and then after the COVID-19 pandemic, as we will see, as part of the consequences and the responses, the rule that was adopted by Uruguay. In the case of debt rules, there's a significant diversity. In some cases, it is imposed at a subnational level, either gross or net debt. And in terms of income rules, the only one that, at least the only one that we found, or that we were able to identify, is a rule in El Salvador. Although there's an agreement there in which rules such as sovereign fund contribution rules are not qualified as tax rules, but we know they entail the use or allocation of surplus funds. So that should be also considered. Now, considering this typology, there's a number of additional characteristics that we identify, which is very important to consider in order to precisely see the diversity of rules and formats that were current up until the beginning of the COVID-19 pandemic. In terms of institutional coverage, as I said before, we find rules at central government level, even in the public sector, and also in federal countries and other types of countries at the subnational government level. Of course, we need to consider the existence of sovereign funds that interact with the existence of rules as well. The supranational rules matter. We mentioned it not because they are identified in the region. In fact, in the region, there are only supranational rules in the Eastern Caribbean countries, but it is an example of coordination that, given what's been going on in the EU, it's something that needs to be borne in mind. Something to consider is also the existence of conditional financial assistance programs with international organizations that can impact on the format and the existence of the rules, as we will see in the classification we're going to give you, and about the duration of such rules, because most of these rules are not isolated efforts, but they are part of medium-term fiscal frameworks, or they are integrated with different multi-year budgeting variants, which cause these rules not to have an annual term, but they should be addressed on a longer period of time. Just in closing with this outlook of what happened prior to the pandemic, as Kara said, the escape rule or the escape clause issue, we understand that this escape clause is at the core of the rule. One could see it as an addition to the rule, but all rules should have some kind of escape clause, precisely because if the rule is intended to provide some foreseeability to public finances, what an escape clause would add is to actually add more flexibility and more foreseeability whenever that rule needs to be broken in the event of something that justifies it. In the case of Latin America, most of the countries had foreseen some kind of escape clauses, sometimes in the specific regulation of the fiscal rule, in other cases, on a different type of legal framework. And I include some countries. Some countries, they had foreseen the term for the reinstatement of the rule. Basically, what we noticed in the escape clause legislation is that in most, well, it depends on the executive power or the executive branch decision. In most cases, vast majority, the activation of this escape clauses relies on the legislative power branch, or they involve the review by other public entities such as the central government or the central or auditor general, such as the case of Jamaica. And in many cases, it was considered because in some cases it could be respected, in others it couldn't, but it had foreseen some deadline for the reinstatement and the gradual adjustment to reinstate the rules in the case of events that could justify this non-compliance. But the pandemic came. Yeah, the pandemic came, and each country had to adopt some kind of determination. The escape clauses are part of the rule. It's like when in an action movie, an action feature, somebody robs a bank, you cannot go into the bank if you don't know how to get out. Otherwise, you're trapped inside the bank. This is something similar. You need to know how to get out. Obviously, for the region and for the world, this situation was completely unexpected, but something unexpected happens, like COVID. So from now on, it becomes something that can be expected. You need to be careful because it can happen all over again. So you need to rethink. What's positive of this event is that it forces you to rethink how we can improve the rules, or to know when to get in or out, or to make them more flexible, etc. So, starting with the impact of COVID, the impact will not be repeated because we all know it. But clearly, this entails the need to reformulate. Each country has reacted differently, and each country had a different way of thinking of that reformulation. There was, in some cases, the escape clause had considered an explicit definition of the clauses in which they should be used. Those clauses, there are some cases, I'm not going to mention the countries again, as Daniel said, sometimes Parliament had to be involved, and others it didn't. In others, an emergency declaration was required with a format that ranged between countries. And of course, there were cases in which it was not the first time that a rule had to be reformulated. There are cases such as Uruguay, Argentina, and Panama that had already had a successive pre-pandemic changes, not as severe as this episode, but they had addressed these issues. The other point, or the other aspect that calls our attention as well, is although there's an overall standard in which the suspension periods mostly 2 years predominate. In some cases, 3 to 4 years as well, and in some cases, it is more flexible. So And at the same time, there are other cases in which the rule adjustment are attached to other higher level changes. There are cases, and this is important to mention, in which the responses to the pandemic was independent of the existing rules, but they have to do with transitory funds and other mechanisms. Of course, the cases in which they were sovereign wealth funds that entailed a completely different effect that one must bear in mind. In some cases, the pandemic forced a change in rules to changing the foreign debt payment terms. Of course, rules are part of a much deeper change compared to the rule, and it is very important in some countries, clearly, Peru and Colombia and many others, where there are medium-term fiscal frameworks in which the rules are part of that framework, and so you can analyze them independently. But in some cases, in which progress has been made, and in the regulation itself, the transparency mechanisms exist in order to improve the credibility and the operation of the government, something we need to consider because it's a lesson for other countries, I guess. This meant that we set up another typology, trying to classify the type of responses according to the mechanisms that were used to non-comply with the rules that were current up until that time. So although cases, and this is the classification, and there can always be certain nuances in some cases, but this led us to classify a set of countries directly because they use the escape clauses considered in the tax rules prior to COVID-19. Of course, differences because, as Carl said, we are going to mention the three cases that will illustrate what a colleague said. For example, the case of Brazil is one of the most interesting ones, in which the escape clause was not contained directly as part of the escape rules, and an unforeseen mechanism had to be resorted to in tax history in Brazil. Then we have Caribbean countries. What is interesting in the countries in the Caribbean is that at some point they had used this escape clause, as the Caribbean countries are more exposed usually to natural disasters. So the escape rules, the fiscal rules, corrects himself, that were ruling in those countries already considered that kind of mechanism, already knowing that much more recurrent events could happen.
And well, also Central American countries. There are three that we identified where there was a temporary suspension of the fiscal rules. Colombia is one, Paraguay and Peru as well. And then we have countries where, although there was not an explicit abandonment of the fiscal rule, we classified as a sort of reformulation of the macro-fiscal parameters. And we were able to group together Chile, Mexico, Panama, and Uruguay. And the case of Uruguay is interesting because they took the opportunity, as the secretary said yesterday, that they took the opportunity to reformulate the fiscal framework and set up new fiscal rules that were not in force prior to the pandemic. And then we have two cases, particular cases, and where, on account of more demanding restrictions coming from agreements with various agencies, the suspension, in fact, was not as relevant because they were already undergoing revision processes and the macroeconomic reformulation far more comprehensive. And so we come to what with Oscar understand as a framework of reference to reformulate fiscal rules in Latin America with a view to the future, understanding that the fiscal rules should be a mechanism integrated within medium-term fiscal frameworks, and that may allow indicating a fiscal pathway for countries and make fiscal policy of countries more or less foreseeable, knowing that the context is far more volatile and uncertain than in previous years, but highlighting the relevance of these things. So let me mention the specific area of fiscal rules, here we find 4 aspects to be reviewed and deal with in each case. For example, outlining the aims of the fiscal rules. Obviously, fiscal rules in general are devised in the pursuit of a certain fiscal sustainability in countries, but they could also imply other types of aims, such as the macroeconomic stabilization or even intergenerational equity, which was mentioned in the previous session. And this is very important that it be properly balanced and limited or within the fiscal rules of each country. It is also important to clearly determine the fiscal authority to be regulated. We've already seen the variations in different countries, and then give priority to simplicity, clarity, and transparency of the fiscal rule so that it can be monitored and something that could be internalized somehow, and that may allow follow-up of fiscal accounts. Yes, fiscal accounts of countries. And then what we were saying about the escape clauses, in those cases where they're not specified or not yet integrated to the legislation, the relevance of specifying these clauses and even consider return pathways, obviously for several periods, but that provide a certain stability to what may be a possible abandonment of the fiscal rule in each country. Now, of course, this has to do with a specific design of fiscal rules and must be integrated within a fiscal framework that is far more connected and comprehensive. And so with Oscar, we identified some other aspects. Yes, because one or all make the mistake of taking a look at the rules inward without considering the fiscal framework within which they're devised. So how do they connect to the fiscal framework and then their implementation? So as to the connection to the fiscal framework, this must be connected, must be consistent with the existence of sovereign funds, if there were any. It must also be connected to the medium-term plan in each country, and the way of working that, where it does exist, and I think that this is a valid recommendation, that there be independent fiscal councils that allow monitoring, reformulation, and so on. Now, the first trait that we wanted to highlight in the light of what we were seeing in the studies, but also in relation to the session of this morning, because if there is something that stems from this morning's discussion, and that was very rich with regard to spending policies, is that in these countries, there are tremendous fiscal rigidities, many coming from social security plans, but also of another type. And so, in the measure that you have a social security regimes, and that these are of core relevance within the spending policy of our country, especially those who have more advanced social protection systems. And that, as well as other spending policies, lead to rigidities that maybe should be revised, but also seek the possibility of having flexible fiscal rules. If you have a particular fiscal rule and then the budget is also very, very rigid, the truth is you enter a curve from where there's no way out. So you need to revise and consider what are the fiscal rigidities in each case before determining the fiscal rule, so that you can gain flexibility and the escape clauses may work virtuously and not just a last-minute resource that can be taken at any point. And also connected to the rigidities, of course, the fiscal rule is not the fiscal policy. This is an instrument that helps me to connect and reach the consensus that each country must have in order to achieve or to overcome temporary insolvency. In the midst, there are a series of supplementary reforms that will enable the fiscal policy to be sustainable over time. And so, obviously, strengthening fiscal revenues is very important, especially in those countries where we know that there is a great margin for expansion and that the tax pressure in the region is to be revised, and we need to comply with the 2030 agenda and each country's targets. So at the heart of the scene, you must have the protection of social spending and public investment if you want to have more well-cohesion societies and that are able to grow. And of course, regardless of the decision made, you must think, what is the final point? And without really forgetting how you're going to get there. Very often in public policies, reform policy, they mean that it's as important to consider the transition of where you stand today and where you want to get, rather than where you want to get as such. And often these transitions oblige us to reform the final goal and be more realistic. Well, in conclusion, in fact, just a few things that we would like to leave you with, basically to provoke discussion in the light of what is being said and with this general overview that we have just shared. Several of the ideas we've already commented on, but I would like to focus on two specifically. For us, it is essential that regardless of the rule format or the rule combination in each country, we believe that what's most important is to focus efforts on what we call fiscal balance aims with a certain tendency towards equilibrium, and regardless of the format adopted by each country, it could be global or structural, that is to be decided by each specific country, and of course, in the light of the entire diagnosis that we saw yesterday, the public debt targets cannot be outside the packet of fiscal rules of the country and marking a decreasing trend over time. And then one idea to provoke debate as well, that is going from this the traditional idea of rules, seeing them as static limits, annual limits, and where what's most important is to comply with the rules set for a particular year, and make the most of the existence of, well, today in countries we have independent fiscal councils, and one of their main functions is the revision, monitoring, and improvement of the rule as a learning process, not as something static, and go to understand rules sort of like integrated within central banks, but like as sort of mobile pluriannual pathways. So that is not a static annual target as such. And so countries, in the face of uncertainty and volatility, must dare to think pluriannually. And the only way of doing so is to think of the rules pluriannually, foreseeing mechanisms for regular revisions that would allow improving them over time, making them useful, and not just an impediment to the fiscal policy in contexts as volatile as we just lived through. Yes, the rule should not be yet another rigidity. On the contrary, it must be a mechanism in order to comply with a particular goal. We have a sort of principle, and that sums up what we have tried to conclude, and that is that the aim of the rules is to consolidate fiscal sustainability within the framework of more well-cohesion societies and more resilient economies in the view of crises and external shocks, based on what happens in the past, and that will help gain international competitiveness, inclusive growth, and at the same time allow addressing the urgencies posed by climate change and environmental protection. Everything is here. It's very nice to read it on the paper, and it looks great, but then each one will have to see how to do it. And so that's as far as we get. We did a joint presentation. Thank you very much. Well, thank you very much, Dalmiro and Oscar, for a very interesting presentation that seeks to put more questions on the table in terms of where to go. And with an instrument that, as you well said, is not a statistical objective, but must be a mechanism that helps the fiscal policy address the demands. And now I would like to hand over to Vilma da Conceição Pinto. Thank you.
Good afternoon, everyone. Thank you very much for the invitation and for the opportunity to present about the Brazilian fiscal rules at this important event together with so many prestigious speakers. So, first, I want to apologize for my English mistakes. It's not my native language, so I'm going to the presentation in English. I'm going to do the presentation in English. Although for me, Portuguese is easier. I don't speak English or Spanish, but I try. I will try. Well, this is the outline of my presentation. First, I will talk a little bit about the evolution of public accounts in the period before the pandemic, and I will also deal with the main fiscal rules, specifically primary target and spend cap. Next, I will talk about how the fiscal rules worked in Brazil during the year 2020. In other words, in the first year of the COVID pandemic. Finally, I will close by talking about the recent change to the Brazilian spend cap and how the current discussion reviewing fiscal rules is going. Well, in the last few years, Brazil has undergone significant change in its framework of fiscal rules. We can see in the chart the central government's revenues and expenditure in percent of GDP. From 2014 to 2016, Brazil experienced an economic crisis and also impeachment. Until 2016, the main fiscal rule was the primary outcome target, but due to creative accounts and non-recurring revenue, this fiscal rule lost credibility. Because of that, the spend cap and the IFI were created at the end of 2016. The spend cap, with the goal of restoring credibility in fiscal policy, and the independent fiscal institution, I have been working now, with the goal of increasing transparency in public accounts. Okay. The new fiscal rule contributed to reduction of the deficit. We have a reduction, the central government deficit went from minus 2.5% to minus 1.2% of GDP, from 116 to 1,016 to 1,019. But in this period, we have reduction public investment too. So, Brazilian rules already have some flexibility for shocks like the pandemic. So, if Congress decrees public calamity, during the duration of the calamity, the primary outcome target is suspended. For example, the other rules is 2. In the case of the spend cap, it's different. Some expenditures are not included in the rule. For example, transfers by revenue sharing and extraordinary credits. The expenditure of the pandemic were carried out by extraordinary credits. Okay. Then the government informed Congress about the calamity, the process that's it. The government informed Congress about the calamity, and the Congress decreed calamity until December 31st, 2020. And a constitutional amendment was also approved in a record time. And this amendment created a new fiscal regime regarding the pandemic. Well, this amendment was called the war budget and was also in effect until December 31st, 2022. The war budget was an extraordinary fiscal regime to face the national public calamity, and the goal was increased transparency, flexibility, and agility. So, in 2020, the Brazilian spend was one of the highest among emerging countries. I'm so sorry. But the decree of calamity and the war budget expired before the end of the pandemic. And we have a new issue because of this. To continue make social cash transfers, Congress passed a new constitutional amendment authorizing expenditure outside of spend cap rule. This was called the emergency amendment. We have a new change in the Constitution. In this chart, we can see regular and extraordinary social cash transfers. In 2020, the value was 4.2% of GDP, and in 2021, it was reduced to 1.1% of GDP, but above the value before the pandemic. The emergency amendment also changed other things. One of them was the spend cap. We have many changes with the amendment number 109. The change is the what triggers are carried out in case of non-compliance with the rule. So, with the change, we have a new rule. We have a new rule with the change in the Constitution about the spend cap in this situation. So, the emergency amendment brought a solution to social cash transfers in 2020 2021, but not 2022 onward. The solution was another change in the Constitution. This time, there were two changes in the Constitution. The Constitution Amendment number 113 and 114. The change in the spend cap opening space for 113 billion euros in the budget, but the government needed only 54 billion real for social cash transfers. The result of this was the loss of credibility of the spend cap. Well, my presentation showed the need to review rules in Brazil. For the fiscal rules to work, it must be well designed, have a good institutional framework, and be well balanced in a way that reflects the fiscal and economic reality of the country. That is a discussion we are currently having in Brazil. Again, I want to apologize for my English mistakes. If you have any question, I will try to respond in English or Portuguese. Thank you very much.
Well, thank you very much for a very good presentation on.
Muchas gracias por una muy buena presentación de las reglas fiscales de Brasil, por la dinámica.
For the debate during the discussions. So thank you very much. A continuación,
Now I would like to offer the floor to Paula Benavides Salazar, who is a councillor of the Autonomous Fiscal Council of Chile. Thank you, Daniel. Thank you, ECLAC, for the invitation to the Autonomous Fiscal Council of Chile to participate in this panel discussion and to share this discussion about the future of fiscal rules and fiscal sustainability in our region. Probably, several of you do not know the Autonomous Fiscal Council of Chile because we're a new institution. We were only just created by law in 2019, and therefore I'll devote a few minutes at the beginning of my presentation to share very briefly with you the general framework with which we operate. Now I would like to review the evolution and the performance of the fiscal rule in Chile in the recent past, and I will conclude by sharing the reflections that we have made as a council with regards to the challenges that we foresee for the future for the fiscal rule in Chile. The Autonomous Fiscal Council, as I said just now, is an institution of a technical and consultative nature created by Law 21,148 in 2019. It is comprised of by 5 councillors appointed by the President of the Republic, prior agreement by the Senate that must be ratified by 2/3 of the members in exercise. In our organization has 2 functional units. We are a small entity in size. We have a studies management and an executive secretariat, and it's and the creation of the Fiscal Council in Chile falls within the framework of an international trend that we have evidenced over the past few years in terms of the appearance of independent fiscal institutions, a trend that was accentuated following the global financial situation in 2008 and 2009. And as from then, the number of these types of entities grew significantly in the world, and there are more than 50 countries at present that have independent fiscal institutions. And why? Well, because they seek to contribute to having an impartial perspective or assessment of policy and of the fiscal performance of countries. And in that framework, what was sought with the creation of the Council in Chile was to reinforce the fiscal institutional framework and to promote greater transparency, responsibility, credibility, fiscal fiscal discipline and to thus contribute to challenges related to the sustainability and stability of public finances. So what are our functions? Well, as a council, our legal mandate is to contribute to the responsible management of the fiscal policy of the central government. That is the sphere of our actions, and the main functions are to assess and monitor the estimation that is done of structural fiscal revenues. As we will see right now, the fiscal policy in Chile is based on a structural balance rule. We calculate the structural revenues undertaken by the budget area of the Ministry of Finance. We also evaluate the midterm and long-term sustainability of public finances, and we disseminate the results of these evaluations. We express an opinion wherever there are deviations in compliance with structural balance rules, and we suggest mitigation rules. We advise the Ministry of Finance every time they require it in fiscal matters that they demand. We have analyzed the efficiency of public expenditure, and we have analyzed the methodological challenges of the rule on structural balance, among others. And we also produce reports regarding our competencies, for example, opinions that may be required by Parliament or by other institutions. That is a general framework of what we do in the Autonomous Fiscal Council. For that purpose, we publish different reports. I'll move on very quickly with this part. But basically, we believe that the value of the reports that we produce as an independent fiscal institution is to provide the Ministry of Finance, Congress, and also citizens in general an independent and collegiate perspective of how the fiscal policy is being managed. In this sense, I would like to very briefly then review the evolution of the fiscal rule in Chile over the past few years. As you know, and because this has been mentioned by colleagues beforehand, for more than 20 years, Chilean fiscal policy has been guided by an operational structural balance rule. The structural balance seeks to reflect the trend, the financial situation in terms of trends of the central government, excluding the effect on public finances of the cyclical fluctuations of economic activity and the price of copper, which in our case is a relevant determinant. As from 2001, we have dealt with fiscal policy following this rule, and different studies have analyzed the important benefits that this has meant for our country. First of all, having a acyclical planning, because the rule precisely seeks to exclude the cyclical aspects of fiscal policy, but also a counter-cyclical execution in extraordinary circumstances, such as the ones that we have recently experienced. It has facilitated the accumulation of assets, savings during economic bonanza period, especially during the super cycle period in terms of the commodity prices, and then to use that during crisis periods such as the global financial crisis in 2008 and 2009, during the social crisis that we experienced in 2019, and also within the context of the COVID-19 pandemic. This lesser pro-cyclicity of the fiscal policy has enabled midterm planning of social programs. People already referred to the final objective of fiscal policy and to favor a sustainable public expenditure, granting greater transparency and credibility to fiscal policy, maintaining the degree of investment of the sovereign debt, and favor a lower financing cost of the public debt. And finally, within the analysis and studies that exist with regards to the rule, we can highlight that it has enabled to safeguard the competitiveness of tradable sectors and reduce the volatility of growth. That is a general perspective over the general context of the rule over the past 20 years. Initially, when the fiscal rule was implemented in Chile, it had a numerical goal, which was to have a structural surplus of 1% of the GDP. Now, that rule was subsequently reviewed in a report dated 2007 in the Budget Authority and was reduced to a structural surplus of 0.5% of the GDP. And several of the criteria that had been taken into consideration originally had lost relevance. But since 2009 onwards, what we have seen, and we will look at some graphs, the different trends to converge a structural balance that was presented, and that has not been met. And the balance has shown deficits in all years since 2009, except in 2015.
Último desvío, the last deviation in view of extraordinary circumstances occurs by the application of an de facto escape clause, because actually we do not have pre-established escape clauses. So it was a de facto clause due to the pandemic context. So this is the first message that we highlight, and it is that it isn't just talking about these convergences, but the point is that they've been forced and that there are mechanisms of correction in case of deviations, because this is very related to the credibility of the fiscal rules. In this graph, you can see the evolution of the effective balance in the blue line. And in the orange bars, you see the structural balance. Here, I would like to focus, starting 2009, that you can see the structural balance that actually shows a deficit every year, excepting a slight surplus in 2015. And in particular, in 2021, in the context of the pandemic, we reached a structural deficit in Chile of 10.7 points from GDP, the highest since we started using this rule of the structural balance, and 6 percentage points of GDP above the target for that year, target that had been revised on some occasions. So this more recent dynamic that we have of fiscal policy has been generating disbalances. And if we look at the aggregates of the debt, it has led to a significant increase in terms of gross debt that we can observe in the blue line. If we look right before the social crisis of 2019 and the pandemic in 2018, public debt was 25.6 points of GDP. And so in the last 3 years, it grew 10 percentage points of GDP. Also, the assets of the public treasury and the blue bars have suffered a drop, a relevant drop, particularly in 2021. There was a significant drop reaching 5.3 points of GDP, which shows us that in this extraordinary context, the authorities have resorted both to the assets of the public treasury as well as debt in order to finance the extraordinary measures that were defined to be implemented in the context of the pandemic. And so, in terms of the net debt, which is the yellow line, from an originally creditor position, we are now with a net debt of 31 points of GDP. How can we compare the magnitude of the measures, of the extraordinary measures that were implemented in this graph? Here I'm showing the fiscal stimuli in order to compare it with the international context. I will focus on the right side, which is the variation of the primary structural balance for 3 groups that we designed here: Chile, emerging countries of middle income, and developed countries. 2020, the fiscal drive in Chile was 1.1 percentage points less than the one developed by the rest of the emerging countries, and the middle income countries that was 2.6 and less than what was developed or implemented by the developed countries of 4.5 points of GDP. But in 2021, fiscal stimulus in Chile continued to grow. It was 8 percentage points, in contrast to what happened with emerging countries that started to withdraw the stimuli with a reduction of 1 percentage point. And in the case of the developed countries, this had gone down to 0.4 percentage points. So the situation in Chile, if we go to 2021, public finances show a significant disbalance that needs to be corrected. So what are the challenges that we have been proposing as to the fiscal rule and proposals to approach it? Well, we admit that in the past 3 years, I was showing you some of the figures. Chile has gone through exceptional circumstances that have required a more active role of fiscal policy, with a strong expansion of public spending due to the measures implemented in 2020. The extraordinary measures were 4.5 points of GDP, and 2021 were 11.1 points of GDP. And in this situation, what the Council has proposed is first that it is fundamental to implement a process of fiscal normalization. And here are some signals that are positive, even though the government has not published yet the decree establishing the grounds for the fiscal policy that, according to our law, fiscal responsibility is what defines the fiscal policy for the period of a given government. We know by the public finance report of the first quarter of 2022 that the budget division of the Ministry of Finance will try to reach a structural deficit of 4.3 points of GDP 2026. Starting a structural deficit of 3.3 points of GDP 2022. So by 2022, this path of convergence started with the framework of the current budget, which requires a significant effort, implies a reduction of approximately 25% of spending and the removal of most of the extraordinary measures in the context of the pandemic, which were implemented in 2021. So this scenario that's proposed in the public finance report contemplated would be reductions of the structural deficit of 0.75 points of GDP every year since 2023 to 26, as I said, based on the structural deficit of 3.3 points of the GDP in 2022. In terms of the debt, what would that mean? That the gross debt would go at 43.9 points of GDP estimated by 2026, below what the Minister of Finance has proposed to be prudent of 45 points of GDP. In this context, as an advice, what we've wanted to transmit is that jointly with correcting these important disbalances in the fiscal accounts that we see until 2021, we also need to strengthen the fiscal rule. On the one hand, we have proposed, given the strengthening of the rule, that we need to establish a planning in order to approach some methodological challenges being suffered and which have been diagnosed as to the structural balance rule. At the end of the presentation, we'll leave a link to some of the documents with greater detail in each of these matters. But there are challenges, for example, that we have been watching in terms of the way in which we're estimating the gap of GDP, which is an important element for the calculation of the structural balance, the estimates of elasticities that are used, among other elements. On the other hand, jointly with approaching the methodological challenges of the structural balance rule, we have proposed and we published a report in 2021 to strengthen, in general terms, the fiscal rule by incorporating the tethering of the debt and mechanisms of correction that are explicit. As was said at the beginning of the panel, we believe that this is important. And in that report, we presented 12 proposals to complement and to reinforce the function of our fiscal rule. I will not go over more because of time constraints. I would like to concentrate in general terms that we aim to, that there is a dual rule contemplating an anchor of the debt net, a structural balance that's complemented and related to an anchor in terms of a net debt, jointly with formalizing escape clauses and mechanisms of correction in advance. Some of these recommendations have been considered, and that same year, 2021, the executive presented to Congress a draft bill modifying our law on fiscal responsibility. And so these are matters that we will be discussing in our country probably in the coming months. Here, I will go very rapidly, but basically what we have proposed is to have this dual rule complementing the structural balance with the fiscal anchor defined as the prudent level of net debt, maintain the structural balance as an operational rule, define that it's the net financial position, the relevant concept for the prudent level of debt, given the fact that we have assets and gross debt. I will go rapidly here to stick to our time, and I will go to point 6 rather, that we have early warnings and timely correction plans to prevent non-compliance of the fiscal anchor, We need to improve the standards of information of other capital equity requirements to meet the needs of fiscal deficit needed. We've said that the goals of the structural balance must be complied exposed through a control account, and the explicit incorporation of a regulation of escape clauses and mechanisms of correction. We have said it is important to define the characteristic of these events that trigger the escape clauses. We have recommended, we have suggested to consider, for example, that it be in view of actions that are exogenous to the actions of the government, that they are severe in terms of the potential to affect economic activity or employment or extraordinary fiscal stress, and transient in the understanding that it is expected to be reverted. That there are procedures of deliberation prior to the activation of the escape clauses, where there is the participation of different agencies. We've developed it more in detail in the document I mentioned, and mechanisms for correction aiming to verify that the conditions for that are met. Also establish obligations in case of non-compliance of the mechanisms of correction with the purpose or aim of increasing the responsibility of authorities as to the fiscal goals. Here we speak of the importance of reporting to Congress on measures of that nature. I would like to end by saying that as a council, we have valued what has been recently said by the authorities in terms of the fiscal policy of the current administration will be guided by a dual role, where the goals of structural balance will be established in such a way that the debt should not go beyond a prudent level, as I said before. And this will imply that we will be complementing the structural balance rule with an anchor of the debt in order to obtain fiscal sustainability. We've highlighted as a council the need to generate broad consensus about this fiscal consolidation. And here I will touch on the words given in the first presentation by Oscar and Delmiro about strengthening the rules through consensus. That is something that we have also highlighted, and the importance of transmitting what fiscal sustainability means to the citizens. As the council, we've been participating and contributing to the constitutional debate that we've been having in the country. We made proposals, for example, regarding principles of fiscal responsibility and sustainability, which were basically well taken. Finally, emphasize the importance that in our case we have to continue to strengthen the fiscal institutionality of the country and to institutionalize the dual rule to guide the fiscal policy of the country towards the future, jointly with facing the methodological challenges of the operational role of the structural balance. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Paula, for introducing the dynamic to the fiscal rule in Chile, the challenges that exist in terms of adding it to the traditional fiscal balance, a new anchor, which would be a sustainable debt or a prudent debt, together with the need to emphasize an early warning mechanism that are important, and also the correction mechanisms that I believe are important, because sometimes discretionality could be difficult in this sense. Next, I'd like to offer the floor to Andres Velasco, who's the technical director of the Autonomous Committee on the Tax Rule in Colombia. Thank you, ECLAC, for the invitation to our committee. A little bit of history while they put up the presentation. These rules have existed for about 20 years. We built these rules from territorial finance, and crises are special when proposing these types of mechanisms, and the end of a century crisis meant significant issues on tax issues in Colombia, and legislation was passed that meant fiscal rules on territorial finances. Very stringent rules, maybe rules that are still traffic lights, so to speak, which territories can get into debt or not, depending on certain characteristics. In Colombia, only a handful out of the 1,150 territorial entities, a handful of them can become indebted. And that was the beginning of this journey. 11 years ago, in 2011, after a constitutional amendment that raised to a constitutional status, fiscal sustainability and responsibility. For the first time, a fiscal rule was proposed for the central government, and that operated for 10 years. It was a structural rule, a third generation rule, according to what Oscar and Almiro showed. That rule led us through the years such as 2014, when oil prices dropped, supported spending in a stable manner, and it meant at a certain time, in terms of the debt, it considered good and bad things. That rule was structural. That rule had a good mix between politics and policies, both of them. It was a good mix between politics and policy. A rule that is very stretching for public policies ends up being a rule that is debated significantly and replaced in political environments. But that rule could withstand the clashes with the political economy. There were a few things that were not that good. A rule that, by being extremely flexible in its analytical parameters, allowed or enabled creativity. And that creativity meant that I know that this is an evil that is not only for Colombia, but globally. Non-explicit disturbances that end up becoming increased debt that could not be avoided if we had not had that discretionality in the parameters. That discretionality were connected to the fact that the technical secretariat of the fiscal rule technical committee that emerged within one of our ministries, which was the macroeconomic policy unit, that determined those parameters. So there was no debt anchor to associated, and we were facing the same reality as today here in Chile, and there were no escape clauses. In the law, there was a chance of actually coming up with exceptions, but exceptions that were very poor, very modifiable by this autonomous committee and the technical secretariat that was managed by the Ministry of Finance. There was no intertemporal stability or a checks and balances mechanisms with other powers of the Republic. So at a certain time, that rule became 10 years old, and 11 years were in the middle of the pandemic. And that is the context for this legal amendment last year in September. The fiscal rule amendment is shown here in my presentation. I'm going to tell you what this amendment is all about. And there are two sources, or two beginnings: the coexistence of the rule and the mistakes, and the evolutionary process of the rule and the social contract around that rule. And the pandemic is the other source, so to speak, of that rule. That meant a suspension of that old fiscal rule for 2 years. So those are the two sources, so to speak. And as we discussed with Ricardo prior to the beginning of the panel, that I believe is not ideal. It would be ideal to expect that we should know a little bit more about the new reality proposed by all the factors and the trend growth in macro cycles of energy to propose analytical parameters. And those things coincided in Colombia, and we have a modified law with many of the desirable characteristics. So I'm a witness of 6 months into the enactment of that law or that rule. Let's get started now. So first, maybe one could break down the fiscal policy into two dimensions: the public spending and how tax revenues are collected. In Colombia, that has been quite clear from the beginning. Fiscal rules are focused on fiscal sustainability, how much you can spend to still be sustainable, not in what or how you can finance that spending in terms of financing, only with one caveat in terms of how to spend or where to make that spending implies significant movements in terms of the productive capacity of the economy, because it's one of the features of this rule. This is a tool that has been in existence for the last 11 years. In last year's amendment, two articles are replaced, one having to do with the institutional arrangement and the fiscal rule. Autonomous committee was created, which is an entity made up by 5 expert members. Each president of the republic can change 2 of those 5 experts. And that adds stability to the teams in that committee. That autonomous committee, which is called CARF, and all of that is in www.carf.gov.com. There's going to be a technical independent team, that is the entity that I lead, with a small team of 7 analysts, and 1 communications advisor and 6 economists. And the other article is article about the fiscal rule itself. So those are the 2 amendments involved in this institutional arrangement. The autonomous committee of the fiscal rule is an independent and technical entity. It conducts a follow-up of the fiscal rule that is led by the central government, who, like we have an overall government, there is a social security, regional and locals, a central government, there are general government, and the rest of the central government. So it is important to consider that breakdown, because in the design that you may intend for the new rules, it is key to focus on the more general, the proposal in the original tax reform of 2021 in April. We proposed a scope to the general government that did not receive popular endorsement. It had to be presented once again by the end of the year, in the last quarter of the year, to be adopted. And it was framed again at the central government level. And I mentioned the 7 members that I already covered. The rule, there's a certain tension between the independence of the committee and its analysis and the coordination. This transforms the policy and politics into independence and coordination, which is, I think, it is a healthy conversation. As a macroeconomic policy director and deputy finance minister, I saw the beginning of the new fiscal rule and the tension between policy and politics. It was a very complex tension compared to the one between independence and coordination, because the independence adds the capacity of publishing all the analysis in terms of being responsible about important parameters in the math of a rule, and coordination establishes a dialogue that transcends the technical aspects and delves into the political aspects of understanding the needs of the nation and the central government of facing different stakeholders. There are lenders, investors, those who buy public debt, risk-rating agencies, of course, the population, the members of government, and the presidential cabinets that push for higher spending. But there's also the opposition and Congress. There are different entities with whom we interact, and coordination is important. So that in the middle of transparency with information, there can be a unified voice regarding the reality of public finances. So that is the mix included in the new characterization of the fiscal rule. What are the functions of the autonomous committee of the fiscal rule? We issue opinions about the national government forecast regarding macroeconomics and fiscal matters. We focus on public finances, the analysis of the models of IMF regarding accounts and public finances, statistics, calculating the oil cycles. In this case, this is our commodity, and the economic cycle as well. We provide important inputs for those calculations. That is a legal obligation we have, and also the analysis of the fiscal policy tools, the MFMP, and fiscal rule compliance report, long-term sustainability analysis of public finances of the general government, and also we discuss escape clauses, its evolution and modifications. Regarding the fiscal policy instruments, they are listed in the last two lines of the financial plan, the fiscal rule goal, the MFMP that is being published as we speak. The deputy minister is paying attention of that publication as we speak. The MGMP, the investment plan, which is a pluri-annual or multi-annual plan every 4 years, etc., in fiscal policy documents. The committee can resort to Parliament twice a year and to report about the compliance of the fiscal rule. That dialogue with another branch of the public power was something that we needed. It's something that we've already exercised. Last week, we attended some of the committees in the Senate talking about fiscal issues. I believe this is more than actually, it's actually help for the government, because it is discussing public finance with some of the most important actors, which is a parliament in which public spending is sanctioned, and to explain in different terms and with in discussing with other stakeholders. For Parliament, I believe, is extremely useful. We also have a mandate of broad dissemination of all results we publish. We disseminate not only the minutes of our meetings, the minutes of the coordination minutes with the government, but our technical papers, our presentations. This presentation that I'm delivering right now on the calculations of the trend GDP elasticity in non-oil-based tax revenues, even the code and the data that we use in order to do the calculations, as the public can replicate our calculations and criticize or give us feedback about our methodologies. Of course, we will reach consensus, which is an important aspect that Paulo talked about, and also the friends from the University of Buenos Aires covered. So the mandate in terms of communications is important. We do not have or the government doesn't have a mandate trying to follow what the Autonomous Committee of the Fiscal Rule recommends. There is independence that comes from the social contract in which the government is democratically appointed to exercise this public policy, and so we do not issue opinions about how to finance it or where to spend it. Only the caps, how much can we be spending to be sustainable. As I said last week in Parliament, even the simplest economy should follow fiscal sustainability guidelines that should be met.
La más importante es que se establece un límite de deuda neta. El gobierno nacional hizo un estudio fuerte que va a ser publicado muy pronto sobre ese 71%. Se determina que el gobierno nacional central deberá tener un límite de deuda en el 71%, y se estima también un margen prudencial de 16 puntos porcentuales para que el gobierno enfrente las crisis. Entonces se establece un ancla de la deuda neta, de activos financieros en 55% del PIB. Para lograrlo se cambia la regla fiscal que era estructural, se le introduce la característica que es primaria y que es neta. Ahora vamos a ver en particular a qué se refiere ese primario y ese neto. Y a qué se refiere la palabra estructural también, y se ata a la deuda neta del gobierno nacional central. Entonces, esas características que ustedes mencionaban que serían deseables fueron aprobadas por el Congreso en septiembre 24 del año pasado para Colombia, y esta institucionalidad ya está en la práctica, y ustedes en el debate que están empezando, pues tengan un ojo puesto en cómo nos está yendo, porque será bueno introducir cambios en la medida en que sean necesarios. se estableció también la capacidad de una cláusula de escape explícita con unas reglas de entrada y salida en las cuales el gobierno pues tiene que dar muchísimas explicaciones. Esta es la fórmula, es una fórmula paramétrica en la que básicamente la deuda neta está en el eje de las X y el balance primario neto estructural está en el eje de las Y. Entre más alto sea la deuda neta, más positivo o menos negativo es el balance primario neto estructural. Que exige la regla fiscal. Se estableció una transición. En América Latina no hay excepción a estas transiciones. Siempre hay transiciones. El gobierno que propone la ley smooths out su cumplimiento de la regla fiscal en los primeros años. En el año 2022 el balance primario neto estructural está en el 4.7, pero muy rápidamente llega un superávit fiscal primario neto estructural del 0.5% del PIB. Hasta ahora, digamos, vemos que el cumplimiento de esta regla fiscal, sin entrar en mayores detalles, está siendo garantizado por el marco fiscal de mediano plazo. Es otra característica inicial de la regla fiscal en Colombia, es que estaba amarrado al marco fiscal de mediano plazo, que es muy anterior. El marco fiscal de mediano plazo es más o menos del 2007-2006, mientras que la regla, como les conté, empezó en el 2011. Es primario neto estructural. Entonces nosotros tenemos aquí, y estas se las dejo para que la vean en detalle, pero básicamente a la izquierda, voy a leer columnas, tenemos ingreso total menos gasto total, tenemos el balance total, ¿cierto? Y si uno le quita los rendimientos financieros, que son los activos del gobierno nacional en el Banco Central, los rendimientos, o sea, la rentabilidad del capital ahorrado en la entidad financiera fiducia del gobierno, que es el Banco Central, queda el ingreso neto, y si usted le quita los intereses al gasto total, que es el gasto primario. Ese balance de primario neto se compone de cuatro componentes. Está el ciclo económico, que ustedes lo conocen muy bien, es básicamente una medida de desviación sobre el PIB tendencial en este caso. El ciclo petrolero, que en este caso fue cambiado frente a la regla anterior, ahora es mucho más paramétrico, mucho más observable. Es el ingreso estructural petrolero es totalmente backward looking, con lo cual cualquier agente de la economía puede calcularlo y saber cuánto, digamos, en exceso está recibiendo el gobierno nacional y por lo tanto cuánto puede ahorrar, cuánto debería ahorrar el gobierno nacional a la luz del cumplimiento de la regla fiscal. Está un elemento que nos pareció interesante, que no he ido a mencionar en los deseables en la lista de deseos de los otros países, que es las transferencias de única vez, y es la capacidad de exceptuar ingresos o gastos que se consideran ingresos de única vez. En Colombia hubo un debate durante muchos años por seguir metodología de caja del Fondo Monetario Internacional sobre qué hacer con las enajenaciones, por ejemplo, si por encima de la línea o por debajo de la línea. Los más kosher decían, no, eso es un tema de por debajo de la línea, pero siempre hubo debate. Y cuando uno está en aprietos, entra la creatividad y dice, no, metámoslo por encima de la línea, nadie nos lo prohíbe, etcétera, etcétera. Ya esta regla se cura de esa clase de eventos y lo hace también por el lado del gasto. La reacción del gobierno nacional hacia la pandemia hubiera caído seguramente como un gasto de única vez. Ya después los spillovers sucesivos de la atención de la pandemia hubieran tenido que entrar dentro del presupuesto general de la nación como gastos recurrentes y no hubieran podido ser exceptuados. Pero enfrentar fenómenos climáticos, o sea, esto tiene mucho de largo y de ancho con respecto a los debates importantes en política fiscal y en la capacidad del gobierno ya se me fue el tiempo, pero voy a robar un minuto más si me permite, Ricardo. Ricardo los distancia del café. Y por último, el residuo, entonces, es el balance primario neto estructural, que es el objetivo que debe ser cumplido por esta ecuación. Bien, sobre las transferencias de única vez, simplemente les cuento, les dejo las diapositivas, que se hizo un análisis muy profundo por parte del Ministerio. La Comunidad Europea, la OCDE la Comisión Europea y la OCDE, digamos, tienen parámetros y principios para determinar qué son transferencias de única vez. El Ministerio de Hacienda y Crédito Público decidió adoptar estos 5 principios. Del segundo al quinto, ahórrenselos. El más importante es el primero. Dice, las transacciones de única vez son intrínsecamente no recurrentes. Ese es el que determina básicamente el 90% de las transacciones. El Ministerio no se amarra las manos con estos principios, simplemente son un orden de análisis, digamos, para los candidatos de transacciones de única vez, tanto por el lado de los ingresos como por el lado de los gastos. Hablemos un poquito del trade-off fiscal. Mi educación y la del viceministro iniciaron o continuaron, no iniciaron en el Banco Central. El Banco Central en donde a nosotros nos tocó implementar el inflation targeting. Nosotros llegamos muy jóvenes al Banco Central a implementar el inflation targeting y nos enfrentamos a la necesidad de tener una brecha del producto que explicara la inflación básica. Y esa lógica del modelo, del paradigma neokeynesiano es la que estamos intentando plasmar en la determinación de este trade-off fiscal. Los precios, digamos, el índice de precios al consumidor, por supuesto, es un precio muy importante, pero la reflexión aquí es que en la política fiscal puede que haya otros costos sobre la economía que son también importantes, como son los intereses de deuda. Entonces, aquí la lógica es, existe un nivel de utilización de capacidad, un nivel de generación de actividad económica, de demanda agregada, que tiene una relación, digamos, con los intereses de deuda. En el gasto primario, no productivo, hay un punto en el que si uno gasta de más, los mercados lo empiezan a penalizar, porque empieza a generar déficit, empieza a aumentar la deuda, y al ser un gasto relativamente no productivo, empieza a generar costos. Y claro, la lógica del gobierno de acometer ese gasto es reducir, digamos,
the expenditure is to reduce gaps and create jobs and economic activity, but the trade-off will help us to determine which is the trend GDP that we're going to use in our fiscal rule. We already have candidates, and we are working on the technical documents that we will share with you very soon on this of the trade-off. I just wanted to put it on the table, the need to understand which are the levels of economic activity that ensure non-oil structural income. Now, now we have estimates, and these estimates are being used in the medium-term fiscal framework that, as I said, was going to be published this afternoon. And the other important parameter is the elasticity. For us to be able to estimate the economic cycle, it is important to know which elasticity of the revenues and the non-oil revenues, but there are some that are contemporary and others that are lagging behind, and CAP has done estimates of this and has found a greater elasticity higher than 1. And this is a line of research that hopefully in the community, among those responsible for fiscal policy in Latin America, we know them, and we should share the results. There are many estimates such as this one, but there are no recent thoughts on why more than 1. And we right now believe that this is a matter of informality, of evasion and avoidance, and the scope of our economies. And with that, I will end. And once again, I thank you for inviting us. And we hope that this presentation may have been of interest in the light of the changes that you are considering and the future of the fiscal rules after the pandemic. Thank you for a very interesting presentation of the 6-month-old new fiscal rule, and it's interesting to see how it plays out. And of course, the challenges imposed by one, that there is a lot to do in terms of information and communicating this, and then the more technical work of determining the parameters based on which the discussion, the more technical discussion will proceed. I understand that there are certain limits, but it's not binding in terms of fiscal policy management. And one thing that I found very interesting, if I heard correctly, you have a debt anchor of 55%, and Chile has 45%. And so this also shows a certain bias in terms of the dimensions of the anchor. And historically, that is interesting. Well, now I will hand over to Ricardo for a few comments. Thank you. Yes, thank you very much, moderator. I will make a fairly brief comment. I always say that, well, you know me. But from the viewpoint of the publication of the outlook It says in the introduction that concern regarding excess spending comes from the Old Testament. According to you, seemingly you've dug back to that time, but I will limit myself to more recent years, and especially the matter of but in the 90s, because from there comes our concern or our discussion with regard to fiscal rules. It was called the Fiscal Compact. The Fiscal Compact has a chapter estimating the automatic stabilizers. At the time, it was also a way of thinking of fiscal rules from the viewpoint of its cyclicity and having that at the disposition of whatever the region needed, because at the time, basically these were fund programs that imposed fiscal rules. And I remember the toughest in Ecuador, 3% expenditure, and that's it, maximum growth. And a debt floor. I don't remember exactly how much it was right now, but basically these were extremely harsh rules and impracticable. And these were associated to these conditions of the fund at the time, a fiscal rule of that type. Basically, primary expenditure, public expenditure, in one case, like of Brazil, another case, total expenditure and debt indexes. Now, of course, this was relevant at the time to integrate this issue of the concept of the structural rule, the concept of the acyclical rule, the concept of the rule linked to economic activity and the volatility of prices. And, well, I recall I wrote an article in '96 on the sustainability indicators in Chile. And here it is mentioned as a core element of the rules. We have moved ahead with that, although there are a few countries that adopted the concept, the cyclicity concept. You mention it in your outlook. Only 3 countries, Peru, Colombia, and Chile, that included in their definition of fiscal policy this of the flexibility based on the economic cycle. And this was cyclicity or counter-cyclicity. I recall that we had conflicts there with our friends, the press at the time, that's the budget office, because they wanted only cyclicity and zero capacity to react. So zero flexibility based on that cyclicity. And this had to do with a European discussion at the time that the very most 3% deficit, because that allowed you to have automatic stabilizers to be in that range. But the thing was, how much do we have to react before unforeseen events?
Now, the epidemic showed how that concept of fiscal rigidity exploded. And what we have now is a reconstruction of fiscal policy in general. And the criteria that we will use from now on. I believe that the 3 presentations by countries are impressive in that sense. There has been an agility, a kind of gymnastics in terms of ideas that I feel is very positive. But let us not make the same mistakes of the past. Dolores said that in Ecuador there were terrible, rigid rules in your time, and that is not the idea. The idea is to have a midterm perspective. That is what I believe best defines fiscal peace of mind for the future. Rules have to have a component which is the review of the debt, the acyclical analysis. Saves that work because supposedly the debt doesn't increase in the midterm if we are acyclical. And Well, sustainability indicators, definitely. They were presented for COSEFIN. We have worked hard on that, and we're truly speaking of complex exercises. I don't know how to define a mid-term trajectory. It would be good to assess, perhaps, to analyze what we did in terms of fiscal sustainability indicators, because there are many components, GDP, interest rates, a whole series of elements. That means that, as was adequately presented this morning, the probability of us being in that pathway is relatively normal, but not definite. And therefore, this is a very delicate exercise, very important, that must be done within fiscal rules. Fiscal rules implies forcing ministries to developing these sustainability indicators in a recurrent fashion. And linked to this, we also have the midterm fiscal frameworks. I believe that the main progress that has been achieved over the past 10 or 20 years are these public finance reports that look 3 years, what will happen in 3 years' time, 5 years' time, and involve teams within ministries of finance that look beyond the specific situation, the specific result, and the volatility which is so common in our countries. So, as a conclusion of this first part, I would say that fiscal rules have been very useful as new instruments, different, but at the same time very different in accordance with each country, and also seeking very different objectives. In one case, we talk about fiscal responsibility as an element that brings all these rules together. In others, we talk of much more of a midterm perspective of budget policies for the midterm, and in many cases, the idea is to view this as a unification of rules at a subnational level. That is something that you mentioned at length, in the case of Argentina, Mexico, many cases that we have not, where we don't work much at a subnational level, but public finance subnational rules have been fundamental in order to achieve this shared responsibility of sustainability, or of the hope of achieving sustainability. Now, when it comes to the negative aspects, are there any negative aspects? Well, I will speak in very abstract terms without referring or mentioning any specific country. But I believe that to base fiscal policy on a rule is a mistake. This was already expressed, because we're talking of consolidation, of sustainability, of debt ceilings. But what happens with public expenditure? What is our level? Because all those are variables that are independent of tax pressures. We can spend 20 years with a magnificent fiscal rule and with the same taxation pressure without any problem whatsoever. And I would call that taxation laziness, because basically it doesn't enable you to focus on priorities. And I believe that that is one of the fundamental elements that we need to reflect on in terms of how to view within fiscal frameworks, for those of you that are independent and autonomous, what consequences are implicit in a different type of policy, or with a greater degree of sensitivity with regards to the progressive nature of fiscal policy. Why these autonomous councils cannot think also of those issues. We have a trajectory looking forward, and fiscal policy must be more progressive. How can we go about this? Those types of issues, I believe that these issues that are very important have been cast aside, even in those countries where cyclical aspects have been well integrated in taxation issues, because we cannot also get involved with the logic of specific expenditure allocations. No, I'm not referring to that, but I am saying that there is a danger there in terms of forgetting of the other roles of fiscal policy, and likewise the role of redistribution. I'm also surprised Oscar talked of rules without rules in the case of Chile. It seems that now we have many rules that are being proposed, and that may also be an issue to be discussed at a citizen level. What is it that we need today if many specific rules or a midterm vision, which is much more related to what I'm referring to a greater sensitivity in terms of redistribution and transparency. I believe that the word transparency here is fundamental, especially because of the fact that transparency involves expenditure, but also taxation, simplicity, reports, the fact that we can have an institutional consolidation involves dealing with both aspects, and with the debt, of course, as the main vision. I am mentioning things that are probably do not fall probably within the realm of your work definition, but I think it's important to mention that without and of course, we have to say that rules will continue to be important in the future. Thank you. Thank you, Ricardo. Okay, to continue with the debate, we now open up the floor for comments, queries, doubts. Good afternoon. Thank you very much for your presentation. Very interesting. I have a comment to make and also a question. In terms of the comment, evidently this post-pandemic context, inflationary context, has left many vulnerable sectors and needy sectors, and in that sense, social pressures will be increasingly evident. And certainly, the role played by the Fiscal Council and the fiscal rules are important because they enable us in the long term to achieve fiscal sustainability and the sustainability of public finances. If we don't have sufficient revenues to cater for these demands, in one way or another, this role of the Fiscal Council in order to support ministries of finance is fundamental. And it is clear, and Andres mentioned this, and it's very important, that the political discussion or conversation moves on to a second level, and we have to hold a more technical discussion between the Fiscal Council and the Ministry of Finance, and not so much with Congress anymore, because in the past, within a context where there was no Fiscal Council, the discussion was an increasing pressure of Congress on the Ministry of Finance. And in that case, evidently, politics overwhelmed the technical aspects. That is my comment. And on the other hand, my question is that these exit clauses, in the experience that we recently had in Peru, that showed that we tried to establish these exit clauses. However, we faced a problem, and that was how we are able to put on paper, so to speak, the article to activate this exit clause. It's very complex. One can say that this process or that a context is similar to COVID, yes, okay, we could say that, but how do we define that we're entering a process which is similar to the one that we saw some time ago? Is it an economic activity indicator? How can we have these early warning indicators to warn us that we're in a scenario of that type? So my question is how to put on paper this a clause, an exit clause. Thank you. Thank you. I would also like to make a comment and ask a question. My comment is that I believe that this, well, I truly enjoyed this session, and it was a very interesting session because in ECLAC we conduct a regional analysis, and we can certainly hold a dialogue with the practitioners of these aspects. So I thank Vilma, Paola, Paula, and Andres for your opinions, because that helps us to enrich our work and to obtain feedback in terms of what we're doing. And I hope that in the future we can hold a dialogue around these issues. The second point has to do with the exit clause. This is an issue that we have analyzed at length in our work in the Outlook. And it's very interesting because, as we saw in an experience where there was no exit clause, that was done de facto. In other cases, it is so strict that you have to make a constitutional modification, and others, I'm not going to mention names here, but where it would seem that we have lived over the past 10 years in a situation of in a permanent social and economic crisis, because that is what the law stipulates, and it summons a deficit every year. I'm talking about my own country, where the exit clause can exist permanently. Obviously, we haven't lost control of things, but we have many things occurring there. And the specific question is for Andres, because I believe that this issue of extraordinary single-time transactions are very interesting. The revenues without expenditure, the dividends of Ecopetroleo, which seem to me to be something extraordinary. An extraordinary revenue would be regarded as a revenue. And for example, with the pandemic, the programs that were implemented to support families during the pandemic would be a single-time expenditure. What is the criteria? Because what I believe that is something very interesting and that we have to take into consideration. Thank you. Thank you. Well, the presentations were all very interesting, and certain questions come to mind. Supplementing what Ricardo Martínez was saying, it's very interesting to have that more mid-term perspective, because sometimes fiscal rules also restrict other aspects, more social aspects. For example, we have conducted an analysis in the Peruvian case of how fiscal rules, and based on fiscal responsibility that was executed a few years ago, some social indicators deteriorated. For example, development index, the capacity of children in schools in educational terms, and also in terms of the population, health of the population. These indicators have deteriorated.
So the fact that Peru had a good fiscal management, a good level of debt that was manageable, and also that that it has a good standing as a country with investors, so the risk rating companies, maybe that sacrifice of that requires that it's possible to sacrifice some of the social gains for the population. We have to think that the fiscal rules should also have a component referring to the social situation and not just in financial terms only. Thank you. Thank you for the presentations. I would like to make a general comment from a somewhat different standpoint, not merely fiscal. The first point that I can see in the discussion is that the nature of the fiscal rule is to gain credibility. That prevents us from eventually the government doing things that if they could operate in a flexible way, would do, with which the rule imposes the restriction. The rationale of having a restriction is precisely to gain credibility. Now, there's two things that I see. The first, with the escape clause. The fact that there is an escape clause starts to generate a loss of credibility of the rule. We're speaking of rules that eventually, under certain contexts, will not be operational. So the rule is a bit less of a rule. It is a contingent rule. Now, if I could write all the possible contingencies, I would have a complete contract. But we all know that who of us before the pandemic could ever dream that the pandemic would occur? And who would have written it? So a contract would have been incomplete. And if it is an incomplete contract, we will go back to the problem that the rule will very hardly be credible. But on the one hand, and we are at the moment in which the rules were broken, because what happened is something we were not able to write. So there we have a challenge. And the first challenge we have is that we're talking about something in a moment in which that something lost its value. And we know that in the future, given the conditions of our countries, it is likely that, and given the fact that, that historically we come from an event that affected the credibility of the rules, and also from now on, we know that we have events such as climate change in which our economy will have more shocks and more frequent shocks. So we have two events that eventually will start to affect the rules. The more general problem that I see in this context is, well, I rapidly started thinking in these few minutes, well, what's the way out to that problem? Because it is a problem that has no solution. What I see is that at an individual basis, as countries, we're trying to resolve with one rule what in a general way other countries have solved in a different way. The United States, as far as I know, neither US or Japan, and let's go to the third, but it would be the EU, have not resolved the problem this way. At the end of the day, the problem of what to do with the public deeds in a context of shock that did not seem contemplated within the plans of fiscal policy were resolved by the Fed or the Central Bank of Japan or the European Central Bank. The unusual thing about this discussion, and I link it with the second point, which is the way I see the discussion of the fiscal rules appears as the child of the discussion about the European Union. But what we have is a discussion where at an individual basis, each one of us goes with its rule, with a part of the discussion, but not with the other part, which is the one that's missing here is the lender of last resort. The rule had made sense within the European Union because they were thinking of forming a central bank. The countries with central banks don't have rules. I put it in a bit aggressively. It is hard, and this is an observation. I understand that it goes somewhat beyond the scope of our discussion, but the point is to see how can we think of fiscal rules at an individual basis as if we were separate countries in a context where there will be more shocks, and yet we're not discussing the second problem, that is that when the shock comes, can my economy be able to absorb it individually, or shall I need a lender of last resort to be with me at that moment? I believe that somehow that leaves an open question. If it's enough to have a fiscal rule country per country, or should we think as countries of Latin America about having eventually an entity that will allow us as countries, apart from the fact that we will have to comply with the fiscal sustainability in the medium and long term, but to eventually be able to face the shocks that will come. I believe that that's a discussion, once again, that gives an additional step to the fiscal rule. I'm not saying we shouldn't have a rule, because if at the end of the day we're thinking of a lender of last resort, we will also have to think of some sort of medium and long-term sustainability, as was thought in the context of Maastricht. But having individual rules in a context where the shocks are expanded and where eventually we are facing a problem of credibility of the rule, I believe it will be complex and where we have lots of demands on the other side. And the last is a request. Second comment. I would personally my Portuguese is not very good, but I wish that the colleagues from Brazil could make their presentation in their own native tongue as well. Such a beautiful language. Maybe we could not listen to them speaking in their own language. Thank you. Thank you. We did offer the possibility for her to speak in Portuguese, but she chose to speak in English. Well, I now give the floor to the speakers and the members of the panel if they would like to react to any of the comments. I have several ideas, but in a very disorderly manner, if you will forgive me, because it's different points. I get the feeling, really, that the point here is finding a new modality of rules, as has always been discussed here. Obviously, the issue of the rules is complicated. It's been discussed in this seminar very often, and many of us are witnesses of that. It's not easy. There are restrictions on the situation of the fiscal policy of each country, and I believe we have a quite solid agreement. And I hope that we're clear by our presentation. Fiscal policy is not fiscal rule. Fiscal rule is a small instrument that helps consolidating a series of norms, the consensus that each country attains about the need of not having fiscal policies that are exorbitant. But in the midterm, one must know that if you generate persistent fiscal deficit, you will have a debt problem. And there you will have not only a fiscal, but a macroeconomic, social, and political problem, etc. So the idea that was started to be discussed in the region in different ways of having a certain regulation that would consolidate the consensus of each society about having solid fiscal policies that in the midterm are sustainable, I think that was the most important part. Now, obviously, the pandemic was a shock that complicates this, but it's not normality. As a response to you, Fernando, it's not that the rule is thought to respond to each shock like the pandemic. The pandemic passed. We hope it'll be 100 years before the next one comes, and they're totally unexpected events. Climate change is not unexpected. So those are problems that need to be faced by the fiscal policy of the future. And the idea is to have rules that have processes coming in and going out, permitting each country to reformulate its policy. As we said, a path, like having a flexible path for fiscal policy that responds to the necessary fiscal policies for the economy to grow, to see to the distributive problems in such a way that the attention of all the objectives of fiscal policy each country has, and I agree, there isn't a single rule for everyone. Each country needs to have its own. But that the combination, the balance amongst between the different public policies of each country may be carried forward in such a way that in the midterm, we should not have a serious sustainability problem. Now, obviously, and there, unfortunately, we come from a country where the rules were used not to be complied, but to give credibility. But Argentina is an exception. I remember the rule of 1929, which is absolutely impossible to comply with. We all knew that it could not be met, but no one voted against because it wasn't right to vote against a rule that could not be complied with. Well, we are a case for a study of what should not be done. But I believe that apart from that, the region has advanced in a good way with rules that have improved. When you will look back, the vision of fiscal solvency of the region has advanced significantly. If there is something that is the child of democracy in the region, is a greater consolidation of solid fiscal policies, solving problems in a consistent way. Obviously, there are exceptions. So I believe that that's a point. And the escape clauses precisely must be flexible, must be taken into account because every so often an unexpected shock can appear. And there we'll see how to fix it. But the important thing is that when there are periods without those unexpected shocks, to deal with the consensus in such a way as to have solid fiscal policies. I believe that is the point, and I believe that there the political dialogue in each country and the consensus attained in Congress are the modality to have these to make these processes more credible. Each country has different rules, different durations, different entry and exit clauses, but that's a point we need to discuss that and how to ensure that the rules do not go against the definition of other objectives of fiscal policy that are central to all of us. And I believe that there are no clear responses. Each one should explore its own, but that's the way each country deals with the clash between the rules, the addition of the midterm and the fiscal policy with the tremendous rigidities. Some are logical because we speak about rigidities as if they're all bad, but no, some are very logical, but other rigidities simply come from internal political pressures in each country that forces us to assign expenses in a given way. So we cannot ask from the rule more than what the rule can expect to be. It's a mechanism. Thank you. Delmiro, would you like to add something? Yes, a brief comment. First, about the escape clauses that our colleague was asking whether there was any type of formula or methodology to establish them. What we could see, in fact, in the document, in this chapter, the detail of the escape clauses prior to the pandemic, and we see that there's lots of diversity. Like a point in common, what we see is that there's very few countries that establish the escape clauses in a quantitative fashion. There are cases, but it's much harder. There are cases where they consider a severe economic contraction and they give a certain quantity that it is up to each country's judgment. But in general, what has happened is that the countries who had legislated these escape clauses in the law of fiscal responsibility or in the regulation where the rule was contained, that is in a different type of legal framework, they define it conceptually, just as there were epidemics, wars, events that even though they were stated there, they needed some sort of institutional mechanism, which is what needs to be articulated with what the law sets forth, with what the text of the law sets forth. In most of the countries, as we could verify, it is stated that it needs a statement from the executive, and in most of those cases as well, they require the confirmation by the legislative body. So we understand that that way, even if it does not explicitly establish an amount, a quantification of what's the contraction needed, suppose that the institutional mechanisms would be sufficient so as to activate this type of escape clause. That's the comment about the escape clauses.
As to specific case, Brazil, in which the escape clause was not provided for in the legislation, and as Vilma showed, they resorted to an unprecedented resource that was part of the Constitution itself. The problem of the rule in Brazil is that it is part of the Constitution. So each one of the amendments meant a constitutional amendment, and that required hard and complex legislative work that Brazil was able to accomplish. And as to Fernando's remark, two things. I believe that outlook on fiscal rules as a limit to discretionality or to flexibility, I believe, is the old vision that we want to do away with, or somehow in the future, in the medium-term fiscal rules, what we look for is the objective both of the rules and the frameworks and how escape clauses that are established for these rules. Is the foreseeability in this medium-term vision that should be part of the fiscal policy. In some cases, the case of Argentina is always difficult to encapsulate, but what we see is that in some countries it works, and there is significant progress, has been significant progress, and there is a significant institutional development. There's a lot to do ahead, but if we integrate the approach to these rules as mechanisms that allow us to set a path and also to get out of a dynamic that we know exists in our countries, which is a dynamic that may exist in terms of fiscal policy subject to political cycles. So somehow, what we intend to do with these types of instruments is to lay a path and some kind of basic medium-term policies and consensus from the point of view of the fiscal matters that will be able to transcend the political context of each country. That is the vision that we would like to emphasize with the document and the framework that we provided for this reformulation. But of course, it requires further and deeper discussion. Vilma, would you like to say something on behalf of Brazil?
E rápido ao mesmo tempo. Falar sobre a cláusula de escape no Brasil. A gente tem várias regras fiscais no Brasil. Tem um estudo da IFE, a IFE ela foi criada no final de 2016. Eu entrei na IFE no ano passado, como diretora, mas tem um estudo da IFE de 2018.
I joined in 2018 at the IFI. We did a study of the fiscal rules, the union, the state, and municipalities involved. And so there are rules that allows you to, depends on the personal revenues, that's the income tax, and the corporate ones. And so you have some states also have different treatments of the fiscal budgets. And there was a book that came out, and I did a chapter, but I'm going to speak about another chapter, not the one that I wrote. It was written by another colleague of the IFI, Danipuri, and Paulo Bijos from Congress, and they did a study as to how many times were there changes to the chapter on the budget and on the Constitution. And they said that there had been 177 amendments or changes to the Constitution, just in the chapter on the budget. And they said that this is inflationary roots, and so they have an excess of fiscal rules in Brazil. And this, in fact, had been a problem from before. And regarding the escape clauses, and this is something that in a certain way was good, the fiscal rules, because in the fiscal responsibility law, says that Article 65 of this law says that if you have a situation of public calamity, and how do you define the public calamity? The executive branch sends a message to Congress, and then Congress recognizes the message, and then the message is saying that a public calamity is being decreed for such and such a period of time. And then as soon as you have within that period of public calamity, automatically the escape rules come into effect. And basically it has to do with suspending the limits on the on debt. And if you exceed the limits, the cap, And so municipalities and the states can do so as well. And you have, among other things, those. And in the case of the expenditure, you have nothing in relation to the escape rules that's explicit under the Constitution, at least. So, but expenses is not a primary expenditure. It has to do with extraordinary credits as well. And so since expenditure can grow with extraordinary credits or loans, it goes beyond the limit. And so in a certain way, it serves as something outside what is usual. And then you have a presidential message that came out, and so they said that they were able to make expenditures related to the pandemic. This was done very quickly, and shortly later, the constitutional amendment was passed, the war budget, as it was called. And there is a system of transparency in order to monitor and communicate only the expenditure related to the pandemic, and so facilitate contracts and things that were not very clear under the fiscal rules. Well, that was it, really.
Muchas gracias.
Thank you. And we forgot to mention that there was Portuguese interpretation during this intervention. Thank you, Daniel. I'd like to thank for the presentations from Brazil, Colombia, and Argentina that have been valuable experiences to all of us and common challenges that we are facing in the region. And I'd like to thank Ricardo's comments and all the people who have taken part and undoubtedly give us food for thought in different areas. I wanted to cover two brief items. First one, about the context we face in terms of COVID-19 and different social challenges that we face as countries of this region. I believe an important thing that Oscar underscored is to understand rules as an element of fiscal policy. We, in that regard, what we have said is that it is important to consider that fiscal policy sustainability is not a limitation to the development of social rights that is compatible with different sizes of the state, which are different discussions. So we can find welfare states that may be large and they may be or not sustainable, and smaller ones in the same situation. So it is important to set those dimensions apart in terms of fiscal policy, and the benefits that we have mentioned or what we have discussed regarding fiscal policy in terms of reducing the pro-cyclical nature of fiscal policy, reducing the deficit biases that may lead to unsustainable situations, are benefits not only from the macroeconomic point of view, but they are directly connected with the social policy sustainability because of not having to shorten them during contraction periods. So I believe supporting the concern about this foreseeability is the concern for the potential development of these social policies that are required and their sustainability in time. Maybe something that we have wanted or tried to underscore is that in the case of a new permanent or ongoing spending, there should be also current or permanent income. And it should be coupled by permanent revenues that allow us to make it sustainable not only for current generations, but for years to come. And regarding the clauses, the escape clauses, there are many circumstances that are different. It is always difficult to address them all. In our case, every now and then we are hit by a natural disaster of a different size, and that is why our thought or our view is to describe circumstances under which escape clause could be applicable, such as exogenous and severe and transient circumstances, and that there should be an institutional deliberation mechanism to support the application of escape clause. That is the context that we were able to envisage. Thank you. Very briefly, because I know everybody would like to take a break. I join that position about the fiscal policy. We see a context in which the fiscal rule acts as a result of the technical models. There's a parallel in monetary and fiscal policies once again, and we can think of it that way. There are intermediate stocks goals on debt to GDP ratio that can be compared to what we used to see of monetary mass to GDP. There are instruments that are nominal objectives, which is basically what credibility is all about. And there are economic cycles as well to bear in mind. Those economic cycles allow us to see these structural views, how to the most efficient answering question about escape clauses. It allows for extraordinary events to be considered that can CONFIS, which is a fiscal policy committee, defines when that is activated, and the government states duration, maximum magnitude, and return to achieving the goals. So that is how the law states. That is quite broad. And of course, it allows us to react to events such as the ones that we have seen in the past. For sure, it will not allow us to see events in the future that we will be surprised, and we will have the chance of maneuvering in those situations. So the one-time transfers, maybe, but these are oil revenues. So it's outside the balance. And the monetary transfers that showed up in COVID, the ones that were not budgetary, will imply a surprise to the expenditure. And if I'm in the technical entity, I think they could be a one-time transfer, but the principles are ample enough for that debate. There are other topics that are hyper concentration, for example. This is where it bogs down because of the such level of detail, and the analysis is quite intense. Those were the comments. Maybe we had not shared, maybe we didn't even answer a question. And thank you. Thank you all for the presentations and your involvement.
Muchas gracias por.
Thank you for questions and presentations. I believe these are topics that require further debate in the future, but the idea was to put it on the table here to start the discussion, and we will continue to find instances to keep this discussion alive. We're all kindly invited to a coffee break. It has to be very brief because the next session, one of the panelists needs to catch a plane as well. So let's go for coffee, 10 minutes, and we'll be back. Thank you.
Welcome back. We are in this last session of the seminar. And during this session, we will deal with subnational aspects. And on this occasion, there will be an IDB and ECLAC team participating in order to discuss and share the results of a recent study that we produced, both our institutions, which is entitled The Outlook of Fiscal Relations Among Levels of Government of Countries in Latin America and the Caribbean. This is a unique publication. We have a compilation and analysis of public finances. And what is very important is the country data, where we conduct a concise and in-depth analysis between the different levels of government in 26 countries of the region. On this occasion, we are accompanied in this panel by Axel Radix, who is a leading specialist in fiscal and municipal management of IDB, Ignacio Ruedas, who is a consultant and worked for ECLAC in this project, Francisco Vázquez, who is an IDB consultant, and as a commentator, Adrián Centurón, who is National Director of Provincial Affairs of the Ministry of the Economy of Argentina. So we'll begin very quickly. We will all be sharing a presentation. Axel, you have the floor. We are presently uploading the presentation. Great. Thank you very much. It's a great privilege to share this publication in the traditional and prestigious regional fiscal policy seminar of ECLAC. In this publication, not only our partners from the IDB, but also our host, Francisco Vázquez will be here virtually, but Noel and Ignacio will be working as from Santiago. I see that my presentation is on the screen, so let's move on to the next slide. This is a joint publication between ECLAC and the IDB, supervised in the case of IDB by Emilio Pineda, our head of division, and Daniel Titelman on behalf of ECLAC, whom we thank enormously for your support and accompaniment during the production of this document, and also with the review of an external committee with Teresa Almanician, Maria Dolores Almeida, Fretes, and others making comments and suggesting improvements to the publication, which seeks to be the reference publication in terms of intergovernment public finances in the region, trying to bridge a gap in this region, subnational finances, and taking as a reference the taxation statistics of Latin America and the Caribbean. And the new edition was presented during this seminar with similar publications, two thematic chapters, one with regional trends, and I'll present the main contents to you, and a second contents with selected issues, which on this occasion is devoted to the COVID-19 crisis and subnational finances. But we have also devoted a lot of content to our country information sheets because of the very various characteristics linked to the historical evolution of countries in terms of subnational issues. Now, as described, what we want to do is to introduce the public sector at a subnational level in each country in the region. And I highlight the Caribbean because this is the first time that we have presented country information sheets for Caribbean countries. And Alberto Porto helped us from the University of La Plata, helped us with this work. And where the issues that we try to deal with, and this arises from very conceptual iterations in order to prioritize contents, are intergovernmental public sector, key themes of subnational finances, different aspects of subnational government expenditure in different countries, their revenues, the debt, and some aspects related to the management of fiscal relationships between different levels of government with subnational fiscal transparency. Now, I would like to summarize the first chapter, regional trends. What does the subnational public sector consist of in Latin America and the Caribbean? Well, more than 17,500 entities, and 98% of these are municipalities in a region that is increasingly urban, and where most countries evidence a high concentration of the population in the capital, except notable exceptions are Brazil, Colombia, and Mexico that have population distribution in several big cities, and a population which is characterized by territorial inequality with different indices. In fact, among the ratio, the ratio between the richest and poorest municipalities is over twice the ratio in the OECD, and with the popular election of subnational authorities in practically all countries, and with an intermediate level in 11 countries. Chile joined that group last year, and with a low percentage of women in executive positions, despite the fact that women doubled in 20 years, it continues to be low with a level of around 12%. Some key aspects of subnational finances. First of all, the size of the subnational finance measured as a proportion of the aggregate revenue of government increased twofold over the past 4 decades. It is presently at 25% approximately. It has become stabilized over the last decade and is increasingly mature, closer to the OECD value, which is 32%, but with a high level of heterogeneity linked to the physical size, to the population, and to the history of countries that you can view with different colors in accordance with the different regions that form part of the IDB. And there are 2 important issues in the major and recent evolutions. 20 years ago, one of the major concerns that existed at a subnational level in the region was the issue of the debt, especially with the debt crisis that appeared in Argentina, Brazil, and Colombia. And that issue has been under control over the past 2 decades, especially as a result of the implementation of frameworks for fiscal responsibility, as we analyzed in each one of the country information sheets. However, there is a challenge in Latin America and the Caribbean, and that is a high dependence on transfers. And as you can see on the right-hand side graph, Latin America is closer to sub-Saharan Africa than to other countries in the world. And this involves a whole series of incentive problems linked to lower expenditure efficiency when it comes from transfers instead of their own revenues. There's no stimulus for their own revenues. And also this leads to problems with the size of the state and indebtedness as a result of the growth of the subnational government via transfers. Here we characterize the expenditure of subnational governments, where on the left-hand side, you can see the total expenditure as a percentage of the GDP. You can see how the importance of Bolivia increases in terms of GDP. And you can see that in Argentina, the province is the largest intermediate level in the region. And we can highlight the size of municipalities in Brazil, Colombia, and Bolivia. And here in this outlook, we also show public investment, how much subnational governments invest. On the graph in blue, you can see that the average is 1.5% of the GDP, but with a high heterogeneity. The Andean countries that have a lot of transfers as a result of natural resources that receive a specific allocation are in the middle, as well as other countries such as Argentina. Below on the left in the red bars, you can see how much of the subnational expenditure is represented by public investment. And there, Central American countries are on the left of the average, which is 31%, because they also have a lot of expenditure allocated to public expenditure from their transfers. And on the left, you can see how much of the aggregate capital is represented by public investment. On average, it's 1/3 subnational public investment, but all large countries have a larger value to this third, except for Mexico. But if one takes out of that equation public companies, it is also on the left-hand side of the average. And that reveals the relevance of subnational governments in such a specific area for growth, which is public investment, measured as the gross formation of capital. For those countries where this is available, we also analyzed the functional expenditure of subnational governments. In the 5 largest countries, we know that subnational governments are in charge of education and health at a level of intermediate governments. In the case of Argentina, Peru, and Mexico, at the level of intermediate and local governments in Brazil and Colombia, that we don't show because we haven't broken that down per intermediate and local governments. We see the importance of functions such as social protection and citizen security at an intermediate level in Brazil and Argentina, and at a local level in Peru, and especially in Mexico. And the importance of the a function of urban development, as can be expected at a local level in the larger countries of the region. Now, moving on to the revenues of subnational governments for 16 countries, we can see here the average that I described beforehand of 56% of transfers as a percentage of total revenues. And we have countries that are similar in average, for example, Argentina and Colombia, with greater autonomy, as is the case of Brazil and Uruguay, or with a high dependence on transfers, as are the cases of Mexico, Bolivia, Peru, Ecuador, among others. That reveal less dependence of intergovernmental transfers. And here we have the same distinction, but in terms of intermediate governments on the left and local on the right-hand side. The great autonomy of states in terms of revenues of the states of Brazil, despite the fact that we know that they're much more restricted in terms of managing those resources as a result of various constitutional and legal clauses. The high dependence of transfers in the case of Mexico or Peru, which is practically absolute. And at a local level, to a large extent, there is a greater dependence on transfers, despite the fact that we find cases such as Honduras and Costa Rica that have a greater autonomy in terms of the generation of their own revenues. What taxes are collected by subnational governments? Well, we analyze this in detail in each one of the country information sheets, but you can see that taxation revenues linked to economic activity are the ones that make the largest difference in Argentina, Brazil, and to a lesser extent in Colombia. On the right-hand side, you can see the performance of countries in terms of tax collation, which is basically tax on real estate. And as you can see, the collection of these taxes is far from its potential. The average for Latin America is 0.4 of the GDP, but in the OECD, it is 3 times that value. The characteristic of transfer systems in the region. Most countries in Latin America and the Caribbean have co-participation taxation systems that present indicators that create this redistributive taxation. But no country in the region has a system to transfer and that is equalizing, which is fairly frequent in OECD countries, and that compensates based on the fiscal gap, the estimation of expenditure and the fiscal capability of subnational governments. And this implies that the potential redistribution capability of transfer systems is lower than that of the OECD countries, even when it comes to conditioned cash transfers for specific aspects such as education and health, as is the case in Colombia, or specific expenditures such as convergence funds that are prevalent in many countries of the region. In Andean countries, what is very relevant is a transfer for natural resources that tend to have a nature of devolution to the national entities that generate those resources, and that accentuates fiscal disparities between regions. And what is still relevant in many countries is discretional transfers that we know are the less desirable ones because they are less transparent and they seem to have political allocation criteria. We also analyzed the debt of subnational governments, as I mentioned beforehand. A lot of progress has been made in terms of the subnational fiscal responsibility framework that we analyzed for each country. Recent evolution reveals that despite the fact that in Brazil, the largest debt is concentrated in the south and in the southeastern area of the country in a few states, and is a result of a debt renegotiation that took place 20 years ago between the states and the federation. And as a result of that, there are many restrictions in terms of the capital market access that states in Brazil have. We also see an increase during the 2015-2019 period of the debt at a subnational level in Argentina. And the biggest control in a country in Mexico, which as from 2016 has a law on financial discipline that generates a greater control of the debt at a subnational level. With regards to subnational debt, there is an opportunity to make progress towards the next generation of a framework of fiscal responsibility, and via transparency and the control of subnational entities may enable access, a responsible access to the capital market of subnational entities. Lastly, and with this I close chapter 1, we also analyzed which entities manage fiscal relationships at a government level, and the typical country in the region has a work division between entities that are responsible for fiscal monitoring, such as the Ministry of Finance or Ministry of Economies and Finance.
And those with subnational policy and provide technical assistance to the subnational government, such as the Ministry of the Interior or a planning office. Other countries count with groupings of subnational governments. In some cases, such as Uruguay, have a constitutional range as the Congress of the Governors. And there's much to do in fiscal information. Brazil and Peru stand out for the quality of the fiscal information, but still there's many challenges in the region to count with complete, timely data, and particularly with homogeneous accounting systems. At the end of my presentation, my colleague Francisco Vázquez will tell us that we want to approach this with a platform of subnational fiscal information. I will now give the floor to the hosts, Noel and Ignacio, for them to continue from there. Thank you very much, Axel. Ignacio. Thank you, Noel. I'd like to thank Axel and Francisco, and Daniel Titelman and Noel for making me an active part of this meeting. And I will briefly mention the purposes of this specific chapter. The idea, or it starts from the premise that, well, at the end of the day, subnational governments in most of the cases remained on the first response line at the pandemic. That's the premise through which this chapter starts. And to validate that, we did a work of collection, systematization, and analysis of the available information, both fiscal information as well as public policy actions. We also analyzed topics of coordination between government levels in order to see to the effects of the pandemic. And given what was discussed in the last session, as Ricardo well said, we also reviewed the changes in the fiscal rules that had an impact at the subnational level, and particularly in those countries where the fiscal rule is relevant, such as Colombia, Brazil, Argentina, even Mexico. That would be the introduction of this chapter. What did we find? We found that on the side of expenses, there was a reduction of the expenses that were expenditures that are accounted for by capital expenditures. That is, that the effort of the subnational governments went on the side of maintaining current expenditures and to make the adjustments on the side of public investments, capital expenditures. This also went in parallel with there were expediting the resources coming from the central government. They made an effort to maintain the expenses of the subnational government through transfers. And I would like to mention the example of Argentina and Brazil, where, for example, at an intermediate level, there was a reduction of expenditures in general terms, but through an adjustment on the side of public investment, we stand out the municipalities of Brazil, where there was an increase in spending. And what attracted our attention was that this adjustment on expenditure came on the side of public investment. Going deeper, we found that this corresponded to prior plans and programs of infrastructure. The issue of the transfers, we highlight the case of Mexico. Maria Eugenia knows better than us the effort that was done by FAYEB, the Stabilization Fund. Even though the transfers didn't increase, but they did maintain a flow of resources that allowed the federal agencies and municipalities to maintain expenses to curb the effects of the pandemic. What we also detected was that by mid-2020, countries such as Uruguay, Dominican Republic, and Argentina had an increase in the tax revenues at the central level, which permitted in the second semester of 2020 to maintain the flow of transfers from the central government. But what happened on the side of the expenditures? There was a generalized drop of their own revenues, which went in line or is accounted for partly or finds a similar meaning of the tax revenues as shown by the graph of the central government. Of course, it was heterogeneous, not everyone had the same level of drop. You can see that in detail in the report, and here we detect a very specific example in the property tax, where we were surprised that there was no drop in the collection of this tax, and this is explained by the strategies implemented in several countries for the timely payment that is the first 3 months of the year. Finally, how was this done? On the side of public spending, what we saw were transfers made by the intermediate as well as local governments, monetary transfers to the households. There were programs of support of food, distribution, basic supplies. Several subnational, municipal, and intermediate governments paid for the public service, be it drinking water, electric energy, housing. In the case of Mexico, there were credits. Several state governments or intermediate governments provided loans to small and medium companies for the reactivation of the local economies. And on the side of the public revenues, what was expected, facilitation in the payment of local taxes and public service. There were programs to delay, postpone the payment of taxes, programs for the payment in installments of the local tax, property taxes, and even pardons. At the end of the study, we decided to make an effort to see what happens in 2021. And in general, what we saw is that there is a return to the pre-pandemic levels, but our only variable to say that is accounted for by the availability of information were the transfers that, as Axel said, account for 56% of the income, and that allows us to anticipate that for 2021, there is a return to the pre-pandemic levels. And that means that in those countries where there was an expansion of the transfers, as is the case of Brazil, for 2021, there is a gradual reduction, and there was a reduction by the reduction of public revenues at the central level. And for 2021, we see a recovery, a gradual increase, such as the case of Chile, Costa Rica, Mexico, and Peru. I give the floor to Manuel.
Y nada más para concluir, aquí hacemos.
To end, here we make a reflection of two large areas where we believe it is possible to advance towards the future, considering the experience of the pandemic. The first is the strengthening of the mechanisms of intergovernmental coordination, since this will not be the only crisis the subnational governments will face, and it was complicated to coordinate that during the pandemic between the central government, intermediate governments, and local governments. And finally, it will be necessary to have an agenda to strengthen the public finances, particularly of mobilization of resources, strengthening the income of the subnational governments, and the transfers to equal out and to provide equal basis on the system of transfers. I give the floor to Adrián Centurio. I'd like to start by thanking for the invitation I received from Noel and Axel as they conducted this work. Thanking them for allowing me to participate in this presentation and be with them in what I consider to be a very broad and relevant work on the intergovernmental coordination in the countries of Latin America and the Caribbean. And this work is very important for me because my position within the Ministry of Economy of Argentina is precisely being linked to everything deals with the fiscal relationship with the fiscal government, particularly with the first level of government, which is the provinces in Argentina. And it's always been a concern for our work that has a history that dates back more than 30 years back on my own story of sharing with the subnational levels all these discussions of fiscal policy. I would even like to highlight all the support that we have received from ECLAC and recognize Ricardo Magner, Daniel Tittenman, and Noel in this stage on the development of an Inter-American Forum of Intergovernmental Agencies in Fiscal Issues. We've been developing this for more than 10 years now, and that allows us to approach the managers and the players of the subnational world. The work, I understand, has several merits to it. The first is to position ourselves in the situation of how the intergovernmental fiscal agreements are today in Latin America and the Caribbean, approaching different aspects. It approaches very broadly aspects dealing with that are institutional or the development of the process of decentralization and the current status of decentralization, apart from what Axel and Ignacio presented about the analysis of the makeup of the expense, public income, public revenues, indebtedness, and the rules of fiscal performance and coordination. Coordination is fundamental in my position in order to link, to discuss, and to implement policies with the subnational levels, and that's our experience in Argentina. But also, the work also sees other aspects that I believe are very valuable, where the subnational levels are gradually having access, but maybe with a bit of delay in terms of gender equality, with the climate change, and even something interesting is related to the democratization of the second levels of subnational government or local governments that very often we don't know. And in many countries, this is a pending issue in terms of development. And not just that, but they also give us the reference of all the research and analysis that were taken as a reference of the work that allow us to have or to access to a detail in each of the topics whenever we wish to go deeper into certain specific issues. Apart from the merits, I also like to highlight the approach of the pandemic. This has been said here yesterday and today. Pandemic has meant an unexpected shock, and it has faced us to borderline situations at the level of the governments as well as to societies. And so we must draw lessons and draw the elements that will allow us to evaluate possible future similar situations where the subnational governments, as has also been said here, have been facing the front line, providing solutions. So this is very relevant for the fiscal situation in the future. I'd also like to highlight the configuration of the country records that Axel mentioned. This allows us to facilitate the knowledge of the experiences of 26 countries in an orderly, agile, and well-summarized compendium. But even though it is synthetic, it is quite broad in terms of all the issues dealing with the fiscal relationships. That is why the experience they provide and the possibility of having access to those elements is so relevant, particularly for decision-making in terms of policies at a fiscal level. When we need to analyze reforms or changes when we work in management, we need to know what is happening in the neighboring countries, countries with similar institutional organization. So that helps us to think, to get to know the problems, the issues they have faced, the errors, and in order to configure policies that may be more adequate, of course, understanding or associated to the reality of the country.
I wanted to highlight that also the work, at least I've had the experience of having been consulted by Axel's team regarding the relevance of specific analysis and specific situations. Situation in Argentina, I mean, specifically, this also makes me believe that the work is very much fit to the reality. And this is not trivial because they, of course, know the difficulties you face when you need to highlight the information from the subnational levels in order to assess the regulatory matters and situations that arise. So fitting the vision on what is happening, it's also something remarkable. It's key and remarkable, I would say. I don't think I have any more time. I wanted to give you some current data about the situation of provinces in Argentina. Maybe just to add as a comment, because I believe I have no specific criticism or input to the work, but I'd like to leave a message about the need that this work should be disseminated broadly, fully, and mostly in those areas where subnational government levels are involved in the different countries. It's going to be extremely useful for this to be disseminated and to make it known so that it becomes a platform for permanent update, a safe platform with the information that it contains. It's going to be platform to monitor the fiscal situation of the subnational levels into the future. I think I'll leave you with that message, with that idea, and I'd like to, of course, thank you for the invitation to be present here. Thank you, Adrián, and I'd like to thank
Adrián y a Francisco.
Axel, Ignacio, Francisco, and Adrián for taking part in this session, and I'd like to offer the floor to Daniel for closure. Thank you, Noel. Great that we had this session where we show this unique work in the sense that it opens up a whole area for subnational governments, and it collects information and discussion, analysis from all countries in the region about the challenges to subnational governments that will play a key role in the dynamics and the structure of fiscal policy. Thank you. So let's close the 24th seminar on fiscal policy for Latin America and the Caribbean. All of it happening in this room, quite impressive. And after a pause of 2 years where we did not have face-to-face seminar, so we have this hybrid type of seminar this time in this new world that we came into. We would like to thank the presence of Ambassador Rafael Carranzo Garcia, Ambassador of Spain in Chile, who honors us with his presence.
Y en particular porque estos,
and in particular, because these seminars, and for quite a while, could not be possible without the cooperation of the Spanish government, thanks to AESI agency that has played a key role in supporting us in the preparation of the organization of this seminar, not only from a logistics point of view or resources, but also from the substantial point of view. They played a significant role. We have a close relationship with the Ministry of Finance of Spain, with Fiscal Matters Institute inside it, because you are a part and you are part of the agenda and the debates of this fiscal seminar. So without further ado, I'd like to offer the floor to you, and thank you very much for being with us.
Gracias, director. Gracias, Daniel.
Thank you, Daniel. On behalf of the director of the Spanish Cooperation Agency, of course, asked me to congratulate ECLAC for organizing the seminar and of course, all the other institutions that have made it possible, the Ministries of Finance, IDB, OECD, World Bank, Monetary Fund, and officials and technicians of the fiscal and financial administrations of the region. Collaboration of all these institutions is the evidence that in order to achieve outcomes, it is a requirement to build an institution ecosystem that establishes what are the challenges in terms of fiscal policy and the potential solutions that are required by the new global context post-COVID. Context that the general objectives are clear: to improve efficacy and efficiency of tax revenue policies, to promote the domestic resource mobilization, to guarantee the efficiency and efficacy of public spending, to reiterate the responsibility of the public sector in laying the foundation for that higher fiscal capacity and building trust from citizenship to the institutions, and also building conditions for a better social cohesion in order to cater to inequalities. In order to achieve these objectives, it is necessary, as we have heard during the seminar, to analyze proposals that are part of this discussion. Some of them also do have an impact on our countries. The possibility of less regressive tax systems, thinking of tax reforms that increase tax revenue collection without affecting consumption or economic growth or investment, introducing new tax figures such as progressive taxation on high income or wealth tax, as well as the structural reforms that can be implemented, environmental taxes that must be seen not only as a potential for tax revenue collection, but a way of aligning incentives for economic agents with environmental sustainability, the introduction of taxes on specific goods that allow us to address public healthcare issues, and considering adapting tax systems to digitization of the economy, the fight against fiscal evasion avoidance, the creation of digital taxes, like on digital economy, and the establishment of a criteria that allows to address gender inequalities. Also introducing the measures of women into the labor market and to eliminate gender biases, implementing measures such as deduction by maternity and monoparental family, other measures such as compensation of spending because of care, other measures that allow to reconcile work life and family life, and also in the case of consumption taxes, there can be positive discriminations in order to mitigate the differential effects between men and women. Of course, the Spanish government and the Spanish corporation have a long-standing history of work with the region in terms of fiscal policies. Based on this tradition, we are aware that we are in a changing world with a multiplicity of crises: social, economic, environmental crisis, and the geostrategic one has been added to it. In this context, the wager of our agencies to favor technical cooperation focused on exchanging knowledge and experiences and articulating integration of space and articulation of stakeholders to contribute to the strengthening of the institutions, consolidation of the democracy in our countries, economic and social development of our populations, especially the most vulnerable ones. So definitely it is a priority that the response should be agreed upon with our institutional allies in the region in order to generate a higher efficacy and impact on supporting public policies in order to improve overall or global governance within a sustainability framework to fund the recovery of economic activity and the transformation towards more inclusive and resilient societies. Congratulations for all the work that is being conducted. Of course, I'd like to thank those of you, because you will count on Spanish cooperation as a stakeholder in these exercises. Thank you very much.
Y ya con estas palabras simplemente agregar.
Well, I would like to thank you, as the ambassador said, about the significant challenges to fiscal policy in a post-COVID context, in a war context, invasion context, in context of climate crisis. And as we have discussed during these 2 days, that entails a significant challenge and effort for fiscal policy. And as we've seen strongly here, the fiscal policy will have to play a role in the world, and specifically in Latin America, the region, a key role in making growth more dynamic and to be on a sustainable and inclusive growth path. This is one of the topics that we've discussed through the different sessions, from the institutional frameworks, from fiscal rules, from the spending logic, and the need of increasing and improving, strengthening fiscal space by increasing the burden and the distribution of the tax structure in our countries. I believe these are significant challenges that we've been able to discuss here. I will not be able to do an exhaustive summary, but I'd just like to thank all the authorities that are still here with us. We learn a lot when we hear about the challenges you face in your countries and the commonalities that can be seen in the different realities in our countries. And in that sense, for this seminar, it's quite valuable to have authorities participate, showing us the particularities of each country. I'd like to thank the speakers who have given us a project to discuss all these topics. And finally, we'd like to thank the Economic Development Division team that has played a significant role in the organization of this seminar. And I'd like to mention, in that sense, Noel Perez, Michael Haney, Sole Echeverri, and Mariana was taking pictures. Yeah, she's there. Yes, they have played a key role together with Jean-Baptiste in supporting and enabling this meeting. Actually, of course, we'd like to thank the conference room, Maria Eugenia, Lucia, who have supported us, and all those who have been working in logistics and technical aspects of showing presentations and to go through the virtual presentations as well. So without further ado, I'd like to thank you all once again. Thank the ambassador and the Spanish Corporation for all support that we've received always. And let's meet again next year, virtually and face-to-face. Hopefully, the conditions will only improve from now on. Thank you very much. Thank you very much for being here.
Muy bueno. Sí, bueno. Muy bueno. Sí. Si quiere, tenemos las sesiones grabadas, una vez que las grabemos. Tomar conciencia del desafío que trae nuestro país.